Exclusives.
Yep. 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 Yep.
Laura. I was literally about to get ready, and then someone just decided to fucking start running their mouth. So sorry about that. Um, Give me like 2 more minutes, and then we'll get going. Oh, shut up. Oh, Lord, she'll be late to her own funeral. If my corpse doesn't get there on time, the party doesn't start until I get there. Be patient. Appreciate your patience. I'm almost about to get ready. So, hope you guys grab snacks. Hope you grab the drink. Hope you grab something, right? Because, oh, we know the demons they're at work. They're working tonight. They're working overtime, per usual. Demons don't get a day off. Demons can't sleep. Demons can't even get a fresh shower. Demons, they're just dirty all the time. They stink. Their breath is rotten. Their edges just can't meet the line, you know? So, yeah. Give me a second. We'll be getting into it very soon.
Exclusives. Yep. 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 Yep.
God. Oh no, what did I do? What did I do, Just Jay? Y'all let me know how my sound is doing. I obviously have a new mic. That's what I was testing out earlier. So I was trying to make sure I had everything good, but this is a little bit different than the setup I had a little while ago. So still the same microphone, just perched up a little differently. Oh, okay, good. It's good. I kind of hear that it's working, so that's a good thing. Before, like when I had the issue with it, when it had the other plug, I couldn't tell if it was working. So I knew that meant there was a problem, right? There was a problem. Yes, yes, yes. You know what's funny? When I was trying to decide, right, what this stream was going to be about, because I try to put some effort into what I'm going to talk about. I don't just like see some cringy stuff and say, I'm going to make a whole video out of nothing. No, I actually thought, what is going to inspire this topic? Because spiritually speaking, sorry. If you believe in energy, if you have energy, if you feel any type of connection to the spiritual sense of self, then you probably have heard the term downloads. And a lot of times we think it's like, oh, you're being downloaded with all this supernatural info. You're going to find out all this stuff that the man in charge doesn't want you to know. But when I say downloads, I literally mean messages, thoughts, ideas. They come to me in many different ways, right? This particular one came to me when I was being nosy, right? Looking around, seeing what's going on, looking at people's community walls and yada, yada, yada. And I saw a demon doing something that these demons have been doing for a while, right? Feasting off of me, my energy. Somebody used the term cash cow, right? Where you can make plenty of money for somebody else because of your personality type, the environment, what you bring to the environment, right? So you go somewhere and you get a lot of people mad, make them want to spend their money, right? I've heard many different names for it, but the only real name for what's happening with me and my image in this space is energy harvesting, right? Feasting off of my energy, right? And I'm not the only one. There's plenty of people that get feasted on by people in this space, right? So that could be popular YouTubers, and it doesn't affect them that much because their audience is all over, right? They're in an algorithm, they're not really dealing with it, right? But this is a fairly small space, right? So when you have as many people as there is literally feasting off of me, my energy, my name, whatever, information about me that they think they have or don't have, it's funny because it's literally a tactic that is done by demons. Now, am I necessarily calling these people who are, creating streams and having conversations about me demons? No. But they are engaging in demonic-like behaviors, right? This is where all the Christians check out, probably, I'm assuming, right? As soon as you start talking about anything spiritually, you scare away all the, people who are super religious, or at least who live by it and, can't see past it. But I think it's important to remember, right, that even though you might not be able to say somebody's a demon, because I never want to go that far, but as long as you might not be able to say that, right, you might not have evidence, but you can see that the behaviors of a lot of these people is demonic, right? It's to feast. This person will come out of nowhere. Nobody's talking about, I'm rude. Sure, I can be rude. Depends on the person. Depends on the environment. I think, and I'm starting to dial back a little bit more, right? Because now I'm not finding it necessary. I have my own platform and I'm kind of engaging it more. But I think a lot of people who do what I do in this space and others, they are tired of the imbalance that's been going on for so long, right? So there's been such a long period of time where people in this space have affirmed, have um, given light to, have enjoyed very disgusting, despicable things being said to and about Black women specifically, right? Yeah, now we're kind of past that where it's happening in reverse, right? A lot of women now who are shitting on the image of Black women. Not to say there wasn't that many before, but it was more, I don't know. I honestly can't even speak about what people thought. I just see that for myself, I didn't realize how many of these type of people existed, right? That they actually feast off of trying to make other particular type people look bad or whatever. Here we go. Here go this feminine demonic bullshit. You know, I've been crappy. I haven't looked at the chat. Let me look at the chat. Let me say hi to people really quickly before I get into it. I saw Just Jay in there. I saw Hassan. Hello, guys. I saw Young MIA. Hey, girl. Hey. How are you? And Raheem is being a little bandit per usual. Hey, Keisha. Hey, girl. Yes, this conversation is going to be about demonic entities and energies and how they feast off of people. Hey, No Chaser, how are you? And it's easy to like hear this topic or term and be like, oh, what do you mean feasting? Da da da, vampires. Are they energy vampires? There are energy vampires, right? There are people who will connect with you because they see a light in you. And this video of this girl, I've never seen it, but something tells me she probably has a pretty good amount to say about it, right? Like I mentioned, a lot of the times when I choose my topics and what I'm going to talk about, it just happens. I don't plan all the time. When I do plan, you'll see a PowerPoint and stuff, and you'll know, right? There's research and data. But sometimes I have these conversations come out of thin air, like meaning 20 minutes ago, I didn't know I was going to talk about this or I didn't have it planned, right? And it seems to like capture what I'm trying to say. And I could tell that this was something that what she was going to say is probably going to speak on a lot of this, because you can tell by the look of her face, she's probably dealt with energetic demons. She's probably dealt with people who feast off of others. And when I say feast, I say it because it's a one-off. It's not somebody that you keep a relationship with while you're feasting on them, right? This is just somebody in passing that person sees they can fuse some energy off of them. That's why I call it feasting. And that's the type of energetic sucking that I'm talking about right now. A succubi, the people who actually latch on to others as a way of consistently feasting off of them, I think that's a little bit different. This is just people who see others, see people with light, and they decide that instead of, maybe engaging with the light or whatever, they're gonna feast off of it, meaning use it, stomp on it, abuse it, whatever you want to call it. Oh, hey, David Moda. Sorry, you got buried for a quick second. How are you? Hello. Yeah, so anyways, but by the look on her face, whatever she says in this video, I haven't seen it, but by the look on her face, I can tell she's dealt with these type of people, right? Who they seek others to fuse energy off of, right? They don't have they don't have a creative bone in their body. And this is not to say they might not be skilled. They might not know how to put things together, maybe in an eye for fashion. It's not to say that. But when it comes to the root of originality and being creative and having creative thoughts and actually being able to put together that type of conversation, whatever it is they're trying to accomplish, they don't have it. So they see others who, let's say, might be new, might not know a lot. And they decide that because that person doesn't know or whatever, might not be involved, that they can exploit that and use that person as a way to lift themselves up. So I'm going to get into this video because I do want to kind of get into what she's saying and hopefully it aligns. I think it will. But I just want to say too, right, for the people who continue to make statements about myself or whatever, the reason why, and I'll say this, I didn't realize my Facebook had a lot of private things have become public now that the new privacy changes have come into effect. So a lot of pictures and other things. So you serious about this YouTube? And Wody Mac, I don't know what the fuck. You're literally on my channel. You're here. You're watching something I put together, and you're asking me if I'm serious about it. I don't know what is the point in that. Like, I really don't know what the point in that is, because if I'm putting something together and I'm putting my energy into it, what does that mean? Why else would I be here? To just waste time? I understand maybe that's what you do on here. Maybe that's what people that you watch on here do. But what else would I be doing here? Why would I be building my own platform if I wasn't in some ways actually serious about what I can do in this space? Hey, Lana. Hey, Lana. How you doing? Yeah. You know what's funny? Young MIA. Not only is it that, it's also like emotional IQ, right? EQ is what they call it. I really do think that a lot of these people who say things like that, who have almost no sense of awareness, I do think they have a sense of arrested development, right? They might have never energetically grown. That's a fancy way of saying they might have never really learned anything about how to communicate with people beyond, what they were exposed to in their boring, whatever type of lives they're living. So I'll say that. But oh, okay, I see what you're saying now. Just making sure, because and that's the thing too, right? This is the tough part about being under an energetic attack, right? You don't know who's who. that's why for me, I once all this started happening, it was so important for me to make my own platform and focus on just that, right? Because I'm grateful for all the people I've met on YouTube, but it's more than one person energetically feasting off of me. And that's why I have my own particular platform, because I would rather feed into myself versus allow other people to take bits and pieces of me so they can create stories, whatever. So, that's why I'll go on some panels, but for the most part, I'm here now because people literally benefit off of you, whether it's good or bad, right? So that's why some people will choose sometimes to engage with you in a good way, because they know they don't always have the option of feasting. They know that. They know the only way they'll get it is if they do play some slide tactics, in a sense, right? And like I said, I didn't realize a lot of my pictures that were private became public when Facebook changed their rules, which is weird, right? Why would Facebook change their privacy rules and then make things that were private become public? That being said, I'm not ashamed of what I look like, because I come on here every day. I cam up. You can see what I look like. But it's difficult, right? When there's so many people feasting off of your energy, it's difficult to know who's who. So I hope that the people who do come here, even if at some point you didn't like me, we didn't get along, right? Maybe you come here and you hear what I'm saying and you realize, hey, this is a cool place, I want to stay. Or you realize, don't really like it, and you get the fuck on, right? That would be the hope. So you just cuss me out in Portuguese, Swahili. David Moda, you know what I find funny? I just like doing me. And Woody Mac has specifically trolled me many times, so that's why I said that. I did go back up and read his message and see. It's because I have a new mic, so he thinks I'm professional now, which is cool, right? That's fine. But, and I won't say it's everyone in this space, a lot of people in this space have been feeding themselves off of me, right? That's specifically why I like the term feasting. They've been putting food on their own tables, using my image, my supposed image, right? My reputation, maybe going and getting my public information, maybe going and getting my public pictures. They've been feasting. And so I decided, because of that, it's probably a good time to have a conversation about energy demons. So I chose this video again. I'm going to get into it now because that was a bit of a long intro, but I just wanted the people to know where I was coming from with this. And I have no issues with anybody, right? So, Fighter, you can keep making videos about me. You're not very important, anyways, right? You said you're gonna leave YouTube in a week or whatever. Hopefully, in like 2 weeks, I never have to make a stream about you, Dusty Bandits, again. You know what's funny? I was acting very messy that day. I was acting very, very messy that day. That's the funny part. Very messy. So glad you made it here. Thank you, Prod. Honestly, there's not a lot of skill behind my thumbnails, but I do want to learn how to edit photos. So, all right, let's get into the video because I think she probably has something good to say or something we could learn from, right? Because dealing with demons is never good. And her name is Virtuous Val. Feel free, guys, to subscribe, share her content, listen to her content. Anybody who I watch on here, I encourage you guys to follow them because I'm watching them. They're good people. They have good content. So let's get into it.
Chosen ones, you intimidate people. Your presence alone intimidates and irritates people. When you walk into a room, you ruffle a lot of feathers. The light that you carry, your presence alone, it bothers people. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to do anything. Your presence alone, the light that you carry, is going to bother people. And the reason why it bothers them is because the demons that they have in them, they don't like you. The demons that they carry can't stand you. And it's not really you that they can't stand. It's the light in you that the demons that they have can't stand. Why do you think that there's been times where you walk into...
Now, she's using the term demons and demons that people have inside to describe trauma, right? A lot of the times people have trauma. They have things they haven't healed. And instead of working on those things, they look for weaker vessels to attack. Weaker people, or perceived weak, right? Because a lot of the times the people that they're choosing, and that's why a lot of times people use the word chosen one, the people that they're choosing to attack, to feast off of, whatever, aren't weak. They appear so. They appear so because, let's say they're graceful. Let's say they're giving. They're very open. They're honest. They're real. Right? And that's a lot of the times people are going to perceive things about you that are good as a weakness. So they choose you. And don't get me wrong. That's not to say that that person who's being chosen isn't oblivious to what is, being done to them. A lot of the times, that person who is chosen as a stepping stool for some people's self-esteem, for their issues, they're chosen for a reason. They're chosen because they affirm something in that other person. And that might be a delusion, right? They might affirm a delusion. They might affirm a negative thought that they have about a particular type of people, right? That's why sometimes you'll see Black women or whatever in this space, and they'll be being made an example out of, right? You'll see a bunch of these dudes in this space be like, oh, such and such, look at the example. This is why Black women this, right? Because, Mary Sue or whatever her name is, Mary Beth, said such and such and such about Black men. This is why Black women are like this. This is what we get with all Black women. It's common. They'll use you as a literal way to attack a whole demographic. Black educated women, tall Black women, right? African Black women. They'll literally use anything in you to attack somebody who they dislike, who irritates them or irritates a demon inside of them.
Into a room or you go somewhere, it could be at your workplace, it could be at school, and you're nice to everybody, you treat everybody with respect, you don't bother anybody, but for some reason there's always that one person that don't like you. They hate your guts. And I'm not saying that everybody's gonna like you, because that's simply not.
And she seems so young. So young but so wise. Truth, I'll open it up in a little bit. Not yet. I do want to kind of land my plane in terms of energy demons before I get into talking to people about it, because I know people might have different thoughts about this, and I do want to open it up for conversation. But I do want to land my plane first. So I'll let you know when I'm gonna open it up, and hopefully you're still willing to come up once I do that. But this will absolutely be an open conversation. I just want to be able to land my plane just a little bit. I want to be able to get to my point, because then somebody comes up, they talk, and I forget everything I was gonna say. So just give me a little bit. Bear with me. I'm getting there. So
Not true. Okay. But they hate you for no reason. And you're like, why is this person treating me like this? What did I do to deserve this? I treat this person with respect. I don't disrespect them. But for some reason, they hate you. They find ways to slander your name. They find ways to throw dirt on your name. They constantly gossip about you, spread lies about you. It's because they see the light in you. You irritate them. You bother their demons. When people are intimidated by you, chosen ones, you force them to look at themselves. You force them to look in the mirror and look at themselves. You force them to self-reflect. You bring out their insecurities. You don't even have to say anything. It's how you carry yourself. It's how you talk, how you walk, how you act. It's in you. And people see that. They see the confidence. They see the light. And that's going to irritate them. If you are a confident person, you know you have the light. You know you're a follower of the Most High. You know who your Father is, and you walk confidently. They see that. People who are in the dark, they see that. They're intimidated by that. Why? Because they don't have that. They don't have the light. So what these people are going to do, they're going to challenge you. They're going to push your buttons. It's like they want to see you get out of character. It's almost as if they think it's impossible for you to have this type of light. They think it's impossible for you to go through what you've been through and still be able to rise. So if you're at a job and you have coworkers who don't like you, who can't stand you for no reason, and they're trying to slander your name, they gossip about you, they want you to be depressed, they're going to try to challenge you, they want to see you get out of character, they're going to test you. And it's spiritual.
yeah, I don't know how old this girl is, but she comes across like she's had plenty of experiences with what I'm coining today, or what I'm using to describe an energetic demon, right? A lot of the times we think, oh, well, usually somebody who's sucking off of you, who's feeding off your energy, somebody close by, somebody somebody within your circle. It can be, right? But sometimes via this negative information, via this negative energy, the same thing is happening. Especially if you feed into it, right? Especially if sometimes you get caught up in explaining yourself. That's why I tell people sometimes, after a while, when I see them responding to these type energetic demons, right? These feasters. I tell them, why even explain yourself anymore? You don't need to explain yourself. These type of people seek you. They seek your type, right? Because they know they can get a reaction, right? Especially if you're any type of person that has integrity. If they say something egregious, they know you're going to respond. And it's crazy because it really seems like this girl, I don't know how old she is. I'm 28. Sometimes people say I look young, right? But she looks young, but you can tell by the way she's speaking, yeah, it's covered in religious tones, but she's probably went through something similar, right? She's probably dealt with energetic demons, right? Hey, Black Beauty. Hi, Royce. I saw some people sneaking in here. How are you? All right, so I'm going to continue the video because I really think sometimes we don't pay attention. We talk about haters like, oh, they're irrelevant, whatever, they don't mean nothing. But these people who don't like you, something in you irritates them, they put just as much energy as people who know you and are plotting. They put just as much energy into trying to feast off you. They'll do things and say things hoping to get a reaction. A lot of times it seems like they're antagonizing people because that's what they do. They don't know you. They don't have a way into your circle, right? You already don't see them as trustworthy. So they know the only way to get you to interact with them would be to, try to slander you, try to antagonize you, do all types of stuff. That's the only way they can interact with you. They can't make their way into your life because you'd never associate with someone like them. So the only way they can feed off of your light is by literally creating false, situations, circumstances, whatever, and using it as a portal to feed off of you. So, and I'm not I used to be religious. Full disclosure, I used to be a Mormon. Yes, a Black Mormon. It's an oxymoron. Yes. But I did used to be a Mormon. So I am not a stranger to religion. I know quite a bit about religion. I used to go to church 3 days a week and actually read. I know plenty about religion, but I'm not talking about religion right now. I'm talking about spirituality, spiritual warfare. It sounds like a joke, right? Especially if you don't know yourself spiritually, but it's not. It's not a joke.
There's a reason why they're doing that. Because they're going to do everything in their power to get you out. You ever been somewhere and you made eye contact with somebody and you see this evil grin on their face? What do you think that is? You think it's that person grinning at you? It's whatever evil spirit that's in that person that's grinning at you, that can't stand you. That demon hates you. Majority of the time, that person doesn't know. They don't know they're looking at you like that. You make eye contact with them, you think they would turn around and look away. But no, that demon is so angry in them. That demon wants you to know it's angry. It's going to stare at you. It's not a regular look. It's not a 5-second look where somebody just glances your way. No, it's a grin. And you can see the spirit behind that person. Your light irritates people's demons. It brings people's demons out. Your presence alone. It challenges people. It irritates people. It bothers them. It forces them to look within. Some people may wonder why they don't have that glow that you have. People are going to watch you. They pay attention to you. When you think people are not looking at you, they are looking at you. They're observing you.
And, it's easy to hear what she's saying, especially if you're not spiritually in tune at all. It's easy to hear what she's saying and think, well, does this person just think they're better than everyone, that everyone wants to be them, be around them, da-da-da? No. A lot of it is involuntary. A lot of it is just what people are doing. A lot of it happens behind the scenes. It happens behind closed doors, behind closed conversations. A lot of it will happen outside of the public eye, actually. So, no, it's not necessarily a tactic. Actually, it's not fun at all being targeted for your energy, whatever energy you might bring, right? It's not fun. It's actually very uncomfortable because sometimes you might laugh, sometimes you might be, this is cool, this is okay. But sometimes you're going to want to withdraw, walk away, stop. And people don't stop, they keep going. They keep doing and saying whatever it is they please, however they're feeling to um, try and use the situation. It's difficult. It's really difficult to be somebody who goes through this and you actually don't like to be around people a lot. You don't like to be in places where your energy has to be harvested. Because believe it or not, people become introvert. I think a lot of introverted people, right, are such for a reason, right? When they interact with people, a lot of the times they're Taz, stop coming in here trolling. This is like the second day in a row you're trolling me. Not in a row, but the last time you were here, you trolled the shit out of me when I was talking about adult bullying. Not today, sir. All right. This absolutely has a lot to do with spirits. It has a lot to do with spirituality. Um, that might be true, right? That might be true. But I think as somebody who a lot of people will take your likeness and what you've gone through, whatever, and try to remix it and make so many different conversations and stories about it happen. I think you can understand what it feels like for people to use your image consistently. I'm trying not to laugh because like part of me is on bullshit, right? Because half of these people are just lame, right? They have nothing to talk about. They're more than demons. Actually, they're not even smart enough to be demons. Wait, what language do you think I'm talking? What? You're not about to distract me. No, I understand young MIA. I'm just laughing because Taz literally has been trolling me, and it's not even funny. But I seriously do think some of these people aren't smart enough to, be demons or whatever. But I do think some of these people literally have nothing else to contribute. They have no talent. They have no ability to conversate. They can't create an environment where people want to be around them. So they have to do the next best thing for themselves, right? Being low vibrational, the next best thing for them is to use somebody else's likeness to create some flurry, some whatever around themselves. And I do think people are doing that to me and many other people. I'm not the only one, definitely not the only one. But I think a lot of people, especially in this space, they'll use people who, maybe are more interesting, right? Maybe they're more fun to be around. Maybe they're wittier, quicker on their feet. They'll use those people as a portal to something for themselves. They think they're doing something, right? When they create multiple streams about somebody, they think that that's them winning. They're the one getting something out of it. I don't know, Taz. What makes me think you're trolling is the fact that you literally always come into it saying what I'm thinking, but not really. Because, yes, to some extent, I'm full of shit, right? Some of these people really are just assholes, and they're just trying to make fun of my looks or whatever, right? They're not necessarily energy demons. They're maybe not even smart enough to do so. But there also is a lot of people who I think in this space, they'll choose a person, place, or thing that gets a lot of buzz, maybe for different reasons, right? I get a lot of buzz for going around trolling bandits, right? That's something to get buzz for, right? They say disrespectful things. I say disrespectful things. They, drag black women. I drag black men. Yeah. Some people can see that and be like, you're full of shit. You're calling people energy demons after you go around acting crazy, being mean, whatever. But like I mentioned in the beginning of this video, I do think some of the extreme responses have to do with the imbalance, right? Where people have been just continuously. I view the spirit realm as an excuse. Nature, energy, vibration. It's an excuse for people to get their BS off. I don't necessarily think you're wrong, right? Especially those people who don't know much about energy or the spirit realm, and they just talk about it all the time, or they just use it for whatever narratives they have. But being this person who's spiritually in tune, right? And this again has nothing to do with Sky Daddy or religion or anything like that. This has more to do with how you connect with people, and how you are able to relate to the world. And I do think there is a spiritual way to relate to the world, whether you like it or not, right? You don't have to believe what I believe. You don't have to necessarily agree with that. But the fact still stands that there is a spirit world. There's a spirit realm. There are a lot of things happening beneath the surface that, we don't really know where it comes from. We don't know why, right? If you think about rituals and these, different weird organizations that we know exist, right? Because I'm not necessarily sold on Sky Daddy either, right? Does that mean I don't believe in a higher being? No. But I'm not really sold on that whole belief either. That being said, as a person who's lived, and you might call it something different, right? You might call it intuition, instincts. That's a part of you spiritually relating to the world. And I love to say this to people who don't believe in it, but sometimes the people who don't believe in it have the best instincts. And I beg you to ask yourself where those instincts come from. Where is that gut feeling that you usually have, that you trust, that you might not talk about? Where does it come from? What's the concrete thing behind your instincts? What can you point to? Yeah, you can say it's all about knowledge of self. Sure. You can say that. You can say that. Some of that concept is interchangeable. But point to me where your instincts are sitting down. Can you point to your instincts or your gut feeling? Where is it? I want to know, because if you can't identify where that gut feeling is coming from, then what exactly do you think is behind your instincts? Where do you think those things come from, if not your spirituality? So, I mean, it all depends, like I said, what kind of person you are, how you relate to the world. But spirituality is in nature, right? Stomach brain. Yep, I've heard that term. Yep. It depends on how you relate to the world. Are you the type of person, if you go somewhere that you know you're not supposed to be, do you feel it on your skin? What do you call that? What do you call your instincts? Because that's what I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about how you relate to the world, how you interact with people, how you connect with people. Listen, you don't have to believe it. You don't have to believe it, but you have a gut feeling. And especially being a man, I bet you've been to places and you immediately felt, I should not be here. Let me leave. And I beg you to point to what made you do that. Yeah, some people's gut feelings are wrong. Because especially if you don't know yourself, you don't know what your gut is telling you. Your gut might be feeling nervous about, let's say, going into a job interview, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't be going to that job interview. It just means that the job interview is causing you anxiety. It depends. It depends on the type of person you are. Some people could interpret that nervousness as you go into an interview of, maybe I shouldn't go in and get that job. That person might understand their gut better than the next person. It depends who you are, how you interact and relate to the world. Yeah, I agree, Roy. Some people are in their own and they will try and drag everyone else with them. Let me see what Taz is saying. Motherfuckers be wrong. Uh, 77 times, and then that one time they I don't agree because those people who say that don't know themselves. They don't know themselves. My intuition, when I tell you the gut feelings I've had have not been wrong, I'm not even making that shit up. I literally, there are some gut feelings that till today I still say, man, how the did I know? How did I know? Where'd it come from? Yeah, Taz, I'm gonna say in that case, you really don't know your instincts that well. You know you have them, right? Because you feel them and they make you leave. But when you leave and you don't feel better, or you leave and you feel like, that maybe that was the wrong move, there must have been a miscommunication. I've left places, and then as soon as I left, a fight happened. I've left places as soon as I left, um, somebody got robbed. The police came. No, Taz, spirituality has not destroyed the black community. Religion has destroyed the black community. It's very different. This is why when I talk about this, I make sure not to tie any deity to it. Allah, God, Yahweh. I don't attach anybody to it because I'm not talking about religion. And I do think, right, and I'm gonna drop the link soon. I do think that yeah, can you block him because he definitely knew that he couldn't come in here starting mess, and now he's steamrolling into nonsense. So can you guys get rid of David Moore for me? Niggas swapped out Jesus for intuition and nature. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. And I'm telling you, people that you think or that portray themselves as having some type of instincts or intuition, or who will use that a lot, right, to try and act like they know all types of things, right? Oh, thank you for the cash app, Black Beauty. I appreciate it, much appreciated. I'm gonna put this on silent because the sound comes up every time. But I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that, especially because there's still a lot of black people who are afraid of this, of intuition, of nature, of actually relating to the world for what you're experiencing versus what you think or what your book told you to believe. So I don't necessarily agree with that. Again, you have to understand what I'm talking about. If you can point to your gut feeling, right? And I'm not talking about somebody whose gut feeling is always wrong, right? That's not the person I'm talking about. I'm talking about the person who often you make yourself Jesus and God within spirituality. No, I don't worship myself, so I disagree with that. Um, but what I'll tell you is being a human is a unique thing. It's a great thing. It's different than any other animal on this planet. Christians use it as a way to say that's why we can have dominion over all of things. But have you ever met a police detective? A good one, right? Not talking about the worst cops, the ones that we all hate. But have you ever met a police detective who they follow their instincts all the time? They're not usually wrong. I've met people in the military who are like this. They say that's how they survive war. I've met business people. I've met business people who I've met business people who survive in industry, a industry, using their instincts. It's something they can't point to. So I'm gonna drop the link, and I urge you guys to point it. If you're gonna come up here, show me where your intuition is. Show me where your gut feelings, where your instincts are. If you can tell me where those things are, if you can point to them and we can see it, then I'll drop everything I'm saying. I'll drop everything I'm saying. If you guys can produce your instincts to me, listen, I'm not afraid of a conversation, right? I'm not afraid at all. I'm not afraid at all. I've never been afraid. But again, you're gonna have to explain to me why you can't see your gut feeling. You're gonna have to explain to me. That's what I need to see, because I find that people who aren't in tune with themselves, they're very critical. They're very, very critical of those of us who can see others, right? They can see, sometimes I can see others' intentions right away. And those are people who aren't good. You know, they're not very good at hiding it in the first place, right? They're not very bright. I have some people that after a few interactions, I'm like, huh, I got you figured out. Okay. All right, sounds good. I got you, young MIA. Hey Ashe. So I've pinned the link, and I'm gonna continue to play the video, but I'm gonna let people come up as I'm finishing this video up, because we did get a little sidetracked with the conversation in the chat. Oh boy. What is up, Taz? Can you hear me?
And now look, man, ain't nobody trolling. Like, I want to know for real, because you like, for example, I believe there's a such thing as intuition, right? I'm not saying that intuition don't exist, but I do think when we start talking about that, it is the unseen and unknown. So because your intuition can be wrong a lot of times, I don't know how we can use that as some type of barrier or weapon, or like a dam to keep away a demon, if if the foundation of intuition has no barriers. We don't know if it's negative or positive, based on, you know what I'm saying, based on what we think is going to happen, or based on what we feel is going to happen. Now,
well, hold on. What makes you think that people's intuition are always wrong?
I didn't say they're always wrong. I said it
wrong more often than not. Where are you getting that from?
From watching people over the years. I'm 46 years old. Most of the time when people feel like something ain't gonna work out, or, you know what I'm saying, damn, I gotta do this, that type of shit, it still works out. Like, you know, like, I don't think most of the time people go into something with like a negative feeling that it comes out to be a negative situation. I think it can be, but I think it's normal for a person to feel like, oh, you know, a little leery, or, you know what I'm saying, a little worried about something, and then, you know, figure out that it's not as bad as maybe they assumed or thought it was. I think that's normal.
And you're not wrong, right? I'm not here to disagree on that or on your take at all, right? I said trolling just because, right, you always do have a challenge, and I don't have no problem with that. But I do think, as somebody who's not spiritual, it's easy for you to be dismissive of what I'm saying about intuition. You agree or disagree with that?
I disagree.
Okay, because, so you're saying, go ahead.
Because the thing is, like I say, we calling it intuition, but what about when you're wrong? What do you call it then?
Like I said, if you don't know your intuition, you could absolutely make a mistake. Yes.
Right, and people make mistakes every fucking day based on their intuition. So what is that?
What makes you think the mistakes they're making is based off the intuition, though? And that's what I don't get.
Because, for example, okay, so let's look at it like this, right? You don't go to a place and a mass drilling happens at that place, right? And so you're going to say, damn, you know, that was my intuition that kept me from going to that place. That, you know, that was my intuition. You're going to praise your intuition for that. What I'm saying is, what about the motherfucker that went and had the intuition that this was going to be fun, that everything was going to be wonderful, and then somebody come and blick that shit up? What I'm saying is, intuition.
You're minimizing. You're putting intuition in a box with, I don't know how to describe it. Right?
With outcomes. I'm putting it in a box with outcomes.
No, not
again,
necessarily, because just because somebody has a bad outcome doesn't mean you could tie that to intuition.
but wait, no, so when you have a good outcome and you thought it would be a good outcome, that's your intuition.
If you move that way, sure. Okay,
I
let's
mean,
not come
do
in
you
for
understand what I'm saying, though?
laughing.
Too? I mean, do you understand what I'm saying, though, bro? Because
Hey,
listen,
bro.
there's
Yes.
something you can
Yes.
call it intuition when it works for the positive, but then when it works against you, it's no longer intuition.
I
Yes.
never said it's no longer. I said you don't know what message was trying to be delivered to you. Does every message come to you exactly how you're supposed to understand it? No. Half the time your instinct is just a tick, right? It's just supposed to wake your mind up.
My
When
messages
you
come
think
to me like Noah. You know how God told Noah to go build that ark? That's how the messages come to me, fam. Direct. Okay, we're not supposed to be guessing.
Unmistakable.
But
Undeniable.
you just said you don't believe in that. So how do you, as somebody who doesn't believe,
Now he
think
talking about
intuition is
intuition.
wrong? Hold
He
on,
talking about-
hold on. I'm trying to address that last point that Taz made. If you don't believe in intuition, you don't operate off of intuition, how can you then say that the times that you're wrong, your intuition was wrong? You're not even using it.
No. That's what you're saying. I'm
No,
able to just
no,
say I
I've
made
never said that.
I'm able to say I
Never
fucked
said
up.
that.
You know what I'm saying? I'm able to say I was right when I was intuitive and I fucked up when I wasn't. I don't hear the other side of your intuition argument.
I've never said. So here's where you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I always brought this up and saying that it's an instinct. Yes, I use specific examples of things that I chose not to do because of my instincts, but there are things that I chose to do because of my instincts, right? And that's where you can say, "Oh, well, were you right? Were you right? Were you wrong?" There's unknown in instincts too, right? So how do I know? How would I know if I'm right or wrong? But that's still that thought that need to second guess, maybe, right? Sometimes it's second guessing, that need to double check, that need to think about something. Sometimes that is a good thing. Now, you're not always going to be right, in that you need to double think something. Sometimes you're just overthinking, sometimes you're just over analyzing a situation. This is why there's nuance in intuition. If you're spiritual and you're not looking at it from a religious basis, meaning there's no deity tied to whatever, however you're deciding to interact with nature. But the most important example I use, of instincts and intuition is when you go into a room and you could automatically feel you should be there. Like your body feels it. Where is that coming from? If not your intuition and your instincts, where's it coming from?
So
Why is your body sensing fear where there's no rational need for fear to be there?
Well, my question is this. When we're talking about intuition, which I call, because of what I believe in, it's called discernment.
Sure.
What is your basis that provides you with that ability?
A lot of it. So, you guys mentioned age, right? For me, it's age, it's experience, right? It's what I've gone through in my life. It's a combination of all those things, a combination of seeing those results in my life, of seeing things happen. It's a culmination of my experience. It doesn't just come from some deity in my window saying, "Here, I'm going to pass you some intuition so you get out of this burning building." This is a culmination of my experiences in the world, my interactions with my environment. That's where it's coming from. If you're the type of person who, let's say you've experienced a bunch, right? You've dealt with a bunch of people in your life. You're going to know when you're dealing with the same types of people, when you run into those same types of people later in your life. That's how your intuition comes into play, right? Because you're able to not only remember, but connect. You're able to understand that. Maybe you're not always going to make the right decision. I've never alluded that I know the answer, that my intuition is going to save me from myself, from every bad decision or whatever. And then if I make a bad decision, then it's because I didn't have intuition. I've never made it that black and white.
So, Flora, what you just described now actually goes against the actual definition of intuition, what I'm looking at right now. It says the ability to understand something immediately without the need for conscious reasoning. When you go through things and you age and you go through maturation,
Okay, so let's share your source.
that's reason. It's called dictionary.
No, share it. Put it in the chat.
Oh, all right.
So again,
It's Google.
if you're not no, don't tell me to Google. You brought up your source, so I would like
No,
to see it.
that's the source. That's what I'm saying. It's Google.
Google is not a source. Google's a search engine. So wherever you found that definition, if you can put it in the chat, I would love to read it. But again, my intuition comes from a combination of my experiences, my knowledge, things that have happened in my life, also what I've learned, mistakes I've made. Right? It's not a one safe. It's not a fail safe. It sounds like you guys think I'm describing intuition as like a switch that I pull when good things happen, but one that I ignore when bad things are happening, or when I'm not doing the right thing, or when I fall.
That I'm making. That's the point that I'm making. You're not making it into a switch. It's actually saying it's immediately. It's something that immediately happens, and it's not something that's gained through experience. Experience is through conscious reasoning.
So I'm going to need you to, first of all, like I said, put your definition wherever you found it, put it in the chat. And second of all, yes, you can look at these definitions online, but from what I've read myself, my description of intuition is not different than anybody else. Okay. So you can laugh at it, and in a minute I'm about to boot you because it's not meant to be a conversation where we're just joking and laughing. If you don't believe in it, then what's the point of being part of the conversation? No, if you have something to contribute, you can add. But I'm not here to have a conversation where you don't even understand intuition yourself. You're going to dictionary.com or whatever, and you're telling me I'm wrong because you went on dictionary.com.
I'm telling you because of the basis what intuition actually is. Something that you create out of what you think it is doesn't make something. It's supposed to match.
I've had enough for the evening. Let me bring up Young MIA. Are you ready to come up? Do you want to give me a message in the back chat and let me know? I know you mentioned you only wanted to be brought up at a certain point. Okay. Oh boy. Oh, Young MIA. All right, that's okay. That's all right. I'm gonna bring you up, okay? If you're ready, just say yes in the back chat and you can come up. Here's my issue, Truth, right? You're coming to the conversation very disingenuous. You're laughing, you're acting like, oh, that's such a stupid thing women do. So what's the point coming here to have the conversation then? What's the point? If you want to have a discussion where you're willing to share where you get your sources from, you can do that. But otherwise, then you should just go. Because I'm not here really to have a discussion with somebody who thinks what I'm saying is stupid. If it's dumb, then just move along.
So when you say the sources, though, the sources of what? Because see, that's what I'm saying now. Like, look, now, calm down a little bit. Because ain't nobody calling you stupid, right? I know this position. Because I have this conversation with my wife often. You know, she's deep off into that realm. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I mean, like, sure.
I didn't mean you. I meant what Truth is saying.
I know, but shit, you just made me think about my next motherfucking statement too. You know what I'm saying?
Well, do you think I'm stupid, Taz? No, I'm just kidding.
Like, I'm not here to say that, but like, because when you say what's the source, I'm trying to figure out for the source for what? Because I feel like I've covered it though. I feel like you never covered the downside of your intuition argument. Because like I said, if my intuition wrong, I gotta say I'm dumb as fuck. I blew it. I failed. I thought I was right and I wasn't. And if I don't, I feel like it's something wrong with me. I feel like I'm blaming, an unseen force as opposed to myself. So that's what I'm saying. On the other side of intuition, what is it? What's the failed part of intuition?
The failed part of intuition. So why are you looking for a failed part? If intuition isn't perfect, hold on. Because I've never described intuition as being able to perfectly get you out of situations or anything. I've described it as something that helps me make decisions for me to understand, right? Discernment is a good way to put it, because I don't necessarily disagree with discernment being part of that umbrella of intuition, of instincts, right? I've never disagreed with that. So why are you seeing it in such a black and white way then?
Well, because if intuition is something that stands alone, I'm just simply asking the flip side of that. What would it be if we can point to intuition as the thought that keeps us away from certain shit? I'm saying, what's the downside of it? Is that is that anti-intuition or bad intuition? You know what I'm saying?
No, the thing is, you have to learn your intuition. I get it, right? You don't see it this way, so it might be difficult for you to understand what I'm saying, right? It's easy to conflate it as me saying, yeah, your intuition is this thing that you use and you make all the good decisions, and when you make bad decisions, you blame intuition too, or you blame some outside entity. I take a lot of responsibility a lot of the time for my own behavior. I don't move in this world or anywhere with what do I call it? With no accountability for myself. But your intuition it's an unknown thing, right? You don't know why sometimes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up when you're around a certain type of person. You don't know why someone's energy doesn't swell with you, but there is something that you're learning there, right? You might not understand why you don't like somebody, but there's a reason for it, right?
Right.
That's why I asked you. Hold on. That's why I asked you, if you don't believe in instincts and intuition, point to me where it comes from.
Right. So I'm gonna say it comes from experience then. Because what's gonna happen is you're gonna kick it with that person, you're gonna enjoy your time with him, and then you're gonna tell yourself, damn, I thought this motherfucker was fucked up, but actually this is a decent person. Or on the flip side, like, damn, I thought they was cool, but in reality, this motherfucker fucked up.
Right.
Because I don't think that you're covering both sides of what the argument would be. I think intuition and instinct and discernment and all of those things, I don't think the word for the failure in it is there. Because like Placido down in your chat just said, you're conflating intuition with paranoia. No, you're conflating intelligence with your stupidity. You're listening to intelligence, shut your stupid ass up. I know what I'm talking about. Sometimes you think you're correct about something and you're not. What is that?
But that's you. That's you not being correct. But again, what does that have to do with your intuition?
Because it was your intuition that told you it was okay at first.
Who? When have I ever said? Hold on. This is my issue with that argument, right? You're assuming you're basically assuming how I use intuition in my life. You're assuming that when things don't go right.
But I'm not just talking about you. I'm talking about like the overall concept.
People who follow this or maybe this is how they see the concept, right? You're assuming that that's how we move, though, and that's not. Your instincts are just a guide. They don't. If you make the wrong decision, you made the wrong decision. There's no other outside person to blame. Yeah, your intuition might be wrong, and when I said that, I specifically said your intuition isn't there to give you the right answer. It's supposed to make you think. That's the whole point. It's not supposed to be a fix-all for anything. I've never said it was.
Dog, you're not about to yell at me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just telling you.
No,
like,
it's a new mic. It's a new mic. I'll put my volume down. I got a brand new mic, so I must be bussing. But no, I'm not yelling. What I'm trying to say here is it's brand new. What do you want me to say? But what I'm trying to say here is the assumption is that we're using our instincts as a balance of right and wrong, right? Or this is how we make decisions. I don't move literally for me, my intuition just makes me think. It just makes me think. It doesn't mean I'm going to get to the right thought. It doesn't mean I'm going to make the right decision. It just causes me to have that extra step of thinking where some people, they'll just ignore it. They won't even, that instinct, a lot of people have it, but you know what they do? Instead of saying, hey, my intuition is going off and telling me either one, they both heard. What does that mean? Oh, are you in Nyla's account down there with all the caps?
All caps is always me.
Yes, everyone has intuition to some degree, Lana. Everybody. Now, are you going to listen to it?
But Flora, let me ask again a different way. When you're saying intuition, what are you, when you say everyone has it, because that's what I'm talking about, this intuition that everyone has, not just Flora. So
Sure.
when we say this intuition everyone has, can you define that first?
Sure. So everybody gets a gut feeling sometimes, right? And that gut feeling isn't an answer. Let me just clarify that. Your gut feeling isn't going to be the yes or no, whether you buy the Louis bag or not, whether you take the train or you walk. That's not necessarily what instinct is, but it is that need to question something that people ignore. Sometimes people will get that instinct in them, right? That I don't know what you want to call it. It depends on the type of person you are, right? What you ascribe to in life. But everyone gets that little bump in their head or that little nudge that tells them, "Hey, you should probably look at that again. You're overlooking something." Or you should probably, look into that a little bit more before you sign up for it.
Right.
We all
Oh,
have that.
like there,
Now,
right.
we don't
Right
all
there.
listen to it though. We don't all recognize it.
Right, but just stop right there for a second, because that's what I'm talking about, right? So
Sure.
when you hear that little voice that says that, okay, when you follow that voice, you can come back and say, damn, that was my intuition, right? So on the flip side of that, when you don't follow that voice, then what is that?
When I don't follow that voice, that means I don't know how to harness it, right? Whatever my intuition is trying to tell me, because again, your intuition can't give you the right answer to anything. It can't walk you out of a burning house. It can't, make you $1 million. It can't make you famous or rich.
Oh, see, I disagree. I think your
Yeah, I
intuition
disagree also.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think your intuition can walk you out of a burning house, because that's what I'm saying. Your intuition is going to be based on experience, not a thought, not some fucking spirit. It's based on experience. So if this your house and your house,
so your assumption is, hold on. So your assumption is that everybody is learning and growing from their experiences.
Absolutely. I ain't saying
growing. You're willing to say that we're all doing it?
I can't say they growing, but are they learning? Yes, I would say people are learning from their experiences. When you,
I can't say that. See, that's where we differ. I can't say that about everybody.
Yeah, I can't say it about everybody, but I think the majority of people learn best through experience. Absolutely.
Sure, but now you're saying something different.
Kind of.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
It's me, Young MIA. Hey, Flora.
What's up?
Whoa.
Either of you guys can go. I couldn't tell who was trying to
you can
talk.
go first. You can go first.
Let me jump in here right here. So the way that I think about intuition is associated with spirituality, but the name for it when it comes to spirituality is discernment. If we take a newborn infant, right, and let's say we throw him in a cage with a bunch of gorillas, that newborn infant isn't going to be scared or have intuition, right, to be alerted that gorilla is, take one false move and he's done, right? But all the parents and everybody and onlookers will be scared. But as we go older, right, and we go through our experience, then intuition or our instinct or our past experiences lead us to a certain level of discernment to have alerts that go off in one direction or another, whether it's protection or, damn, I'm really vibing with this person. Turn your mic up. Okay.
I can hear you fine, but you can turn it up too.
Okay. Yeah. And so that's that point right there. I'll speak a little bit louder. That's that point right there. And then what Taz was asking, as far as the opposite of intuition is everything that could be measured, right? Mm-hmm. So it'd be only scientific based. But now we're starting to get to a point, Taz, where the intuition or observation can be measured. And it gets measured from what portions of the brain, what portions of the brain are lighting up.
You're saying how can you measure instincts? How can you measure intuition?
The type of where the brain fires, right? So as we're having this conversation, there's a certain part of our brain, I don't know what it is, not going to pretend like I know, but there's a certain part of our brain that's getting extremely active, right? Mm-hmm. And if we're watching something scary on the TV, right? The same part of our brain becomes active as it would be if it's in life, like happening right in front of us. And the point of me saying that is we've got to a point where it's measurable, right? Because if we have intuition, for example, Taz, right? From the very time I came in here, I'm hearing Taz going in on people, right? But my gut or my intuition led me to believe, like, nah, that man has really got a big ass heart, right? He ain't just going in on people. He's more of a real analytical mindset. This is what it is, real intellectual type, right? But then let's say we met on the street and I had no clue who Taz was, and I seen him going through that same thing, but there was a physical altercation or moving about and things like that. My intuition or my alerts would have went off like, uh-oh, this could be potentially dangerous. I don't even know if there's a heart there right now. So it's situational, right? Leading into the fire scenario where, yes, intuition can lead you out of a fire, right? But in the same sense, it could also send you off and send you into a room that's heavily smoked out and die right there in that room. Well, that's following intuition. I do believe that it requires a balance of the heart and the mind, where it's, okay, here's my intuition, and then my mind is coming as that judgment faculty to discern whether or not it's is worthy or not. And that's my little 2 cents on it.
Right, really quick, Young MIA, before you jump in, because Young MIA is going to go next. But I just want to read what Just Jay said. Intuition is not magic, in my opinion. Do I understand everything? No, I don't equate it with magic, though. That's kind of where I feel like you guys are conflating what I'm saying. Like, I almost feel like you guys are understanding it as like a magic answer to everything, to every situation, every instance. And no, for me, my intuition is just another thought, right? Something telling me to pause and think, telling me to give something an extra thought, right? To not just make that rash decision that I might have made in any instance. That's kind of where it's difficult, especially if you don't necessarily feel like you have one, right? Or feel like you're tuned in with your instincts. How are you supposed to understand what I'm saying? You're not going to. So that's why I give like a lot of room for the conversation, but I'm not talking about anything magical or mystical here. I'm talking about something that, yes, it comes from experiences but there have been times that my intuition has helped me and I didn't have any experience yet. Sometimes that need to stop and think that a lot of the times we ignore, it does come to me in situations that I have no experience with, that I don't understand per se. And I've gotten myself out of a lot of situations from having that need to stop and think. That's my description of it, though. So I don't want to personalize it too much. I think we all have different ideas of it, but it's not magic. It's not meant to be magic. It's meant to be a guide almost. And the way you described it, discernment, yeah, absolutely. Being able to understand that there's nuance in things sometimes, and that some things require extra thought. Those all play into the same concept. It doesn't fix anything. Your instincts, your intuition is not like a moral compass per se, anything more than it is something that just makes you stop before you make decisions. And it's hard to describe, again, if you don't have it or if you don't believe in it. It's hard to describe to somebody else. It's one of those things you can't point to. But I'm not saying it's magic, and I just wanted to make sure people don't conflate this discussion as like a religious like type of discussion where I'm saying Allah is giving me messages and that's why I'm avoiding conflict in my life. No, it's more of something that has become more sharp as I've gotten older, right? And I start to understand now as an adult why I'm getting a second thought about certain people or certain situations or things. I'll let you jump in here really quickly, and then whoever was going to speak next.
Yeah, I was trying to go after Young Emma.
Okay, sure.
All right, so I'm watching the video that you were showing right now, how she's speaking like about demons and all that stuff. To me, it's she's using that spiritual talk as a way to communicate with the men, because men do use the Bible or like the Quran or to speak in that manner. So she's speaking in that same language as them, but for them to like say that it's magical, is then why are you using, you know, like a Bible or Quran when you can't even understand what you're saying? So that's what I get. You know, it's not like it's about magic. No, she's just speaking in a way that men speak or they try to communicate in.
I agree. And a lot of the times with people who are religious, it is going to be coming from a more male centered perspective because, you know, that's just how religion is set up, right? You're, as a woman, you are subservient to the male, and you might not think yourself less than that person, but you know, it does kind of affect how you communicate and how you understand the world. So all right, go ahead, Iso. I think you were the one who said you wanted to say something.
Oh yeah, nah. I thought you was about to answer the question on the screen, but go ahead, you got it.
Oh, okay. So I did want to answer it. I just lost it. Hold on. Yeah, they do go hand in hand, Candy Cane, because I think you can't have intuition without being conscious to an extent, right? Like you're not really gonna have it if you're not aware of what's going on. Like if you're not a person who's aware, who can read your environment, who can read the people, or at least try to read the people around you, right? Because you're not going to be right all the time. They do go hand in hand.
So
what were you saying? I'm sorry. Go
yeah.
ahead.
So basically speaking to intuition, I looked up the antonym, and it said reasoning. So it's if you going off of reasoning, that's different.
Read the other antonyms.
You said what?
Read the other antonyms. No, read the other antonyms.
Sheesh. Reasoning? That's what I'm
Hold
talking
on.
about.
Read the other antonyms. So
we don't want to be reasonable around this month. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, God.
It says knowledge, reason, or reasoning.
Intuitive than reasonable. No, my bad. Go ahead, Iso.
Yes. So the antonyms I see: knowledge, reason, and reasoning. Those are the three synonyms.
Boom, boom, boom. Real.
So pretty much, say for instance, like how you were saying about intuition and saving you from a burning building. You may not have any fire training at all, but if, say for instance, you, I guess, stop, drop, and roll with if you catch on fire, or you know what I mean, like if you crawl instead of walking out of the building because you see the smoke up top and thinking to yourself, you know what, maybe I should stay low. That can save your life versus someone who, you know, is acting off of instinct and just running, you know what I mean? Or opening up a door, not realizing they're opening they're letting the air in for the fire to breathe. You know, those type of things that you wouldn't necessarily know anything about. Those things could be bad, like how Taz was saying, your instinct or your intuition could harm you. But in other hands, like other in cases, like if you say, for instance, like I said, crawl out of the building versus, or if say for instance, when you were saying about $1 million, if you know, instinctively, I don't know, buy a lottery ticket or something like that. That may not be something that you normally do, and against your reasoning, because we all know, like, what do you, 1 in 1 million or something like that to win? But if, say for instance, you do win, then you can say, oh yeah, that was, you know, something told me, you know what I mean? Or that's what, you know, intuition is.
Sure. And you know what I find very interesting, right? So all the definitions and things that you've read so far sound like they're coming from people who don't have it.
May I speak, Flora?
That was
Sure,
from
go
a
ahead.
thesaurus. Wait,
May we finish watching the video? Because I see that it's paused, and I would like so we can like fully understand what the young lady is saying in the videos before we say, like, you know, make any comments or anything.
I don't care
Sure,
about her.
and we'll definitely. Hey, come on.
Well, no, I'm saying
What
I
is
want
why
to talk about this as an understanding, though, because you're almost saying then that we have to believe her or some shit. Like I don't believe that.
No, but the problem, Taz, the problem here is you don't believe any form of, like, you just don't believe it. So me discussing it with you, I have to come from a different perspective as somebody who does have intuition for me to understand you, because you're looking to disprove it, and I'm just looking to explain it.
I'm not.
You are though. You are though. You said, why should you listen to her? She's not even necessarily talking about intuition. She's talking about energy demons.
Because look, Iso must have heard me, because he brought the antonym for a reason. So I'm saying if the antonym is knowledge, to me, what we're
But hold
talking
on,
about
this is where I disagreed with Issa. Hold on. The antonym to using your intuition, right? Using your gut reasoning.
yes,
Is
the
that not
opposite.
like? Is it not clear to you that that definition can't possibly encapsulate what I'm talking about here?
But it has to.
How so?
Because my intuition is the reason why I second guess, why I have to double check, right? Why I have to be careful and understand. How is that not me being reasonable?
Okay, so what you're saying is that your gut feeling is to be reasonable?
Because I'm using reason. My gut feeling teaches me to use reason. So how is it not reason? How is the opposite of something that's teaching you, or that's telling you to use reasoning? How is that?
I don't
The
think that's
opposite
your
of it?
intuition in that case. That if it's, say, for
Intuition ain't
instance,
That
telling
makes
you.
no
something
sense.
that you
But if
are
you don't understand, the reason why I
second
asked you to
guessing.
point to intuition, right? And this is why a dictionary definition of something that you're supposed to feel inside, right? Because you can't say it's irrational, right? You can say a gut feeling is irrational. But like the examples that I used was a police or a police detective, because police officer is a different story. But a police detective, right? One that solves crimes, one that's good at their job. A lot of the times they don't know why they're chasing a specific lead. It's usually just a gut feeling. But if they came to a conclusion based off of that gut feeling, are you then going to say that person wasn't reasonable? They got there without reason?
No, I'm saying there's reason behind it. Them having that gut feeling is based on, say, for instance, a prior experience, or
Evidence,
if they have, evidence, like you said,
knowledge of
something
their
that would
crime.
It's
point
not
to.
always evidence. It's not always evidence. And you
They
can talk
actually
to
have to
police,
have evidence
so
in order to
many
convict
police
someone.
detectives. Hold on, because it's difficult to land my plane if you just. There are police detectives with years of training experience who will tell you their gut feeling has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with it. It's just a part of their personality. There are detectives renowned just because of their gut feeling. So how is reasoning an antonym to that?
Based on some evidence that they already saw. It's not a gut feeling just looking at a case and knowing where to go solve it at. I mean, there are factors that factor into their ability to be.
Absolutely, yes. They have to investigate. They have to investigate. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right. So none of it is intuition. None of that. We don't start talking about intuition until maybe they're following a lead. But you need a lead first, which would mean knowledge.
There are some cases that are built off of a hunch. Literally, they won't tell you that, obviously, because you can't give evidence for a hunch. And to be built off of somebody's hunch about somebody. There are certain things that people would have never came to the knowledge of if it wasn't for somebody choosing, right, to go outside of their reasoning. Like, let's say you go and you make a house call somewhere. For all intents and purposes, what you see, right, appears to be okay.
You're breaking up
Simple
really
reasoning,
bad,
right? That everything's okay. They'll go against that and they come onto truth. Can you guys hear me? Am I breaking up? I see my screen is fidgeting.
Sound is good. Sound is good.
Up a little bit. I heard you though.
Okay. My whole point is, right, I'm not trying to say your intuition is a magic thing. That's why sometimes in these conversations, it can't just be one person who has it, right? That's why I'm glad Terrence is here. But I almost feel like your perception of intuition is... Terrence?
Yeah, it went out.
Oh, can you hear me now? Is it working?
There it goes.
My screen is like pausing a little bit, but I can't tell what you guys can hear. My question was, having a discussion with people who don't believe is difficult, right? And I'm not saying you all don't believe, right? Because Terrence definitely described intuition in a similar way from myself, but I'm not religious. So in some ways I do think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Terrence, but is your definition coming from religion, or like that spiritual
No,
connection that
I'm
you
far
have
from
with deity?
religious, but I got a question for Taz and anybody else who's questioning intuition. Where does thought come from?
It's an echo or not?
No, but if there is, just let me know.
I hear an echo.
Yeah, there's a small echo.
Oh, geez. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
You said you had a question, Terrence?
Yeah, where does thought come from?
Where does thought come from?
Yep,
You
thinking
said thought?
without belief. Thought, THOUGHT.
I
May I
would
speak?
just go ahead, man.
All right. So to answer his question is long-term memory, unconscious pieces of phrases, images, actions, and ideas that also give the rise to dreams, which is what the Google says. And from that, I'm pretty sure it kind of like does kind of connect it like in a magical way,
So what you're saying is thought comes from experience? Is that what I heard? Images, so on and so forth?
Well, it says spontaneous thoughts often emerge from long-term memory, because that's what because I Googled it and it says, where does a thought come from? And once I'm reading it, it kind of does seem like it also has like some magical like connection to it, if you really think about it.
Okay, so then my next question is quantum mechanics. Do we have anybody here who's dived into quantum mechanics at all? And how's my volume, by the way? Can y'all hear me okay?
Sound is very clear, sir.
Okay, thank you. Quantum mechanics. Anybody into quantum mechanics?
Mm-mm.
No?
No.
Okay. So what happens here, they'll literally say like thoughts can be downloaded, but it's not that's just the sense of thinking about our mind like a computer, right? And I'll circle it back around, but with thought and those thoughts that seamlessly appear out of nowhere, it's definitely a possibility that a part of an atom or something has attached itself within your brain to produce a thought, right? There's a frequency or a field or water, whatever it may be, and it's constantly flowing and it interacts with our DNA, right? And this is scientifically proven. This isn't just mumbo jumbo. If you want to look it up, the Air Force discovered it in 1986, I believe, this field that I'm describing.
That is correct.
And then as it relates to the protons, if you split anything that's once been as a whole and then you split it, they're forever energetically connected, right? So instinct is different from intuition because instinct is solely and only based off of experience and experience alone, right? Genetic predisposition, that's it, right? What I've experienced in life and what my genetics are built to go to at its baseline. But when we start talking about intuition, it could be that field interacting with our inside or our heart, which can be strengthened or weakened depending on how well the heart and mind are intertwined. I'm literally speaking, the brain and the heart that's in our chest are intertwined to have better intuition or better discernment. And that's not to say that it's accurate 100% of the time, because it's absolutely not. And that's why it requires a balance between the brain, the prefrontal cortex, the judgment faculty, and the heart, which is completely open and absorbing all this different information and stuff like that.
Can you guys hear me now? I'm having some issues. Is my
Yeah,
audio
I hear you.
okay? Okay. All right. You can go ahead. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure my audio was all right.
All right, so you saying the thought process may come from your heart also, or is it primarily the brain? What's your thinking on that?
The thought process itself. Now, if we're talking about the process of thought, I'm not sure, right? I know there's neurotransmitter connectors and all of that, the big mumbo jumbo. I'm not too deep into that at all. But as far as where thought can come from, my previous explanation, it explains at a very basic level, right? And take it with a grain of salt, because there could have been some inaccuracies in that. But
Correct.
mhm.
But see, wouldn't action be more important than thought? Because that's why I really don't have a response for like where do thought come from, because no matter where it comes from, it's what you put into action is more important. You know what I'm saying? That, you know, thoughts can come from emotions at times, but what you put into action is so much more important that I don't know if our thoughts are even as relevant as our actions.
Well, one leads into the other, right? Like our thought and our belief creates our perception. And if our thought and our belief create our perception, then the action we take is going to be taken off of that. For example, we can act without even having a thought at all, blinking, our heart beating, breathing, right? It's all action oriented. It comes from, quote unquote, our subconscious, right? It happens involuntarily.
Right.
But we can also take.
But I would still go back to the argument you made earlier about it adjusting as you get older, though. As your experience widens, so too does your ability to have that discernment based on your experience.
Absolutely.
I'm saying I think life experience a lot of times is being diminished for intuition. You know what I'm
No,
saying? Like,
Taz, life experience plays into your intuition. If you're growing, right, and learning every day, year, whatever you want to call it, it literally becomes like your experiences are almost going to be the playbook for your intuition. Like what you go through shapes a lot of it. So I don't know why you need to connect the two things, right? Going through things, experiences, actions. A lot of the times your intuition influences all of those things. So I mean, if you have it, you can probably see it that way. If you think
so your
you don't,
intuition got influence.
what?
You said it. You said it. You just said your intuition got influence.
I've always, from the beginning of this conversation, I said my experiences influence my intuition. Yes, absolutely. I've never disagreed with that.
But no. So you saying your intuition has influence over you, right?
Influence over me. It's my decision making in certain ways. Yes.
Right. So when you make a bad decision, do you blame your intuition?
I don't see the connection between the question.
May
I don't get
speak
it.
for-
You're gonna have to break that one down for me because I really do. I see what you're saying, but I think you're almost arguing something that I'm not. Does that make sense?
All right. At this point, I'm gonna start being difficult. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what I'm saying. That's because I'm not trying to be, and that's why I'm saying that. If I keep going down, because I'm not trying to be difficult. I don't think you understanding my question. You know what I'm saying? Because I hear you, but I don't think
I do then. That's what I literally mentioned that because I think you keep trying to separate things that I think go together. So I probably don't.
Yeah, they don't go together.
Why?
May I speak?
Hey, dog, stop asking me, can you talk? Yes, speak. You may speak. We're
Stop
listening.
being mean. Stop being mean.
I'm just saying that. I mean, go ahead and speak, bro. Like, we listening to you, fam.
All right, so I googled your question. Do people learn intuition from past experiences? And it says intuition is a form of knowledge that appears in consciousness without obvious deliberation. It is not magical, but rather a faculty in which hunches are generated by unconsciousness, mind rapidly sifting through past experience and cumulative knowledge. So Flora said that her intuition was never influenced by someone else, but her own.
Okay, Candy Kane said, no, I blame myself and say I should have followed my intuition. Right?
Yep.
So that's
exactly.
Right now. So this is what I'm saying. So I mean, because for real, now listen to me well, please. So when you follow your intuition and you're wrong, who do you blame?
I don't get it.
Because if you blame yourself and say you should have followed your intuition, but
So what you're not getting here, right, from a person who uses and has an intuition. What I'm saying is I don't follow my intuition and then necessarily go get to that outcome. A lot of the times when bad things happen, bad situations can happen, they happen because I ignore those hunches. That's what I'm saying. And I think this is where we're understanding each other differently. That, yeah, you can't say your intuition is always the reason why you make a right decision. I don't think anybody can say that. But the specific times that I make the wrong decision is because I ignored my intuition.
yeah. And that's what I'm saying. So this is what I would challenge you to
So
do.
that's why it means so much to me. But
No,
if you don't have that
that.
experience,
So
I can see that.
So this is the challenge then. So the
And
next
we'll get
time.
Meta Girl in right after you, just so nobody else tries to jump in.
Oh no, go ahead. I'll wait.
All right, Meta Girl, go ahead. I'm sorry, I let you up. I didn't even let you speak, but go right ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so would you say intuition is something like a pinch? Like, I feel like intuition is like that. It's just a feeling, like that hunch in your gut, just to be aware. And then just like what's his name? Terrence was saying, I feel like you got to have a good balance in between mind and heart. So once you get that feeling in your gut, like, oh, then you think about the situation and then you become more aware in that moment. And then that's when you use that discernment to try to figure out what you need to figure out. So it's still like a choice. But then the intuition would be kind of like a hinge, like a pinch, like, hey, like, pay attention. This a moment, So then you could either be right or wrong in that moment. But I'm still trying to figure out the intuition, because even when we love to talk about how a mother will have an intuition, or like twins, they have that feeling when something going on with the other twin. So with the mama's intuition,
Yes.
Well, here's where I'll stop you there, just to prove my point a little bit, or I guess make my argument, right? Okay. A mother isn't gonna have that intuition, that instinct, if she doesn't work on it, right? You could be a mom because you gave birth. Hold on. You could be a mom just because you gave birth, but taking care of, meeting the needs of your child, that's how you get that mother's instinct. Not just because you gave birth and a baby slipped out of your vagina. No, a lot of it.
Exactly. So when I say you got to have a good balance over the mind and the heart, you have to be a type of person who has compassion and love, but then you could be able to use your mind at the same time. So maybe that's why everybody don't have it, right? Because the narcissist, they don't feel. So you can't feel with something. I feel like it's kind of like a blockage. It's a blockage, right? So of course, I feel like moms will feel, though. Most moms will feel. Some moms don't, though. I get what you're saying, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out, but I do believe in the intuition, because I didn't have plenty of experiences. It's just like when you want it to come to you, it don't come to you, but it's always coming to you after blue. And you're like, oh, it's just it's a feeling. It's kind of like something in your gut. It's kind of like, when you go in a roller coaster, and or when you go up a hill and come down, it's just like, I don't know. I can't explain it. But yeah, I don't know.
So and I mean, we're back to the original question again, right? So come on, fam. I love my mama to death, right? And this is what I'm talking about. When it's time to pull the mother's intuition card, I knew it all. I could have told you, I'm a mama. I'm your mama. I raised you. I made you. Yeah, fam, she right there. But she not gonna tell me when her intuition was wrong. And that's what I'm saying. We're not,
because you're not understanding. Because you're conflating intuition as being
not,
a
'cause
fix-all. Yeah, you
sometimes
are. This is where you're wrong. This is where you're wrong, though.
Yeah.
This is where you're wrong, though, Taz. And especially in the example of the mother, right? Because
I-
anybody can just say, "Oh, mothers, just because you're a mother, you have that, you know best." No. If you learn to become attuned to your children, yeah, you're gonna get a mother's instinct. But no, you're not just gonna have that off the rip because you have a child. It's not the way it works. And same thing with intuition. Your intuition is gonna be that message that sometimes you can say, "Oh, I followed it and something good happened." But a lot of the times, and this is how you learn to believe it and trust it, right? A lot of the times you're not listening to those signs that your intuition's giving you, and you're falling into mistakes. And that's why you can say in a situation, I messed up. I have to take accountability for what I did, because you understand now after the fact, right, that your intuition was telling you not to do that. It's not a voice telling you, it's not a voice telling you need to take a left or a right. It's a voice telling you that you should have looked again. You should have paid more attention to the decisions you were making, to what was going on around you.
Laura,
It's
And I
nobody.
feel like Taz,
that's
he
what makes
more
y'all
of the
correct.
type of person who he more like of the head. Like he
Y'all don't
thinks,
want
like,
to.
he
Y'all don't
more
want to turn the
logical.
corner, fam.
And
'cause
I feel
I-
like a lot of women, they feel more. So that's when that balance comes. I feel like it's good to be logical and it's good to feel at the same time too. So I feel like once you're able to balance those two out, then that's when that magic comes. But then if intuition is a pinch, then it's just if when you say you ignore your intuition, it's just like, okay, that means you're not making a choice then, right? So if the intuition come and say, hey, pay attention, and you ignore it, you're not making a choice either right or wrong. So then when the intuition come, you making that choice either right or wrong, right? Making a choice either that it makes sense or it don't, or whatever. I don't know. I'm trying to make sense of this shit like y'all is.
I'm trying to explain something that I can't explain
Good point.
to people who don't have it.
Let me tell you what Flora just said, though. Flora just said the intuition is when you get up to the left or the right you're making, right?
No.
So when you get,
I said that's not intuition. I said intuition is not just deciding to go left or right. Intuition is what made you think, should I go left or right?
Right,
Why don't I just go
exactly.
straight? Right? Your intuition is that thought, that questioning of things. Right? Yes, sometimes we're over questioning things, but a lot of the times we're rightfully questioning our decisions, the people we choose to be around, environment, we're rightfully questioning it, and we will a lot of the times turn it away in the hopes of being graceful, of being open, of giving people a chance. And that's when we're going against our intuition. That's why a lot of us can see the decisions we make and be like, I made the wrong decision, because we ignored that part of us that was telling us what we were doing was wrong, or what we were doing was, we had no proof for what we were doing, right? Because that's why I tried to make it clear that right or wrong, your intuition isn't telling you, hey, that truck's about to come really fast, don't take that left turn. Some people might say it does, but I don't necessarily see it that black and white. I truly think your intuition is just meant to make you question things and not just go along with everything you hear and see. And
So
that's how
the first thing that came to mind was like the intuition being that light bulb inside of you, just like, just flashing. And we still do have that freedom of choice, right? So then that's when, that's when they say it was there all along, the inner knowing, like you knew deep was like your inner, the higher self, whatever, knew deep inside, but it's just like, and that discernment probably come with, the mental and experience and stuff like that. Did that make sense?
What don't make sense to me is how you can only talk about intuition when you follow it and you're right, or when you don't follow it and you claim you would have been right. But what about when you follow?
What I'm saying is my choice to not follow it. It doesn't necessarily mean every time I don't follow my intuition, I'm gonna be wrong. But specifically, when I ignore and go against my intuition, 9 times out of 10, I'm wrong.
Okay, can we use like an example? Can we find an example so we could kind of like, have like a deeper?
I think it's subjective, but
when you say
I mean,
9 out of 10, it's all because listen, fam. So how much of a role does your intuition play in the everyday life?
so everyday life, depending on what your everyday life is, I'll say my position, right, my job, there's a lot of monotony. Usually, my day is gonna be the same, right, for the most part. But sometimes there's gonna be those days where a lot is going on. It's a trying day, right? Most of the time that I use my intuition in those instances. It's not going to be in my daily monotony. It's not going to be in my routines, right? I'm not questioning every routine I do. I'm not using my intuition to decide if I should take the streets this day or get on the highway, right? It's not that black and white where you're just like, okay, I'm deciding to get this dude, this is my intuition, or I'm deciding to go here, this is my intuition. I truly think that your intuition applies when it applies, right? That's why when somebody asks, have you ever followed your intuition and been wrong? Maybe.
I got another example here.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, I got another example here. Taz, have you ever had a
Being in tune
situation
with your
where
body.
have you ever had a situation where it's something's telling you need to do something and you keep pushing it off and pushing it off and pushing it off, and then it gets to a point where that was once a seamlessly baby thing turns into this big monster, whereas if it was taken care of however long ago, then it wouldn't have been as big of an issue.
Yeah, of course.
That's an example.
You know, Candy Cane, the reason I can't say a definite no, right? Really quickly, the reason why I can't say a definite no, right, is because sometimes what's the right decision for me isn't going to be right for everybody else, right? So that's where the subjectivity comes in to whether or not your intuition is always right or always wrong or whatever, right? That's why I don't think you can necessarily land oh, this is wrong, or this is my intuition is only, I use my intuition because every time I follow it, I'm right, or whatever. Most of the times, we only need to use our intuition when we're moving outside of our daily comforts, right?
Zone.
Yeah. A lot of the times when you're being challenged, that's when you're going to need to use your intuition, right? It depends on the person. But if you don't know
And
it,
that's
if you
what
never... I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's what I was saying earlier in the chat.
Nah, Flora.
That sometimes I confuse my intuition with fear because I'm trying to figure it out. So I don't know if it's fear that I feel that's giving me that feeling in my stomach, or if it's, you know, something that's saying, hey, you need to pay attention. Because sometimes I have went through and I took that leap of faith and it was okay. So it's kind of like, okay, so that feeling that I felt, that was fear. So that's why I get confused there.
And I think that's why, you know, you have to understand that intuition is something you're going to hone as you get older. If you get older and you've never, let's say you're the type of person, right? Because someone mentioned allowing, you know, this society to program you or whatever. Now, imagine you're a person who you have allowed yourself to be programmed, right? You wake up, you watch the news, you read the newspaper, you buy into everything it says, whatever, right? You're not going to necessarily question. So you might be 50 years old and never have questioned anything you were told. So yeah, that person doesn't have intuition. Of course, they're not going to get it. Yeah, they have plenty of life experience. They could probably make decent decisions in life. But if they've never questioned anything, if they've never felt like something was wrong but didn't have a reason, right? How are they going to understand the concept?
Flora, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
If intuition is supposed to be right more often than not, right? Then why haven't we as humans evolved to use that more than our thoughts?
I think a lot of people do, but you guys make it such a spiritual woo-ha. Oh, there's something natural. People make it into that, so we just deny it and call it other things. But I do think a lot of us use intuition, right? But we have a different name for it, or we might describe it differently than the next person. But I do think as humans, I do think as humans, we definitely a lot of us use our intuition more than we realize. But go ahead, Meta Girl.
And then on top of that, I do feel like we've been so taken away from like our natural state, like the way we
What?
eat,
Here we go.
being
The way we eat, yep.
the way we eat, just not in tune with
What is our
you know
natural state?
nature. When we
Nature.
wake up,
No.
now why you keep cutting me off? Can I
Be calm. Be calm,
All right,
Meta
guys.
Girl.
All right, all
Be
right.
calm.
Let's
This is my first
be easy.
time
You
on the
fine?
platform, and I'm a nervous fucking wreck. So I'm so happy for myself that
Yeah,
I'm
so
able
get into it. Get into
talk
your
right
groove.
now. You keep cutting me out.
Be calm.
So turn up. Like tell me to shut the fuck up.
I'm not gonna do
No.
that.
What
Go
are
ahead,
your
I'm listening. Go
problems?
ahead.
He just gonna
Is your
cut the heat up.
intuition
So
telling you to do that, Taz?
Can I
Are
settle?
you?
Let me settle.
Go ahead, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Even when we wake up every day, the first thing we do is we look on our phone. Then we look on our phone, we cut on the TV. Then when we leave the house, we get in the car, cut on the radio. So we're not sitting with ourselves to really like listen. And then a lot of people, they're unaware of themselves. They not even reflecting, and it's just like a projection that's out and not looking in. When you do have those issues, you looking within yourself to see what I could have done different to prevent myself from having that outcome. It's just everything is projected outward. So when I say it's so much distractions. When you talk about intuition, which is like that inner knowing, we're not even looking in at all.
Yeah. Yep. And let me jump in, the Meta Girl, really quick. Are you done?
Yeah.
Or did you have? Okay. I didn't want to cut you off, but I also didn't want to lose what Liberated just said here. So yeah, folks closed off from that intuition because we're programmed to go against naturally come to us or make us question certain things. Yeah, naturally, like I mentioned, you might go in a room and that room, the people in that room occupying that space might make all the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, and you have no logical reasoning for that.
What if you're
Right?
nervous?
No, because most of the times I'm not talking about. This is where you have to have some right concept in your brain. You have to be able to understand that this is not stupid people you're talking to, right? If it was just regular fear and nervousness, I can recognize that. Hopefully, as an adult, you can come to tell when you yourself is just nervous versus when somebody or something gives you a bad feeling. It's not the same for everybody, but some people, especially, let's say criminals for one, right?
Criminals.
Say an investigation room or an interrogation room. Some
Yeah.
criminals have made detectives or other people who are working with them make all the hair on their neck stand up, right? Just raggedy energy, right? Very disgusting energy around them, but they can't prove anything.
You mean that killer instinct where they think they know what they did and what they do?
I don't know if it's I don't know if I would call it a killer instinct, but you definitely know that person's guilty. You just don't understand where that's coming from, right? And a lot of the times, this is why I brought up detective work, because there are a lot of world-renowned detectives, one that came to my school, who said that he actively, daily in his career uses his instinct. A lot of the times, people pull over a crime scene, nothing particularly jumps out to them, but certain beliefs and thoughts to double check, to double think certain things, lead him to evidence that people never found, right?
I have a
Does it
question.
mean that those,
Right. And so I get that, but that's what I'm saying. When he finds the evidence, we credit his intuition. What about the other 75 times when he finds nothing?
What
okay,
about
so
the
what
years of
about
training
what
himself
about
to
hold
notice
on, what
things?
about the 20 trained staff who went to that same crime scene and didn't find anything? Why didn't they find it if it was so concrete and that anybody could have found it, right?
No, that's
That
what I'm saying.
you can't lend any credence to their intuition. Why didn't those 20 prior people who look at the same crime scene, why couldn't they find it?
You tell
That's what I'm
me, didn't they have intuition too?
And then if
Not
Not to the
necessarily.
same extent.
if
It's
if
So
the
it's
not
brain
levels
equal
to the
amongst all
intuition.
parties.
if
No, it's
if
not
into
it's not equal amongst everybody. Everybody has the same
Exactly.
opportunity to experience
intuition. However, the more I'm gonna
Right.
call it tapped in, just to keep it simple, right?
Uh-huh.
The more tapped in you are, the better that intuition occurs as far as its accuracy.
So
Do you
then,
think?
if
Okay.
intuition is gut brain, and it's kind of like a muscle, right? Then you will have to train it, and that's when the experiences and shit come into play. When you training your gut, because I feel like that gut feeling is just a feeling where you're not even using your mind, like you cutting off your mind and you just use that feeling, that energy, because energy, what they call it, what the emotions is energy and emotion. If energy is all around us, and then you can see like so the negative energy and but all this, and we like to label shit so much, like we don't even know what the fuck this shit is. I feel like we just
Right.
putting it in terms where we can't explain it, so it's just like y'all
Yeah.
explaining it
Yeah,
on
I know
a
what it is.
fucking
Let me
physical.
address this
Y'all
comment too,
explaining
Rachel.
it on
Let
a
me ask a
physical
question
level, and
too.
Flora
Hold on,
is
Todd. No.
and
After she's
Flora
done, I
is
need to address this. Go ahead.
Okay.
so y'all are explaining it on a physical level, and Flora is explaining it on a spiritual level, but it's still the same shit. So we don't know what the fuck we talk. We don't know what none of this shit is. But
And let me
am I
just,
making sense? Did that make sense?
yeah.
Okay,
Let me
okay.
address this question too, right? Here's where you get muddy, right? In what Yale wrote here, example, those detectives from Central Park 5 were using their intuition. No, they were using their bias.
Wow.
Those people are literally led by their
No,
biases. Their
no,
negative biases, their
no,
racial bias a lot of the time, right? And you can
no,
disagree
no.
whatever you want. I'm talking about from a criminology perspective. The people who deal in these investigations where they're looking for, bad people and they're
They
a
think they're
particular race.
correct, Flora. They think they're
I'm
correct, and so sometimes they plant evidence, they
no,
stretch evidence just to be
yes,
correct.
okay, but the problem with making this a that type of argument is now you're bringing in something that literally can cloud your perspective. Racial bias clouds
Yeah,
you. You're not reasonable when you're
for
being
sure.
racially biased. There's nothing reasonable about it. So yes, you might quote unquote have intuition and think you're right, but you're not operating from a genuine place if you're operating out of racial bias,
Can
and that's
intuition
shown
be
in
biased?
policing.
So with spirituality, when you get deep into spirituality, I've gotten so deep where you question what is good and bad. It just is what it is. So then if intuition supposed to be good, then it's just like, okay, so in the spiritual world, how do you consider what's good and bad? Like, you get what I'm saying?
Neutrality.
Yeah, it's just like, cause I try to when I'm making decisions, I try to go off of righteousness, what's right. As long as you're not hurting nobody, whatever, that's the decision you need to go with, because you cause and effect, whatever you do, you got to be prepared for the outcome to come behind that shit. So I try to put out, which I feel is good, right? But that's how we see it through our perception, because that's how we been programmed. But what if, I don't know, if it's on a deep spiritual level, it's not on a human level no more. It's not
And
on
this is
like how we think.
yeah.
So what
And
is
this is
good and
the
bad?
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the problem with having this discussion with
Instinct is bias.
people who can't understand it, right?
Yeah.
Because of course you're gonna say me protecting myself in all types of environments, the instincts that have taught me to protect myself are a bias. Yeah, sure, I'm biased to my own safety. But again, when you try to elude intuition or having good intuition with somebody who's not behaving in a good moral way, right? Because being racist or having racial bias is not you operating from a clean moral place, right? No matter what they actually think of themselves, they're not operating from a natural place. That's why there are detectives who are whatever color they are, and they don't operate from that same racial bias because they don't have it, right? So that doesn't make a hole in this particular argument, because again, that's not a moral person. Somebody who operates off of racial bias doesn't have morality necessarily. They're tying their morality to race or to their social status or to their whatever, wherever they come from, right? And when you have people like that, they don't really make for this argument where most of us, for the most part, aren't dealing in in racial bias. Like, we're not. Most of us aren't racially. We don't racially hate white people, right? Like, yeah, maybe there's some black people who've come to hate white people, but I mean, I don't think that's where I come from in my thoughts, even though I can criticize, white people and their place in the establishment. But I
Right.
don't know.
Okay,
So
so
then you
let's
will come
muddy it up
from
too much.
like
Bringing
a
the
0
race
point
stuff into
energy.
it, now you muddy it up too much.
let me ask a question.
Yeah, you will come from a 0 point, right in the middle, without being one-sided.
So it's not your intuition that puts you in a position to have a racial bias?
No,
No.
I got a question towards what he's saying.
No,
No.
hold on, fam. Because I would say
No.
that's
No.
I would
Absolutely
argue that
not.
yeah, I would
This
argue
is what makes me think you don't understand spirituality at all.
because I ain't talking about spiritual, I'm talking about intuition. If we talking about, okay, so based on the understanding that y'all been given, if you go into a room with a bunch of white people and you know motherfucking well the quote unquote energy or the vibration ain't right, how do you not then have a bias based on your intuition?
Boom. And that's
Because
a great
you're talking
question.
about race, and that's physical.
That is a great
That's
question.
not
That is a great question.
spiritual.
But here,
But
let's
again, you're
unpack that.
asking.
Yeah, let's unpack that. Let's unpack that,
Go
right?
ahead, Terrence. Go ahead if you.
That's pretty.
When we're applying, right, stepping into a room full of white people, right, our instincts kick in from the epigenetics, the years and years and years and years of slavery, right, hearing all of these negative things, all the experience that comes into play from our genetic makeup, right, playing itself out as far as instinct. That's where that vibe comes from, right? That vibe, that instinct. Intuition would come into play where it's taking that in as a factor. It's taking all of the different elements in as a factor. And I can't negate this field that I was speaking to earlier, right? Where it's okay, I can go in there, even with the instinct going counter to. That would be the intuition, if that makes sense.
And I want to speak to what Royce said here really quickly, right? I don't just walk into a room full of white people and assume they all have racial bias, depending on the vibrations, right? Since you love to throw that one out there when we're talking about spiritual stuff. But depending on the vibrations of the white people in that room, sure, you might actually have a bias towards them because you can feel some type of negative energy. But what if you walk into a room? What if you walk into a room of friendly white people? Now what?
Right,
Right,
and
so-
then you can explain the feeling that you feel when you feel
So look,
the vibe is off. You could feel something is off, and that's nothing that you could physically see with your eyes, but you feel that shit. You feel
Okay, I got
something.
a question.
what I'm thinking y'all
Everybody-
arguing though
Yeah.
is that the intuition is what tells you, okay, this is a comfortable group of people, and now you're more comfortable in that setting through your experience with them.
Well, I might have had no experiences with them, but the way they're carrying themselves, right? The sometimes nonverbal ways that they're communicating to me speak louder than what they're saying, right? I can, in my experience of my life, I can say that all is part of my intuition, right? Being able to read people's verbal energy nonverbal energy that they're giving off by the way they're carrying themselves, right? If I'm having a conversation with someone and they're very dismissive, they're not necessarily saying, they don't necessarily have to be saying dismissive things. It could be their attitude towards me while we talk, right? That's not necessarily something you can point to. That's why sometimes certain people will get irritated with a certain person, right? That person could have never done nothing with them, but something about the way they communicate with them, a lot of it, albeit not being actual words, right? It's translating. It's saying something else.
Okay, so Flora, you're the police officer or whatever, and you just know in your heart that I did something. You can't prove it yet at all. You have no way to prove it at all. You just know that I'm the criminal and it was me, right? Is that not bias?
Depending on why, sure, it could be.
I'm saying with you not having no
People think
evidence,
they are more
that's not
important than
bias.
they are. AL, your problem here is maybe because you don't have it, you see it as something that is better than you, right? I think that's the issue. Sometimes something you feel like you don't have access to, or you don't have the ability to hone that skill, that's why you're going to look at somebody else and think that they think they're important. I don't think I'm important, actually, at all. Not to
I think
some
we're all
random
important.
person. I don't
So
think to
look,
some random person. Hold on, to some
So-
random person. No, I don't. I don't.
So look, let me say this so you understand my position, right? I don't think intuition has shit to do with spirituality. And so I think sometimes, like when I'm speaking, maybe you might not even understand that point from me. I just don't think intuition has to be directly tied to spirituality. See
No,
what I'm
I've
saying?
gotten that point. I've gotten that that's how you feel. The difference with me is I actually do think it does. But I'm a spiritual person. That's why I can't say that everyone feels like I do. But for me, my spirituality plays into it. I've made that pretty clear that it was me. Some people can relate to that, some people can't. But I personally, being a spiritual person, I do think that your intuition is connected to your spiritual self in a sense.
So you don't think it can exist outside of the spiritual realm?
Depending on the type of person you are, I think it could, sure. Because if you're not spiritual, but you still have really good instincts and intuition, then what can I say, right? It's unknown. I can't tell somebody where their intuition comes from just because they don't express it the same way that I do. But I think
you have.
mine, right? Me being a spiritual person, I think that's where it comes from for me. I have a connection to my spiritual self. I think so.
But that was your
Do
first
y'all
challenge,
believe
bro.
in? Do y'all believe in psychics and like prophets? Was
Roy
it called
do.
prophets?
No.
Huh? So y'all believe in psychics?
I believe there are probably people who have psychic abilities, but I don't believe that there's just a whole. This is a nuanced thing, right? Like I really don't think you can describe intuition the same from the next person. I think maybe everyone would have a different description of it.
No, I'm talking about the possibility, even if it's one in the whole decade that was ever even a thing, just that possibility that it could be.
I believe in high level
At
intellect
all.
that would allow distinct levels of discernment for one person. I don't know about psychic stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's why it's difficult for me because I don't necessarily believe all that like psychic stuff or whatever. But I do believe
That's been
that there
proven
are
too.
people.
That
What?
psychic capability has been proven too. There was a CIA project. God, I can't think of the name right now, but
I think I know what you're talking about.
they say they canceled it, but nonetheless, they were able to take a group of people, have them in
Like the
between,
X-Men.
something like that, right? Like
Can you answer this after Taz? Can you answer Candy Cane's question?
they took.
All right. You
They
ain't talking
took.
about MK Ultra, are you?
It
think
might
so.
be MK. That sounds very familiar, and it might be that, right? Where
I
they're
didn't finish
taking.
my statement neither.
Okay.
No, you could have finished.
Where it takes the person from like in between a sleep and wake state, and they're able to describe something on the other side of the world that they've never seen before.
Remote viewing.
Remote viewing, bam, and that's been proven.
Yeah, and the reason why I had brought up psychic because I was just thinking about something that I had seen where the lady, she was like, she walked into the room and she felt so much sadness, like she just because we talking about feeling, right? She felt so much sadness. You could feel that energy where you like it's sadness. The person went through this, and that on the extreme level. So I just want to get, because I'm trying to figure this shit out, because to know is to experience. And I'm not God, so don't know, nobody knows shit. We all trying to figure this shit out.
No,
So
I ain't trying
that's
to
where I'm at with
But
it.
can you
Right, and
address?
some people just don't care.
All right, really quickly, can you address what Candy Cane asked? Because I'm really curious.
So look, so this is what I'm saying. When I tell you it's a highlight the comment again. When I tell you it's a placebo for black people to fall back on, niggas talking about epigenetics, you know what I'm saying? All that type, fam, you know.
Yeah, but black people aren't the only ones that talk about instincts and intuition, though. So what is your point there for the people who aren't black, who have intuition and instincts and use the same terminology and language about it that we're using today?
Okay, so if we take race out of it, a lot of people ain't gonna use intuition in this way where it becomes we all have it, we all use it type of way. It really is more of a religious based concept.
I don't agree. I don't agree.
Remember we was
I
talking
don't
about
agree with
muscles
that.
You don't think
to
intuition
build
is
it up.
more religious based? That
No.
conversation is generally only
Actually,
held
religious people actually call intuition, instinct, those type of terms. They actually call it like witchcraft,
Discernment.
witchery.
No,
They call it
discernment.
they call it outside. No, a lot of the times they call it outside of that. And discernment, you're using. I hear discernment more. I hear discernment more when they're trying to talk about moral decisions when religious people use it. Discernment in this case is literally taking the culmination of your experiences and your environment. That's not what religious people are talking about when they talk about intuition.
What
They're
you just
talking
spoke
about
of wasn't spiritual.
I'm sorry, say that again?
What you just described was not spiritual. You said
To
taking what?
you. To you.
You said
To
your
you.
experiences
But
and your environment.
I connect my spirituality with my experiences
I'm
with
not
my
arguing
environment.
with you, but what you just described
Okay,
didn't
but
say anything
stop,
about
Prod.
spirit.
Stop, Prod. Prod, I'm about to fucking drop you because I don't like when you come in here and you just start saying certain stuff that has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
I'm not arguing with you.
Okay,
what
but
you
I'm
just
gonna take you
described
down if
was
you
not
think that everything
spiritual.
is an argument. If you think I'm trying to fight with you when I'm trying to explain my point, then I'm gonna take you down because this is not the type of conversation that I have. If you want to make your point without saying someone is trying to fight you.
No, what I'm saying is I'm not trying to fight against what you're saying, but the two things you just described, your environment and your experiences, the spirit was
But
not
what I'm
encompassed in
telling
that.
you that as a spiritual person, my experiences with environments has a lot to do with my spirituality, and religious people don't agree with that. They don't agree with that. They don't have that
But
same.
Laura, you cut me off before I could even finish the question you wanted me to answer.
Jumping in and saying other shit. But hold on, let me get back to my depth.
Extremely triggered.
I hate when they come in these conversations and act like people are trying to argue with you. No, I'm trying to make my point. That's it.
But
so,
you never
go
let me
ahead.
answer. So let me finish answering this shit. Because listen, this is what I want you to understand from me. I'm saying it's being used not necessarily to fall back on, but to lean forward to kind of use as a thing to stick your chest out with. Because intuition is generally used as a way for someone to say, I knew it, I got it, I made it, I understood because.
No, a lot of the time. No, a lot of the times
I blew it.
A lot of the times people are saying I ignored my
Huh?
Oh, sorry, I canceled both of us out. What'd you say?
Okay, so again, but when you're saying you didn't follow your intuition, is because you can identify it. But we're never talking about the times when you did follow your intuition but got a negative result. So for me, it's not just a fallback. It's only used as something to say you thought ahead or you were correct about something. It's never used to say
that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. A lot of the times, and that might be true for some people, right? I'm not going to sit here and say that every person who uses intuition, who uses the term, who speaks of intuition, I'm not going to speak for all of them. But what I'm going to tell you is a lot of the times people are doubting their actual intuition. So no, I don't see people who actually have it, right? I don't see a lot of those people saying, "Oh yeah, my intuition is what."
Don't we all got
people are learning. Hold on. A lot of the times people are learning because they ignored their intuition, right? They ignored that thought that told them to question what was going on, that told them to be a little bit more aware of their environment or what was going on, right? That's literally more of what I hear than people saying, yeah, my intuition, I never don't listen to my, like, it's almost like you would have to be talking to a specific person to depend on what you would hear people to say about their intuition. So I do think it is kind of hard to have this conversation sometimes because I might view it as a spiritual thing, but then you heard Prod. He thinks that's not what you're describing is spiritual. But if I'm seeing my experience as spiritual, and that includes my environment, that includes taking in the things that go on in my life or don't, whatever. If that's what I'm including in my definition, then what I'm saying doesn't necessarily can't be applied to everybody. So I think there is some part of it where, yeah, if you hear somebody and they're constantly talking about the good things they did and saying, yep, that was because of my intuition, then you kind of have to read that they might be full of shit, right? But a lot of the times, the people who have the strongest intuition hear more about the times they didn't listen to it and the outcomes of those situations. So, I mean, I don't think you're wrong, and I don't necessarily disagree with you at all. I just think that when you don't like, if you're thinking that people are just using intuition as a way to scapegoat, you know, when they make bad decisions, or as a way to scapegoat when they make good decisions, then yeah, you're gonna understand it as something, you know, fake, as like something that people just use whenever, right, to make an excuse. But I think there's nuance in it for everyone who has it, right? Because you do a lot of the times, right? When I was younger, I ignored it all the time. Even though I would have bad feelings about people, places, things, I would ignore it and just keep going and then be surprised with the so I don't know, because I can't relate to being that type of person who just says, yeah, my intuition kept me high, or my intuition, like that's not always been the case with me. So I think you almost have to play it by ear depending on who's saying it.
Yeah, I just wanted to challenge that shit though.
Yeah, and
You know what I'm
I'm not
saying?
against it. I just
Like,
think
just wanted to
it's
sit up here
hard
and
to have the discussion if we all have our beliefs about what spirituality is. Like even between a group of people, we might all be spiritual, but we all might see it or understand it differently.
Oh yeah, I know.
And
But like I said,
exactly
there's
what we
an intent to be difficult. You know what I'm saying? I was
what'd you
intentionally
say?
being difficult because I just don't. It's something that I don't disagree with, but I don't understand it enough to really argue against it. Right? I just think the spirituality thing is a personal thing, and that's why I don't talk
Sure.
about it much. You know what I mean? I think it's people's
Yeah.
personal quest, and I think you're supposed to give
Mhm.
people room for that. But that's why I said I was
Yeah.
just being kind of unnecessarily challenging because you know if you just want to sit up here and watch videos and shit, then just say you reviewing the video, but like you ain't about to be sitting up here just fake teaching and act like you can't be challenged.
No, of course not. I always allow people to come up here and talk. But what we also have to be able to do, right, is allow
I
for
ain't here to talk to
nuances.
you. I'm here to challenge you, fam.
Well, you can challenge me while we talk. What's the problem? What's
But
the
no, I do
problem?
appreciate it. Though. I do appreciate it. No, I'm just messing with you. Like I said, I appreciate it because
No,
you know what
I
I mean.
know.
For real, it is good to be able to disagree with like people you cool with without it blowing up into some, you know what I mean, some major thing. Because it's not a horrible disagreement. It's something I don't necessarily agree with. But you know what I'm saying? Some people get mad just because they get disagreed with. You know what I mean? So that's
No,
my
no.
thing.
I
Like that.
welcome it. I always learn from people questioning because it really does open up different avenues for myself, right? So I don't have an issue with it. But I will say this, right? Off of what Wheatbread wrote in the chat. Your intuition is designed for you, right? You individually, your intuition is going to be tailored to you. So I might describe something that to the next person
That's
isn't
a
going to
good
sound
point.
like intuition. It might sound like being illogical or not having reason, right? To the next person. But it's designed for me. It's to keep me in balance. It's to keep me out of trouble or whatever. Path or whatever path I'm going down. So I do think with something that's meant to be so individualized, it could be difficult to compare it to other people's intuition, right? So that's where I think we can learn in this conversation is when we allow ourselves to believe that people have other ways of seeing the same things that we see.
No
Hey, Flora,
doubt.
do you think gamblers have intuition?
No, I think they have an addiction. All right, so Luke, Lucky, how you gonna drop some else's gem? What are you talking about? What does that mean? Well, everyone in this chat has taught me at some point. I've never disagreed with that. So Ashton, go kiss a butt in timeout. You would think tired of getting spanked, but he goes everywhere acting like a damn child. But yeah, so did someone have something else? I noticed you dropped off, Meta, and then you came back. Did you have something you wanted to add? It kind of got difficult to talk when we all had something to say at the same time, but feel free to jump in here if
I'm
you have something
gone,
to add
fam.
right now.
I'll
All right, Taz, I'll see you.
All right, go.
Actually, I'm about to be over there. He got a relationship stream going. Taz never that. So I'm probably gonna be over there myself soon. But does anyone have anything else they want to add right now?
I wanted to
Okay.
ask Metagirl a question.
Just don't be pissing people off, all right? You can ask
You're the
people
only one
questions
getting
about.
pissed.
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
up?
I'm pissed. Sorry, I booted him. He's getting on my nerves.
Who was
All the
that?
spiritual
That
stuff.
was Pride.
Pride. Yeah.
He could have asked me a question. I don't
I'm
be stunning these niggas.
I'm sorry. He just gets on my nerves sometimes when he's like trying to
Yeah,
make everything into like.
irritating. I
Oh.
think his
But I
ass
want to read Mumu's
on
comment. He said
spectrum.
all the spiritual. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
No, you go
This
ahead.
new mic is like. No, this new mic like cuts off what I'm saying, what other people are saying. So I'm sorry if it's coming across that way. But Mumu could be validated more often if people spoke about things directly and precisely before it happens or is revealed instead of saying they felt something after the fact. Yeah, right, Mumu. I think people need to listen to their instincts. They need to listen to that intuition more. Right? A lot of the times that's happening because instead of listening to what our body is about our environment, right? It's not just a woo-hoo thing in our brain. A lot of it is what's actually happening in our environment. Instead of listening to that, we're just ignoring it. Or we're telling ourselves it's coming from a fake place, or that's just mumbo and jumbo, or whatever. Our religion's influencing that. So I do think to that we make it harder for ourselves to hone into this, quote unquote natural ability, some people would say, by doubting it. But Prod, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't want to boot you, but you also were kind of getting on my nerves, so I did boot you. But go ahead. Ask Meta your question if you still have it.
Metagirl, earlier you said people train their intuitions. I wanted to ask you, do you believe people train their intuitions, or do you believe people train themselves to trust it?
Hello. Wait a minute. Say that again.
Earlier, you stated that people train their intuitions. When you said that, it brought a question up in my mind. My question is, do people actually train their intuitions to be better, or do they train themselves to trust in their intuition?
Well, they train it to be better, or they train it? Because we still haven't really
It'll be a little bit of both.
distinguished. I feel like we still haven't really distinguished if the intuition is something that we based off of making a decision off of. Like if it is that inner note, like I don't know. But at the end of the day, I think it's healthy for people to have a good balance between mind and heart. Because God love to say, woman, y'all supposed to have all this intuition, but y'all steady choosing these dog ass niggas. When I feel like the woman, she be more in her head. I mean, more in her heart and less in her head. So she going off of her emotions solely, and not her mental. So I don't know. I just think what I gained from this, just make good decisions and just have a balance between head and heart. That's how I feel. I don't really understand the intuition shit. I don't really get it fully. I don't know if it's true or false, but yeah, that's what I got from that.
I appreciate you answering my question.
Yeah. I'm not going to necessarily directly answer you, but for part of the conversation, I definitely think it's a little bit of both. I think you do have to train yourself to accept and be able to trust your intuition, but also you do have to hone the skill too, right? If we're saying that intuition is something we don't understand, I could understand that, right? I perfectly wouldn't say that I understand my intuition, but I've gotten a better idea of it throughout my life. As I've gotten older, I'm more likely to understand why I'm receiving a certain message or perception about someone than I am, certain things, right? I might be more likely to interpret my environment than I would be to understand somebody who I know maybe making a decision that's iffy, right? I think so. I think depending on your life, if you're being honest with yourself, if you're from every mistake, right, just the same way you praise yourself for the good things you do, then you probably will have a better intuition. But like I said, we don't all necessarily agree on what an intuition is to begin with, but I think for most people it's a little bit of both.
Yeah, I agree.
I believe in
But it was
intuition.
that
I
was a
don't
good
necessarily
question,
believe
actually.
it's spiritual though.
Sure, you don't have
Huh?
to. I mean, that's your experience, so that's all right. I don't need you to agree with me. I just hope you understand my perspective at least, right? We don't
Yeah.
have to agree 100% all the time.
I mean, I agree with you. I think you're just putting a label of spirituality on it. I think intuition comes with better understanding of things. And
we
I actually,
know
That's
I
fine.
actually
I
am
think it's a
I
level of
actually am
feeling
spiritual
too.
though. So
Feeling. Yeah,
yeah,
I think
and but
that's
I'm
what the
actually a
guys not
spiritual
really get.
person.
Me too.
well, you can understand
Go ahead.
feelings too, though. That's like a science too that you can learn.
Right. So if you can
Well,
learn it, then that means you will be exercising it through what? Just what you will like play with it. It gotta be like some over awareness, being in a moment type shit for you to really understand it. Like you gotta be really dedicated, I feel like.
I like
yeah,
Candy's
and
question.
yeah, because I do think
I
maybe
know
the
it's just
people
a
with
lot.
foresight, yeah, maybe the people with foresight just have really good intuition, right? Better than most.
Right? And maybe
Yeah.
we label it that. Maybe it could be spiritual.
I don't I can agree, right, that we label things, but if I say I'm spiritual, I'm spiritual. I'm not
I'm talking
misunderstanding
about the
that. I
foresight people.
I have a spiritual existence. Well, because you keep saying you're labeling it spiritual. I have a spiritual existence. So when I'm looking at intuition, yes, I'm looking at it through a lens of spirituality. My spirituality is not going
Yeah.
to look the same as yours or the next person or the person after that, but it is what it is, and you can allow people to feel and believe what they believe and still have a different feeling. Like that has to
Right.
be a
Because
skill you grow.
this body is a vessel. So what do you call the being, the light that's inside the body, that consciousness? And once it leaves the body, because what they say, when you die, when your soul leaves your body is like the weight goes like, what I'm trying to say, I think it's like 1.2 grams or 2 grams or something. Once the soul leaves the body, like it has some type of weight.
Oh,
So
maybe.
that consciousness, that light. And when you talk about the connection to source, to spirit, so that connection that we have with our soul, our spirit, the all, the God that's inside of you, that's experiencing life in this form, that's
Hmm.
what you will be tapping into, right?
I'm
But a lot of
sorry, I
people
didn't
don't
hear your
like to
question.
adapt.
What was it?
Oh gosh. The soul that's in your body, your spirit, the light that's in you, would you say that connection, that's what you will be tapping into when we talk about that inner knowing and intuition and stuff like that, the God in you?
I mean, I don't necessarily view it that way, but I'll tell you this, right? When I wake up every day, when I go to work, when I go here, there, that, right? The person that people see in the world, that's me. But besides that physical body, there is a whole host of things that guide how I live my life, how I view the world, that are internal. And I don't think all of that is just thought. I personally think that we are living what someone said earlier, right? We're humans having we're spiritual beings having a human
Human
experience, right?
experience.
And we can call that illogical, we can call it mumbo jumbo or whatever, but there's so much that goes into being a person where I can't, from what I've seen, it can't just be the physical body. There's so much more to us. So
I
I
could agree to
personally,
that.
that's where
Exactly.
my idea of it comes from,
Exactly.
but that's not me. That's just me. That's not
Yeah, the
everybody, right?
consciousness. Yeah, because then when you I think of it like a tree, that source, or like a plug, right? It's like when you plugging something into that source, that source is giving you light. That's that God in you that's shooting down through everybody. And once you come out, once you exit your vessel, you go back to that. So that's how I see spirituality. It's a connection, a divine connection between all things, no matter humans,
Yep.
animals, insects, whatever. And we just having a human experience. It's just like, you know, you were sitting in darkness and God said, let there be light, and light being thought, which is masculine, darkness being feminine. And we just God got tired of sitting in darkness, and it wanted to play with itself inside its own mind. So it just expanded out. And then you start from the bottom, and then you evolve to the top, you go back to God, like a pyramid.
And
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
that's why I'm saying, well, so you're completely right? Because that's your perspective. And your perspective is just that, it's yours. That's why I think in these conversations it's important for us to affirm what we hear others saying, because our beliefs aren't going to be the same. We might all have a different belief, but all believe in a spiritual experience. And I think that's where the commonality is here, right? We all, for the most part, believe in some type of spiritual experience. But Mumu, you have something you want to add?
Yeah. First of all, how y'all doing? Hope y'all having a good night. I just wanted to say something real quick. So there's this exercise that you can. I'm having a echo. Thanks, somebody.
Oh, let
Mike's.
me see if I can mute myself.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So there's this exercise that you can do. Like it would be better to do it like with at least 4 people. So you in a room, somebody goes and stand and faces the wall. And depending on how many people you have, several people can do it at the same time. So like I said, if it's only like 4 people, one person stands against the wall and you close your eyes. And so somebody goes to stand behind them, and then somebody else just knocks on the wall to let them know that somebody is behind them. And you just say or speak, you speak whatever you see or hear, and it kind of tests like your ability to really read energies in a way that can't be like fake or nothing like that. So I've done it before. I ended up like knowing names of people, family members and stuff that stood behind me when I did it. Other people was like kind of picked up like stuff that may seem like it was kind of in the ballpark, but still seemed kind of vague. But it kind of like, you know, it's a good exercise that people do that have those abilities, that do to test them and develop them.
Yeah, and it's tough when having this conversation, because I think it's hard. Someone just said something in the chat that makes sense, right? Your perspective isn't wrong to you. So I think I really just think that some of the confusion in the conversation just comes from us seeing things differently, right? A lot of the times we might be saying and experiencing the same thing, but what we're saying to each other is not the same, so we can't understand it, right? Just like, Meta Girl is talking about a spiritual experience. I can resonate with that, but maybe the next person, they don't see that as spirituality. It doesn't necessarily mean they're wrong, right? And I just think
that's that label. We label things. Yeah.
That's that label.
We label. Yeah, we like to label shit. We don't know what none of this shit is. We just put words on it, just like a person talking a different language. I do like sometimes when you're able to see like both sides, because even your enemy, right, in their mind, they right. In your mind, you right? Based off of their perception and their life experiences and all that shit, they right in their mind and you right in your mind. So once you kind of try to see, like, I feel like a lot of times we seeing the same shit, but it just, I don't know, it's just like it's just said differently.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that one. It may not be wrong to you, but it's wrong in reality.
We just got our own language and saying it. I mean,
like I could be wrong,
right,
and it could be spirituality, like Flora been saying.
Yeah, and look at here. What's in an appropriate perspective? You see, Robin, that's something that entirely depends on the situation. That's why people who speak in absolutes, I can tell right away that they see the world in a black and white way, and black and white thinking is dangerous.
Well, I got a good question for
Saying
you.
what he's sure.
For you and anyone who can answer. So how do we apply
Wait, hold on, really
spirituality?
quickly, really quickly before we get too far off. Can I ask you, Mumu, do you think that intuition is a spiritual thing, or do you think it's more of a logical based thing, or logic based?
I think that humans don't really. I'm getting the echo again. I think that humans don't know enough about humans, and I think sometimes like the word spiritual is like misused to we're getting the echo. What about? Let me see now. All right, that's better. I think like it's a part of what we are and who we are. Like it's just it's hard to explain and hard to and it's hard to like apply a scientific method to it. Meaning like a scientific method is you test something and you get the same results every time, so you accept it as reality. So when it comes to spiritual things and how people feel about their intuition and stuff like that, like if you tested it every time people says this and that, then you'll get different results. So you can't qualify it that way. But I think that the times that you can qualify it and validate it when it's actually real and you're not just making a guess. Like I said, when I did that exercise, I was able to call this guy. It was a dude standing behind me. I was able to call his mother's name. I knew how many kids he had. I gave a perfect description of how his mother looked and his childhood. So it's like I've seen, that stuff like that, and other people do stuff like that. And I think that there's that thing that is hard to really understand about humans and that ability. And we always like attach it when you say spiritual, is usually attached to like some divine entity, or even like it's always attached to some divine intelligent entity in which that may or may not exist. So I just look at it like that, like for whatever this thing is we have that's a part of us, but I don't know where it comes from or what it is or what it's connected to as far as a divine being or even an afterlife, because I don't really necessarily believe in an afterlife because of how anesthesia works. Like anesthesia takes away your consciousness. It doesn't put you to sleep. It takes away your consciousness. And so if your conscious, I believe, like I look at it like if your consciousness can be taken away by something that's given to you physically, then those same parts that are shut down for a moment, it's completely shut down when you're dead, like when you die. Like, so, that's a debate that could be had or whatever. But I just think that part of humans, we don't understand. We just try to attach it to something that we can stand on. And, anyway, I know that probably don't make sense, but that's kind of like how I see it.
The brain, right, serves as the conscious faculty, but there's still DNA, and our DNA directly works with that field that I was describing a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what you mean by that, bro. Yeah, I don't know exactly what you mean by that, like with the DNA.
So you could look it up. It's 1986, the Air Force, and I don't know the ins and outs of it, right? It's a new study, and peer-reviewed science and all of that, right? But in 1986, the Air Force discovered it. They tried running experiments well before, but were unable to prove it through their means of testing. But now it's been proven, and it's peer-reviewed science. It's actually growing. It's a growing, hugely growing space right now. which contradicts Einstein's bias in regards to everything being separated as its own individual thing. Everything is connected because of this field, and that field directly impacts our DNA. So when put into anesthesia, yes, our conscious faculty is no longer there, but that doesn't stop the that interaction that's occurring with the DNA.
But see, this is what I'm saying. How can you
So
say that when, if you've ever been under anesthesia, it's like you just disappeared and came back a second later. It's like I say, it's when you under anesthesia, you're not asleep. Because when you're asleep, you know, you whether you know it or not, you dream or whatever. Like when you under anesthesia, it's like no time at all has passed. The minute you go out, the second you go out is the second you come back.
So
When
what
you
you
under anesthesia, no matter
so
how long you've been out. So like for you to say, well, you know, you're not actually gone or whatever the case, you're as far as your physical experience, your whatever experience you had, you were not there consciously at
correct,
all. You
absolutely.
were gone for those hours or however long you was under that anesthesia. You were no longer there.
that's why they say time is
That's
an
very true.
illusion. They say time is an illusion. So it's just, they said I read that time is happening like now, the future, the past, everything, and the present is all in one. I don't know. I'm not good with it's a science to this shit. Like I didn't fucking read this shit. I'm just a little rusty. But they say time is an illusion, and that's that label that we put on things. And I did want to just put out from the earlier conversation, looking at a glass either half empty or half full through the perception, and it's still the same glass. So one person might be looking at it half empty, one person might be looking at it half full, but it's still the same thing. So I think that's just how we express ourselves. And when you look at the bigger
What makes
picture,
time an
that's just what it
illusion though?
is.
Why when you say they say time is an illusion, what makes time an illusion?
Because we live in multiple dimensions, and our brains are holographic. So what does that mean?
Bro, stop this bullshit, my nigga. What the fuck?
Right. And it
Hey, I
sounds, you
listen,
want me
man.
to
Listen, like,
you
come
want
on,
me to
bro.
explain
You
it
Now,
to
gotta
you,
read
or
hold
you
on.
want me to
into it.
stop talking
What
bullshit
is, what
and
is, what is?
and
Hold
that's when
on,
you
hold on.
speak.
You know, I don't believe that multiple dimension shit because you know what that
I'm gonna
actually
let you hold
means.
on to it.
Hold on. I still got an echo. Okay, here you go. You know what that actually means, bro? That means that every decision we could possibly make is actually happening somewhere. So there are that you saying when people say that there are these multiple dimensions, they're saying that there are these countless universes out there, physical universes, where I'm making every possible decision that I could have made, and it's all happening at one time. And like we live in this physical universe. When you look out and you see the stars and stuff like that, you're seeing something physical. You're not seeing another world. You're not seeing a spiritual space. You're seeing a physical object, a material, tangible object. So when we talk about these other dimensions, where in the hell do they exist? Out like the universe is a place that's physical. The universe is not a spiritual place. The stars and stuff, as far as they go out, these other planets, whatever, all of that stuff is material things. So like I said, when you talk about these dimensions, that actually means that, like I said, we're making every possible decision that we could make all at once, and this is happening in these other physical places, which there's no reason, no evidence for us to suggest that that would even be possible for us to like believe that.
That's an inaccurate statement.
Oh, so
Can I
where
ask you a
are these
question,
other
Mumu?
dimensions? Because like I'm saying, we live in a physical world that's tangible. So where is this, are these other dimensions located?
Hey, Mumu,
I'll
I
give you
want to ask
give
you
you
a
a
quick
physical
question.
example. Go ahead, Prob, my
Let
bad,
me
bro.
let me get in real quick. Mumu, I wanted to ask you a question, right? What is a stone made of?
I don't know the name of the material that a stone or a rock or whatever is made of.
What's a human made of?
Flesh, blood, skin, tissue, atoms,
Atoms. Atoms,
cells.
right? No, atoms. You said it right, atoms. Everything is made of atoms, right?
Right.
Okay, if everything is made of the same thing, how do different materials come up?
I have no idea how that technically works as far as like how every physical thing that exists came into being.
Well, it's all made of the same thing. What differentiates a stone from a human, from water, from electricity? What differentiates all of these atoms? Because it's all just a big pool of atoms.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
From my understanding, it's the frequency with which they vibrate.
See, that's the bull. Come on, man, with that bullshit, man. Like,
It's a composition.
That's
It's a
exactly what it
all right,
composition.
man. Y'all got to see. Listen. All right.
It's a composition of formation
Okay,
of atoms.
guys. Okay.
Let him
Okay.
get at it. Who's that new guy?
It's a composition of formation of those atoms. So you can have atoms with different number of electrons, a different number of neutrons, as different components. And if you have those in certain combination, that will determine what type of object it is. So, for example, a stone has a certain chemical composition because it has a certain type of atom, right? Whatever that atom is from the periodic table, that element will form that object, right? And you can have that in a combination, which is a compound, right? Or you can have it in a combination which would form a polymer, right? Or a monomer which could be formed into a polymer. That's how you get certain objects.
Right, but what the fuck that got to do with other dimensions?
Oh, if everything's a vibration or a selection of atoms.
Hold on. I didn't even hear the question about other dimensions. I'm just answering this question of
Man, this man sit up there and talk about our brain is a fucking hologram, as if we don't like. You can go buy holograms, like all it is a fucking. Hold on, bro. Hold on. It's a fucking spinning light that creates an image, and you can sit there and go down the line. And these tech people, if you go question them, like say, how do you physically make a hologram? And they'll show you that how a hologram is made. You can clearly see it doesn't have a brain. It's not doing any thinking. It's not doing any dreaming. It's a bunch of tangible, finite material, different metals and shit like that they put together and wire it in a way that it makes a fucking hologram. So when you say our brain is a hologram, it don't get no more stupid than that.
Wait, hold on. A hologram is just an illusion. Your eyes work in a certain way.
This man said our brain is a fucking hologram, man.
Your eyes work in a certain. Hold up. Your eyes can absorb certain level of wavelengths of light, and because of that, you can make a hologram with a fucking piece of paper and twirl it around in a circle if you have a certain pattern on it. That's not a really that's not a hard thing. You could just manipulate.
What you're describing sounds like a
y'all call it my
light.
God. Oh, this is crazy.
Hold on, cool nerd. What you're describing sounds like a reflection of light. That doesn't like.
That's what a hologram is.
Hologram.
All hologram is.
Okay, but it's pointed. It creates an image of its in and of itself. So no, it's not necessarily just a reflection of light. That's what when you guys try to dumb down this conversation to make your point, you make it really hard to have it. You're dumbing it down though. There's way more hologram than just making light reflect.
That's literally what it is.
Flora, if you go on Amazon right now, you can buy these holographic like gadgets and stuff like that. So when they say like our brain is a holograph, we use our brain to think. We know that it's flesh, we know that it's nerve endings and all of this stuff. A fucking hologram is something that's created by people with a brain. Like how in the hell can you compare a hologram to a damn brain?
I guess you can allow Terrence to break that down a little bit more. It is difficult, I will say, though, right, to have these conversations, especially with people who are trying to understand it from an intellectual perspective.
No, Terrence, like, listen, I don't even want to be rude, but I just got to say it how it is. Like, Terrence, one of these niggas that, man, like, y'all be tripping for listening to niggas like Terrence. You know what I'm saying? Like he on some straight, and I don't even have. I'm not saying like you a bad person in your real life or none of that shit, bro. So my bad for saying like I'm not trying to say that. I don't think that you a bad person. I just think that type of shit right there is like where people can go off the rails, and it opens the door for all types of crazy fucking
what I was
bullshit.
gonna say.
I'm
Where
on
Yeah.
that.
somebody sitting up there talking
Yeah.
about your brain can be a hologram. If you listening to that person can tell you damn near anything at that point, because you're not gonna research it and actually use any common sense. Like Terrence, he may be a smart guy, but when it comes to this shit, he's a fucking idiot. When it comes to talking about that shit, like no brain is not no fucking
I'm gonna snip
hologram.
this.
That's the stupidest shit ever.
So really quick though, Terrence, so you don't mistake what I was trying to say. What I was trying to say in it is that you do dilute the conversation a little bit, right? When you make statements like that, where factually you might not be incorrect, but when you say, "Oh, our brain is a hologram," you're dumbing down what you're saying too much, and then it makes it sound outrageous, right? And that's where sometimes conversations and the nuance is almost too much. Because I get what you're saying, right? There's probably a part of our brain that behaves that same way, but when you say our brain is a hologram, it kind of dilutes the conversation. It would almost make more sense to go into what you mean first and then say hologram. I'm not trying to police how you talk, but just that statement, I was like, it does sound crazy, like a little bit.
So, and this is what happens, Mr. Mumu, when pride steps in the way and there's no real understanding. And what I said is a holographic design. I never said it was a hologram. But what I'm going to do right now, I'm going
What
to put
the?
my mic on mute.
Okay,
And
okay,
and
go
this
ahead. My
is what
bad. Go ahead.
happened.
My
I didn't
bad, boss.
finish my thought. Thank you. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up some peer-reviewed science, and I'm going to post it inside the chat for you, so you can look into the study that I didn't do.
Yeah, really
I
quickly.
can 100% guarantee you finna show me a bunch of bullshit that people say like, and see, this is like, my God, man, this.
Give me 1 quick second for some housekeeping. Meta girl, I'm not sure where the echo is coming from. I think it's me. I thought it was me, but when my mic was unmuted and I muted you and Prod, the echo went away on my end. So I really don't know if it's my mic, if it's a couple people's mic. So I didn't mute you guys to say you can't speak. It was just that there was an echo on my end. So I don't know if it's this new mic in my audio. A little funky. I'm hearing double sometimes I'm not. So whenever you have a point to make, just unmute yourself. I wasn't muting you so you can't speak, but I could hear some background, and I don't know if it was you or Prod or even the new person, but mine had some echo. So I'm not sure. Yeah, see, when I'm in the car, mine does the same thing, Meta Girl. So that's why I just muted everyone, so I wasn't sure who it was. But if you want to say something and you're ready to speak, just jump in. Don't think that was for you to like be quiet. I just can't tell where the echo's coming from. Not in the studio, but go right ahead. Whoever's about to speak.
I was saying like when he says it's a holographic design. So humans design, we named what a hologram is, what holographic design is. That's what humans came up with. That's human technology. So when you say something like that, you gotta, to me, it's like, so are you saying we created by a human entity or whatever this entity is? Like he used this form of technology that us mere humans are using to create our brain. And it's like, I don't even see, like when you say holographic design, how does that make any fucking sense at all that our brains are anything like a fucking hologram?
Yo, my God.
Like,
I think you're thinking too deeply into a dumb comment. I think you're digging too deeply into a dumb comment.
Right, exactly. And that right. So what I'm saying, like these dumb comments shouldn't be made though. And like he's standing on that. He's saying like, well, I'm gonna give you some peer review research about a fucking holographic design brain.
Oh my God.
This is a problem with people looking into research that they don't understand and they can't comprehend. And another thing is you don't even understand the research process, because if you're referring to defunct research that it has not even funded anymore, that means that most likely they tried it and it didn't work, and so they lost funding. That's most likely what that means. So we're referring to these studies from what you said, the 70s and the 80s and stuff like that. That most of the time they tried it, they looked into it, they had a hypothesis about it, and it was wrong. and so they just
Bro,
moved on. And
bro, they got a peer reviewed study or article on why Jay-Z ain't ugly. So motherfuckers will write articles and studies about any fucking thing. Like when you talk, like I said, it should be a short amount of time applied to a thought. When somebody says that our brain is anything like a hologram, it's nothing at all like a hologram on any level. So when he says holographic design, exactly what the hell does he talking about?
Hey, Mumu, what's the brain? I'm not arguing with that. It's a hologram. I want to know what would you call it? How would you describe the brain?
I would describe it as some flesh with nerve endings, and you know what?
Really quickly before you get pigeonholed into one of Prod's questions. So the link that Terrence dropped, right? And this is why I say it's important when we have these conversations that we allow some room for the nuance, because sometimes the way we're explaining it is not necessarily what we're meaning to say, right? So I clicked the link, and this article is talking about consciousness. Your consciousness being like a hologram is much more digestible than saying your actual brain is, right? So I think what's happening here, right? And don't mistake Mumu's discomfort with what you're saying as him, like, you know, not being good at having these type of conversations or whatever. I personally, it's hard when you hear that particular way that it was framed, because it does give a leg to that pseudoscience, right? And not what you're saying isn't necessarily pseudoscience, but when you say your brain is a hologram, you create this alternate reality for people who don't know anything to fill with pseudoscience. So that's why sometimes, yeah, the reaction isn't necessarily the best, right? But you have to quantify what you're saying sometimes so that we can understand it, because what this article is saying is that the mind and consciousness is like a hologram, and I can get behind that, right? But sometimes when you say just the brain, it comes across as pseudoscience, and you're gonna get the reactions you got just because.
If I
You
said
know what I mean?
if I
Florida, you
said
gotta understand
holographic
this.
brain,
You gotta
I
understand this, Florida.
apologize.
You
But
gotta
it's actually
understand this, Florida.
holographic mind.
Hold on, guys. I can hear either of you. Hold on. Can you let Terrence answer really quickly, and then I'll get you right in, cool nerd.
If I said holographic brain, I apologize, but I believe I said holographic mind.
Yeah, and that's okay. You don't have to apologize. I just think, you did say brain, so it kind of like the first thing that a lot of us switched to was the pseudoscience. And for me, that was the same thing where I was like, oh, damn it, I hate that it came out that way, because now instead of us having a logical discussion, to some people, it might come off like we're trying to create these false, these pseudo beliefs that come from like just misinterpreting science. So what you were saying is in fact correct, right? Like there's a peer-reviewed article here about the holographic principle of mind and the evolution of consciousness. So it's more so speaking about the mind versus the organ of a brain. So I think it's important to differentiate before we continue. But yeah, I mean, for me personally, what I was initially responding to was the particular comment. But if you get into the article and what you read from it, you can break into that after Coolner gets a chance to speak really quick. Okay.
Well, that's the reason why most of the time when you read these academic papers, you have to have a PhD in a subject to actually comprehend and be able to understand what's being relayed, what kind of information is being relayed from those papers. Those papers are not for regular average day people to read. Those papers are for people within this, who are experts within this subject.
I'll interrupt quickly to tell you that I disagree. I don't think you need a PhD. I don't think you need a PhD to understand. Prod, it might be you with the background.
You actually do need a PhD. Or
hold on. I'm just trying to deal with the echo really quick. Can you say something? Just one word, Terrence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're good. Cool nerd, can you come off mute really quick and say something?
Hi.
Okay, good. Prod, can you come off mute really quick and say something?
Test.
Okay. Mumu, do you want to come off mute really quick and just say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say now, see, and this is the issue too with a lot of that. Like even when you said like going to read the article, it's saying that like consciousness is like a holograph or whatever. And I'm assuming when you say that is it may be talking about like in your mind you project, like when you think about something, it's like you see it as if like how holograms are projected, like you kind of like see your thoughts in a sense. And so with that said, when you dealing with like consciousness and the discussion about it, like scientists and biologists and all of that, a lot of them like professional people with PhDs, they'll tell you they don't have like a firm grasp or understanding on what it is and how it works and stuff like that. But in conversations like these, I don't mind having a conversation about like spirituality and the possibilities of it and stuff like that. But people do be making absolute statements and like statements as if they stating facts when they say certain things. And that's, I find that like, I don't like having conversations like that because it usually lead to like, it's usually going to lead to like, what it led to, because number one, when you make that statement, you got a whole lot to say and back up and prove that 9 times out of 10, you probably at the end of that, all that stuff you're going to say is going to end up being some stuff you can't stand on. And so it's like, when even in reading that article, I can guarantee you, and I'm gonna read it as well, but I can guarantee you it'll probably end with a whole bunch of like guesses or analysis on what consciousness and thoughts and stuff could be, not
Yeah.
saying, hey, this is exactly what it is.
Let me read it to you what
from
made me
entanglement.
understand why. Let me read to you what made me understand why I think Terrence used this here, right? So he, in this intro part of it, it says the holographic principle is an analogy to the hologram in which the form of an object is fully enfolded in every point on a two-dimensional surface. If we imagine a sphere, we see 3 dimensions. The surface of the sphere has 2 dimensions. The third dimension is the radius of the sphere, which can be drawn inward from any point on the surface of the sphere. In this paragraph, what I'm getting from it is that it's literally it's describing, it's basically trying to not compare, but like draw similarities between a hologram, how a hologram is presented, and the way our mind works. So in a sense, it is kind of coming how what you just said, where like there are going to be certain things that apply to certain parts of our mind or how we believe, how we see things, right? So again, it's not necessarily wrong in the context of this conversation. I just think the language is what threw a lot of us off here. From reading this article, I kind of understand what it's saying a little bit, right? And just to go off of what Cool Nerd said, you don't need a PhD to understand any of this, but you do need to have but you need to have a very good grasp on the scientific theory.
Okay, so the reason why I say you actually need not necessarily a PhD per se, but you need either a PhD or be very skilled in that subject area to understand a lot of these papers, or at least be able to understand the scientific community. Because you got to understand, a lot of times we're taking these articles and taking them out of context because there's several things. One, we don't understand the background research that's been going on for decades before that came up to that article. Two, a lot of times these articles are mid-research, right? Are in the middle of the research, and they're presenting a status of the research, right? Or they're submitting the latest data on the research, right? So the research hasn't been concluded yet to even say that, they're just throwing out more hypotheses, or they're throwing out what the test was that they're doing. And that test may not be wrong, because guess what? Somebody else in the community may go ahead and repeat that test and say, no, I got these results. And that shit that you said right there is wrong. And there may be 5 other people. And that's why it's called peer review, because there's going to be 5 other people, 600 people in that community who are doing the same research, who may or may not confirm or say that is wrong, right? So when we pull up random articles and say, yeah, this is what this article said, like, it's dangerous to do that, because a lot of times we don't understand what we're saying, especially if you don't have a PhD in that area.
Well, I wouldn't say that it's dangerous. And again, I'm still not considering a PhD. But I think that's why sometimes we need to allow for the conversation or even just the subject matter to land a little bit, because yes, the initial statement of your brain is a hologram does sound crazy, right? So it does kind of lend credence to the argument that we need to understand things before sharing them. But at the end of the day, what he was mentioning in the article does apply a little bit to the conversation. I can see if you're looking at it from this perspective. Here, hold on, I'm gonna put the article up, but somebody else can speak really quickly. Actually, because Sean Antonio left and now he's back. Do you have something to add?
Just simply to add on to what AL was just saying. What science is, it is a collection of accepted truths, meaning at science and math. It literally just means that we accept this to be true at this time. At any given point, anything can be disproven, any and everything. And also, what you learn as a scientist is I can make pretty much any data say whatever the fuck I want it to say. Pretty much anything. The output is only as good as the input. So a lot of times, when we start talking about science, you really do have to be careful because, anything can say anything, and it could mean absolutely nothing.
Right. So I shared the article here, and I'm gonna say I don't think dangerous is a strong word, right? Because I don't think it's dangerous, but I do think a lot of times with these conversations, we'll get ahead of ourselves in thought and don't really do the legwork to get everyone to the understanding first. And I think that's all that happened in this case. I think maybe he put
So
the cart before the horse in terms of explaining it to us, right? Not the theory itself, but explaining it to us. But I'll let you talk now. I have it up here just in case you need a
yeah,
reference.
so holographic, or I'm sorry, not holographic, but quantum entanglement. It's literally explaining the reflection of one thing from another and something completely on the other side of, let's say, the other side of the universe. That's been proven as well. And
So
if that is the case, right? Not if, but because that's the case, as it stands with our current state of whatever you want to call it, that remains true. It's really not a debate.
Can I ask you a quick question, just to understand if you understand what the basis of quantum mechanics? So, what is the basis of quantum mechanics? Like, what in physics? What is the quantum mechanics?
So from what I understand, quantum entanglement, quantum mechanics, whatever, it's talking about something so small, it's on a quantum scale, right? It's super little. And give me 1 second, Zane. And when we get to that level or that scale, the normal laws of physics don't apply because the mere observation of a particle changes its frequency.
But based off of what? So, like, what is it measured? How is it measured by?
Observation, light. I don't know how else to say that.
Here's a way. Hold on. Cool nerd. Hold on 1 second.
My battery's about to die. Can I just say this one thing?
Sure.
So, do you guys, the basis of quantum mechanics is basically, it's a model in physics that bases everything in physics off of statistics and probability, right? So, for example, a basic theory in quantum mechanics is particle in the box, right? So that's basically saying this is the probability of where an electron is going to be if you give it a certain energy state, right? And that's all it is, right? So if you can extrapolate that to things like how atoms would work, or how quantum entanglements work, or how this theory that you're being pretty inaccurate about is basically saying that there's a certain probability that two objects on a faraway object will have the same type of frequency or same type of energy state. That's all it's saying.
Well,
all of this stuff is about quantum mechanics. The basis of quantum mechanics is probability.
Well, nobody's negating probability. As a matter of fact, that is a basis for reality. Everything is a possibility.
Yeah,
nothing is an absolute.
There's also this level.
I'll let you unpack. Let me unpack. Right. This ain't. It's not a life or death situation. But if another study that was done is if you split a proton, right, and you separate them. Let's say I'll give 14 miles as an example because this is the study, and you put them and you separate them 14 miles apart, and you tickle one of them, the other one's gonna move. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's gonna move the exact same way as the particle that was tickled. What it means is they're entangled. When you take a physical object, it's principle number 1 that I put into the chat. When you take a physical object and you separate it, the idea here, right, that's been proven based on that, is that
It hasn't been proven.
Man, see what I'm saying? Like, this, what? Come on, bro. With all this has been proven shit.
Well, I'm not gonna argue with you, but all right.
What it is, bro. Niggas watch that movie. Niggas watch What the Bleep Do We Know, and now they quantum physicists and all this shit.
Let me just say this one thing. So primarily what they use this quantum entanglement for, and they use quantum mechanics for, is the basis of how you use your semiconductors in your phones, in your and light switches and everything like that, right? Basically, all it's saying is because you know there's a probability of energy states, you know that you can, if you put a certain current through a material, there's most likely going to be able to get a certain energy state where that electron is going to float to another empty spot, right? Or where an electron should be, a positive spot, right? So if you understand that, because you can understand that, because you can understand the probability of where electrons are going to move, now you can probably create your computer, your laptop, things that require small amounts of power to power things with large memory that 75 years ago would take a huge room to fill. Now you can fill that on your cell phone, right? So or even your watch, right?
Are you saying they're using quantum mechanics within our cell phones and our computers right now?
Absolutely.
Are you the physicist?
I am a physicist, yes.
Okay, so
Okay, guys, let's keep it classy.
What did IBM just recently develop? Fairly recently.
There's a lot of things that IBM recently. You gotta be more specific. And I got 1% battery, so you gotta hurry up.
Okay, so our computers aren't running off quantum mechanics. It's not running off of that. If it did, we'd be hacking would be on a whole nother level.
It absolutely is running on quantum mechanics, because in order to understand where, like I said, the basic theory, particle in the box, that's a basic theory that everybody, if you ever study quantum mechanics, you would know. Particle in the box, if you understand that theory, that's the basis for how semiconductors work. That's a basic theory of how that can be applied to any semiconductor device.
You're saying theory,
which is in your cell phone.
What you're saying is theory.
No.
I'm not going off of theories right now.
Do you understand what theory means? You understand the difference between theory, hypothesis, and law?
Go ahead, give me a theory and give me a law. Give me the principle.
So there are laws. For example, there's laws of conservation of energy. That's a law, right? And that's because you can see and it's undisputed that you cannot create or destroy energy, right? It only transforms, right? That's a pretty much a law, right? A theory means it's been tested. You've taken a hypothesis, you've been tested it, and once you test it, you've tested it enough to prove that 9 times out of 10 it's going to work. Not necessarily a law, but 9 times out of 10 that theory is going to work. A hypothesis means it hasn't been tested. You just said from an observation, I think that this is going to work because I've seen it I possibly have seen it in nature. So therefore, because I've possibly seen it in nature, it's probably going to work this way. That's a hypothesis.
Is quantum mechanics a theory?
It becomes a theory.
Is quantum mechanics a theory?
Yes.
Okay, is quantum let's keep going. Is quantum entanglement a theory?
Wait. Let me correct myself. It's not necessarily a theory. It's a model.
Okay, it's a model. Are there principles that can be associated to a model? Because even if it's a model, that's still a theory because it's being trained or tested, right?
No, it's basically how you would work something. You would work a problem, or you would work a situation based off of a certain perspective, right? So, for example,
from a certain perspective.
for example, let's take basic physics, right? You have the Newtonian mechanics, right? Everybody knows the Newtonian mechanics. F equals ma, right? Force equals mass time acceleration. That's a basic Newtonian principle, right? You can solve that problem from that angle, or you can solve the exact same problem using Hamiltonian model, which takes the same principles, which would be basically
Okay.
kinetic
I
energy plus.
think we're getting
So the
too.
principle.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I
So
think we're
the.
getting
I'm
too
sorry.
deep in
I'm
the
sorry.
science.
What you're
My
You
fault,
can
my bad.
answer.
describing is
Hold on, Terrence can
mathematical
answer,
algorithms.
and then we're gonna move on, please.
What you're describing is a mathematical algorithm to produce a result, which no longer makes it a theory. It's a principle. It's a
That's what
law,
it does. That's.
right?
I don't think you
So
understand. Do you understand?
so that's the
Do
model.
you understand?
Is
Do you
is that
understand
the
what models
model?
are?
Is
You
that
understand what
what
models
you're
are, right?
describing as a model?
You understand what models are, right?
Yeah, from what you just described, absolutely.
What's a model?
Absolutely. Well, you can take two different, let's say you take two different algorithms to produce the same result. One algorithm would be one model, the other algorithm would be another model. Is that accurate?
Close. I'll let you go with it. Sure.
That's okay. I believe that's what you just unpacked, right? And each of those models, quote unquote, have a principle, have laws which govern that specific model. Is that accurate?
All right.
Um.
After this answer, can you guys land the plane? Because I
Yeah,
think
I'm
you're
gonna land.
losing
I'm gonna land it
people.
right after this. Is that accurate?
Well, partially, but yes, mostly.
Okay, we playing games now, right? So
No,
let's
I'm
look
not
at
playing
principle
games.
one.
We gotta be
Things
accurate.
joined physically remain linked energetically, even when they are separated by large distances. That is an example of quantum entanglement.
That
Okay.
sounds like an example of Jada Pinkett's entanglement.
I bet it does.
Like, okay, like,
Yeah. All right. You're losing us with the science. So
Okay.
let's put a pin in it. And yeah,
My
y'all
phone's
lost.
up now. I appreciate.
No, y'all
appreciate
lost
it.
me when.
Let's be accurate what we say.
Yeah, I mean, but you can call someone inaccurate because you don't understand where they're coming from. But arguing the science is a waste of time because it's a theory, and you guys probably see it differently, which is all right. But it's 9:00. I don't want everybody's draws to be dried up because you guys are fighting about quantum entanglement and shit. So I'm sorry. Let's the whole conversation was about instincts, and I don't even know how to bring it back there.
Well, I can bring it back.
I had a question that got avoided.
Go ahead.
Rod, your questions send me to hell, but go ahead.
Well, my question was, I wanted to know from the people who advocate for the spirituality of humans, not saying I don't think humans are spiritual. How do you describe the interactions of people who know nothing about spirituality at all? Like certain cultures, maybe people in the rainforest. Like, how do you think the spirituality you know of interacts with those people who don't know anything about it?
I'm sorry.
Wait, they still a spirit in a body. The fuck?
I'm not saying it isn't. I'm saying how do you think it works out for them? Because they don't know anything about it.
Hold on, Prod. That was probably the worst fucking question you could ask. But go ahead.
I'm asking you because you said a lot about spirituality today. So amongst a group of people who don't even realize they're atheists, they don't even understand what you're talking about. How do you think it works out for them?
They just live.
Sean, it's Saturday night, but I feel
They
you.
just fucking live every day. Like, what?
What I mean is, like, do you think that the way spirituality works for like a Christian works the same for like an Aboriginal tribesman who doesn't know anything about religion at all?
But again,
Yeah,
you're
I
applying.
think so. I think so.
You're applying
I think so,
your
'cause
own.
again,
Can I
I'm
really
asking a
quickly?
question. I'm not applying anything. I'm asking a
Okay,
question.
Praj. Okay, really quickly, because my audio is messed up, and then I'll let the next people go. But the issue is you're applying your own idea of spirituality. Those people in the rainforest or wherever you just alluded to, they have their own way of being spiritual, of expressing spirituality. So
Yeah.
and perceiving, you can't even say that those people don't have that, because again, a lot of those, like the North Sentinel Island and all those places, a lot of those places, the reason why they don't have information because they don't have access to study. Or maybe, like for example, with the North Sentinel Island, you can't even get within feet of it without them trying to attack you. So I mean, a lot of it is just ignorance. It's not necessarily that they don't have your whatever your basic idea of spirituality is. So I mean, I get the question, right? Because you're trying to look at people outside of what your belief is, but I challenge you to look outside of your belief of spirituality, right? Maybe the way those people on whatever island behave has nothing to do with spirituality, in our sense, but it's their form of being spiritual. It's their form of connecting body to mind to spirit to whatever. So I think
That's
it's a
right.
little hard to compare to places that are not like us, because a lot of the times what we view as spiritual and what they view as spiritual could be different things, but it doesn't mean that they're not both spiritual experiences.
And one thing I don't like about some people, because I'm so open-minded, like I'm so open-minded, even the shit I believe, I don't believe, because I believe that it's probably something on top of that that I probably was wrong about. So people just be so closed-minded. You don't even take out the time to do the research and try to see where a person is coming from, see why they believe in their spirituality, see what it is, because I feel like we all saying the same shit. We just saying it in our own language. Like I was saying earlier, looking at the glass either half empty or half full, it's still the same fucking glass. You just perceiving it through your eyes the way you perceive it. So I just think people just need to be more open-minded, and I just think things is what the fuck it is. So however you choose to explain that, then yeah.
Yeah, but see that even with that, when you say people should be more open-minded, so there's 1,000, 10,000, 100 different thousand theories that people have. Like, it shouldn't stop at a certain point to where it's like, nah, I'm not fucking with that. And even even with that, some shit just really don't make sense. It's a different perspective, and that's cool. Like, people can have different perspectives, but sometimes different perspectives really are stupid. Like, that's really the case sometimes.
That's your perception. But if
No,
you
that's what I'm saying. How is that a perception? That's not a reality.
You can say that about even everything we believe in today that we feel like is normal. You could question that shit too. You could question the Bible. You could say, yeah, it don't make sense that a man could walk on water because can't nobody walk on water today. So you could question everything. You
can't question everything though. But you can't question everything. You can't question if the sun exists.
Hold on, guys.
If you choose
to, everyone, can I just have a quick second, because there's a lot of interference. I don't know who it is who has the echo, but as soon as all of you guys started talking, there was some echo. So let me give Meta Girl a chance to give her point, and then Mumu can respond, and then we'll go from there. Go ahead, Meta.
Yeah, I just think everybody, like, people different. Like, I'm just the type of person where I'm able to think outside of the box and dig deep and think deeply and try to figure out. That's just me. I'm a Sagittarius. I just like, and then somebody might be like, "Oh, that's astrology shit. That shit fake." So I just like information. That's just me. Some people, they scared to think outside the box. They comfortable right where they at. And I've dug so deep for me, where I'm at the place right now where it's just like, for me, I'm done trying to figure this shit out. I just want to live my fucking life now. Like, I'm done now. Like, I can't explain it. I don't know for sure. I just want to live now, but it was cool for the experience, me digging into different religions and quantum physics and all of the things. But now I just want to live. So, I mean, I don't think it's wrong to question shit, and everybody had their own way of interpreting shit too.
So basically what I'm saying is, and it's not like going against you, so to speak, so much, is that when we say stuff like that, thinking outside the box was one saying that we can't, like putting satellites in outer space, going to the moon, having drones, even having cars and telephones was somebody thinking outside the box. Also, somebody thinking outside the box is saying we can eat sun, we can eat the sun. So you got people sitting out in the sun talking about they eating the sun rays, and we should be allowed to call them people fucking stupid, is what I'm saying. So we can't like say, well, people just have different thoughts and ideas and stuff like this. Yeah, they do. And some of the different ideas are fucking stupid. And some of the stuff that's like out the box exists for a reason. And usually most of the stuff that's in the box has survived because it's the stuff that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Right,
I,
the comfort zone, but
agree. I agree.
we on the panel, right? We talking about intuition and shit. This not nothing that I talk with everybody every day. I got books and shit in my little library or whatever. I got books on this shit. So when I'm ready to dig into that shit, I'll read me a fucking book and then I'll take that shit in for myself. But it's not for everybody. We on the panel, we talking about intuition and shit. So we unpacking the shit. So
Yeah,
that's where I'm at with it.
all right, but look, sometimes your intuition is just head speak. Sometimes you just have a thought in your head and you're applying that to everything around you. You're projecting that to everything around you. Right?
No,
For example,
no.
let me say an example.
Hold on, cool nerd. Wait, really quickly. This is where you start to muddy what intuition is, right? Because it isn't necessarily just head speak, because head speak can come at any moment. Usually people are speaking about intuition in instances where they should be questioning, right? Or you can say they should be questioning, or they should be paying attention to their environment. It isn't just everyday situations and conversations. That's why I said for somebody who their job is sort of monotonous, right? Like I do the same thing generally daily. Obviously, it depends on what client I'm dealing with, but for the most part, there's a lot of monotony. Intuition doesn't apply to just every day waking up and deciding if you're going to go here or there and there's some head speaking, you just do what pops into your head. No, it usually comes when you're faced with a decision, when you're faced with a conflict even, right? It's not just something that pops out of thin air. It tells you, hey, go and open the bathroom door. That's probably schizophrenia. So don't dumb it down. But hold on, don't dumb it down so much that you diminish what it actually is.
Yes, and guess what? Everything you said could still be head speak. So, for example, like people said earlier, somebody said, "Oh, if you're in a room with people who may not like you, right? Or you had this funny feeling because you walked into this room." You know what? A lot of times it's just head speak, because a lot of times people ain't thinking about you. You just came up with a thing.
You can say that. Hold on, you can say that. But like Lana said, there's something about instincts that have a lot to do with survival as well. So yeah, you could tell that that's just whatever someone has in their head. But those were famous last words, I could bet.
Yeah, but Flora, Lana was Lana funny. She was responding to what I said about the sun rays and like you absorb sun rays. Yeah, that's true. But there are people who say that they eat sun rays as if like sun rays are adding calories to their bodies. Like that's what I'm saying is stupid. And I mean, there is some stuff though. Like I said, that's why I think on another level, like that's why it's easy for preachers and spiritual dudes to get women, because once you open the door to a lot of spiritual stuff, you can pretty much say anything somebody want to hear, depending on what that person want to hear. And like it's so fucking open to say anything that you don't have to have no fucking proof of.
No, we kind of do that because we're talking about scientific facts on things. Okay, so once I opened up my mind and thought outside of the box, the thing that made more sense to me, things that science could prove. So if science can say certain things about, the universe, blah, 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 then I feel like, it's okay for you to dive deep into that. If they have books and shit up on it, I feel like I don't see it as an issue. But I do understand, because when I hear you speak, the first thing that comes to my mind is like the nature boy, young pharaoh type shit, motherfuckers, and just that shit like cults and shit like that. Where it can get out of control. And motherfuckers do need law and motherfucking order. People need to be inside that box, because motherfuckers will go crazy. So I think things are needed, but I just don't think it's for everybody. So Ain't like I'm trying to push my ideas on somebody. I don't want to do that. I feel like everybody should live their own. I feel like people should be religious. People should be scared to still kill whatever. I think that's
But do you feel that way about people you care about? Because I don't want my son or daughter believing that they can eat the sun, that they can eat sun rays.
We're talking about religion.
Well, I think that's
Right.
where
And so what I'm saying, that's what some people spiritually, that's some people's spiritual beliefs is what I'm saying. Like if you look at a lot of these cults and stuff that people have died of, Malachi Z. York, Jim Jones and stuff like that, people believe a lot of spiritual things. So when we say like, well, just let people believe what they want to believe, are you saying that that goes for people you care about too? Like your children can just believe that?
I don't think everybody should believe what they want to believe. I think a lot of like people should. I think Christianity, that's fine. Religion is fine because it's a lot of people throw the fuck off. There's a lot of crazy motherfuckers out here, even with religion. So just imagine people out here feeling like there's no such thing as good and bad. You're not going to heaven and hell to whop the down. Like it'd be crazy out here. So
well,
yeah,
now, hold on, because religion has started a lot of violence. So that statement kind of implies that religion or whatever God, church gives people morals, and I don't necessarily agree with that. I think, depending on who you're probably taught or brought up with a set of morals. It's not necessarily just from having religion, but that's me. I'm not a Sky Daddy person, so.
But
it's
Flora,
not like that today.
hold on.
It's not like that today neither. But maybe even you just got me thinking like law and order, the fucking the government. So would government be enough to keep people in line and check? Because we're talking about being inside of a box and
Look, let's not get too far away from the point. What were you trying to say, Nunu?
No, I was gonna say because Lana said that's where intuition comes into play, and so that's true to an extent. Only when it comes to like say if you was raised Jehovah's Witness your whole life, and that's that's really a code, but that's some people would argue that. But let's say you raised Jehovah's Witness your whole life. Your intuition is usually going to work in a different type of way, meaning that if you've been taught this particular thing is right your whole life, you're not necessarily, your intuition is not necessarily telling you like, oh no, this is wrong, especially like throughout the formative years of your life. Now, maybe come along later when you actually see something different and you'd be like, oh, okay, like now that I've seen different things, like this don't look right. So intuition a lot of times don't come into play when it comes to what you've been taught to believe your whole life.
Drink that first. Right. And I mean, it's difficult because once you start thinking other factors, the conversation becomes a little difficult to have. But here's where I won't necessarily. So what she's talking about here, right, where intuition and self-preservation come, this is where you have to be able to understand that intuition isn't just an everyday thing, right? It's going to depend on when maybe conflict arises. I don't even like saying that because it's not always necessarily conflict, but even just the need to make a decision, right? And so that tells me that a lot of it has to do not only with our principles and how we guide ourselves, but a lot of it has to do with, the environments that we've already been accustomed to. Because for something to touch your intuition as like, oh, something's wrong here or something, there is to an extent a diversion from like what you've experienced. So, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to discuss this with people who are religious or not religious because you just fall too far on the opposite spectrum. But I don't know. I don't want anybody what to believe in terms of intuition. But for me, it's a culmination of experience and gut feeling. And yes,
I agree with you too. I agree with you, Flora. And I think that like I was saying earlier that, oh man, I don't know if I was saying this or a particular thing, but I think that spirituality is such a personal thing that like I think I talked about this before on another panel, but like when Jesus was talking about the Beatitudes, in Matthew when he was doing the Sermon on the Mount, and he says that blessed are the weak, like the weak or whatever, spiritually weak, for they shall inherit the earth. So if you do a study on that and the words and original words and stuff like that, what he was talking about was people who have less ego. And he was talking about the kingdom of heaven being a mind state. When Jesus spoke in these parables about the kingdom of heaven, he was most of the time talking about a mind state more so than a physical place, because he would say like the kingdom of heaven is likened unto, and then he would give a scenario about where somebody's mind state would give them a favorable situation. And so what he was saying about the kingdom of heaven is that the kingdom of heaven is a mind state, and his mind state is that he always follows the voice of God. So even when he got down to the Garden of Gethsemane and he said, God, if it like can, I don't want to bear this cross. Like, I don't want to do this, but if you say do it, then I'm gonna do it. So it's like he was saying that the kingdom of heaven mind state is to always follow that voice of God. And so that is a very personal thing. And we try to put like systems to it, or compare it to what like, we try to put like systems on it, or like the voice that you hearing is the same voice that everybody else is hearing. And I'm saying like, I kind of like look at spirituality like that, as if like whatever you believe or whatever you hear on that level, as far as in your spirit or your mind or heart or whatever, it don't necessarily need to be qualified or put through by anybody else or put through any system. But at the point now, when you do say that, hey, I'm doing this, or I heard this, now when it comes to that, if there's something that's just stupid or illogical, people have the right to say, nah, that's stupid. Doesn't mean that it actually is sometimes, but like, we can only go by our common sense when it comes to, we can only go by our common sense when it comes to certain things. And so it's like, it's so personal, but like, you know, we try to make it like a group thing or create some sort of system for it. And I just think that's where we make the mistake, is trying to create like this system that like everybody can kind of join in and be like, well, I'm of this belief and I'm of that belief, and it's the same shit, rather than, like I said, I kind of like, I like that as far as what Jesus was saying in that instance, or what I interpreted what was being said, is that he listens to that voice. That's the voice that he hears, and that's what he goes by. That's how he lived his life. And to me, like I said, I take that as that's his thing. That don't necessarily mean that the same God talking to me is talking to him or whatever. But I mean, I don't know if that makes sense or not.
No, it does. And it really does speak to kind of what I was talking about earlier in terms of this being such an individual thing, right? Because that's kind of what I've been saying from the beginning, is that spirituality and your spiritual experience is so individual. So like, it's really difficult to get up here and say, well, this is what intuition is, because somebody might see it differently, right? They might have a different experience with their spirituality, where the way you're defining it, it just doesn't fit. So let me get Pink up here because we got a new panelist. Would you like to add something?
Hello, everyone. Hey, y'all. I'm not sure if I even joined in on the right part. I think I was trying to respond to, is it Mumu that was talking, or Prod? I'm not sure. But I think the conversation has changed into something completely different than what I wanted to jump in. So I don't want to interrupt y'all. My bad. It just sounded like, because
yeah, we're having a flow of thoughts. So share whatever you have.
Well, I don't know. I think now that Mumu am I pronouncing it right? Mumu or Momo? I don't know. Either way, I think
I've heard Mumu. So, but
okay. I think when he summed it up at the end, it made more sense for me. But I came up to kind of say, without being offensive, that it's just because you don't understand something, you know, that doesn't give you the right to kind of bash it just because you don't understand the concept of consciousness versus intuition. I think that's where it was getting gray and kind of confusing for some people. It didn't sound like Mumu had a well-rounded concept of the meaning of consciousness and the different levels of consciousness versus intuition, right? Which there are different levels to that. So you can't just denounce it just because you don't have a thorough understanding of it. You can't say that Just because someone wants to sit out in the sun and call themselves eating the sun, you can't call that dumb, and you can't deem that it's dumb just because you don't lack that level of understanding of it. That's what I came to jump in on. You can't really put a label on somebody's
reason why we
concept
can
and
my bad.
understanding of their ideals. You get what I'm saying? You can't attack it as long as it's not hurting anyone. I just feel like, who are you to kind of say what's dumb and what's not dumb? If just because you don't lack that level of understing of it. You get what I'm saying? That's what I came in on. But then when you wrap it up, it sounded like something else. So yeah.
But Pink, this is what I'm saying, and like I said, I feel like when people say that, they talking about you having a general conversations about people that you don't care about. If your son, a daughter, a mother, or brother, somebody that you deeply love, believe that I can sit outside and eat the sun rays, I don't have to eat real food, and I'm gonna sit outside in the sun and eat the sun rays every day, you are not gonna tell that person, hey, just believe what you want to believe. You're gonna say that, hey man, get the fuck in there and go eat some cereal or some pizza or something that actually adds calories and nutrition to your body. And so when it comes to stuff like that is stupid. And why we can't call it stupid when it actually is?
I got a question. I got a question for that right there, Mumu. Did they actually say eating as far as like, I'm gonna chomp on these sun rays and eat them, or did they use eating just as eating, which could also mean the absorbing of something?
It sounded like they were
Right.
replacing food with the sun, though. The way you just said it, you can
No,
clarify.
okay,
Because
look. I don't know if
context in
you
that
got time to
question
do it
makes
now,
difference
but look
too.
it up. This was
Sounds like
definitely the case some
told
years
somebody
back.
else.
No, hold on, bro. There were a group of people, and there was this thing about people using the sun rays for actual food. Like, look it up. There's people that really, I don't know, I haven't seen it in a while, but that was around for a while, where people feel like the sun was actually like giving them that type of nourishment, like the same thing food does for them. And they
Well,
would, instead of eating, they would go out and sit in the sun.
well, yes, and that's also true. So
Right.
my question to you is it being interpreted as something different? Because it sounds like hearing that it's being interpreted differently than what the science has shown. For example, I can go outside and I'm absorbing the rays from the sun, right? I'm literally acting like a plant at that point, right? I'm absorbing those rays. It's not giving me the same nutrients that I would get as if I was eating, right, like a piece of meat. It's not the same in that context, but you're definitely absorbing beneficial rays. Melanin absorb the sun. Yeah, you're definitely absorbing beneficial light rays that are coming from the sun.
Oh no, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. That's not what they were saying. They wasn't saying that like because I know that being out in the sun is good for your health. I know that. I'm not going against that aspect. What I'm saying is it's not the same as eating actual food. And they were saying that you can go out and sit in the sun and replace that with actually eating food.
Okay.
I haven't heard it to that extent. But I'll definitely look into it. That's interesting. I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you.
But it's okay. Like, look, now it's been several silly shit that people say, like people talking about opening up people roots chakra, like, and it's some like some funny bunny, some gay shit attached to that. What niggas talking about, you know, it's they got shit out here with dudes talking about like yo, some sort of chakra is in a nigga anus, and motherfuckers out here like listening to like they operating. That shit is a thing out here.
Oh yeah.
So okay, so listen what I'm saying. I can't call that shit stupid.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
you
I
can.
see what you're
And nobody's taking away your ability to speak on what you feel you need to speak on in whatever tone you need to speak on it. But I think it's like this. I remember getting into a fight, right? And nobody really won one way or another. But you know how when you really get into it, you walk away feeling like you Billy Bad. And then on the way out, feeling Billy Bad, you just trip and look goofy. That it's something like that, right? Because the perception of what I'm picking on, and maybe I'm projecting, but as soon as there's a disagreement or something that isn't directly in tune with what you're saying, it's automatically dispelled, which means there's closed-mindedness, and that closed-mindedness shuts you off from a lot of things that are out here. I'm not trying to big brother nobody, but this is just what I'm picking up on, right? And with that, it's shutting you off from a lot of information that's out there, which gives the perception, that motherfucker right there is dumb as hell.
But Terrence, shouldn't you be closed-minded to a lot of things, bro? Shouldn't we be closed-minded? Shouldn't we be closed-minded to there's a chakra in your anus that a nigga need to activate? We shouldn't be closed-minded to that.
I get what you're saying about
oh my.
Hey, look.
Let's get off the booty.
Okay. How did we get here? But I get your point. You do want to gatekeep and keep a level of morality when it comes to like spiritual stuff and whatever day-to-day life you're living. You want to just have some morals about it, and you can't corrupt basic knowledge on things and interpret it in a way that makes you feel good. I get what you're saying. That's why I didn't want to jump in, because you started making sense towards the end of your argument. Like, you can't just make up shit, basically, is what you're saying. You can't just say anything.
Right. I'm saying like if you actually listen to what I've been saying and what I've been disagreeing with, like when y'all talk about intuition and stuff like that, I haven't disagreed with that, and I'm not even necessarily disagreeing with like a lot of spiritual beliefs, because I have my own beliefs. But I'm saying that it's certain things out here when we make statements like, just let everybody have their own opinion. I do think that that's not good, because like there's so much stuff out here that's just doesn't make sense at all when you put it on the table. And like why I think that stuff deserves questioning and challenging. So that's it. It's not like I don't think that people, that's all.
Yeah, you can't leave too much room for corruption. I get what you're saying. People
Okay, so Mumu, do you think intuition is spiritual or intellectual?
And like I said, I don't know, bro, and I won't pretend like I do. I'm saying I think that humans, whatever it is, I do think that quote unquote spiritual things, supernatural things, I think they are real and that they happen. But I think what happens is that everybody wants to attach a system to it. Everybody has a different system to describe it. There's Jehovah God, there's Allah, there's Buddha, there's just like the Orishas, there's all these different spiritual systems that say, hey, this is why this happens. And all I'm saying is, I don't know. And if you tell me your spiritual system is the reason why it's happening, then I'm gonna just question you on that. And if you can't provide like, a suitable answer, that's on you. It's not that I'm hating or I don't believe it. It's that I don't have to believe it. Like you gotta, if you saying it, if you standing on it, then it's your job to like make a good argument if you're gonna stand on it, or not just say, well, that's just what I believe and leave it at that. To me, that just, it make a person sound kind of crazy. But if you're gonna say something like, oh, I believe it's this, then stand on it. And if it sounds crazy, it sounds crazy, but don't act like other people hating or they just don't understand just because you say some silly shit and then they be like, nah, that don't sound right.
Yeah, and I'm gonna just jump in really quick to make this point right here, right? People living and being born on Dr. York's land thought they were following a righteous man. Let's go even further back on a subject that actually Taz covered, about what do you call it? Was it not Charles Manson? Who's the guy that they drank the juice? Do you guys remember what story I'm talking about? Jim Jones, and how it was mostly black people there, right? They thought they were following a real religious leader, someone who could actually teach them something, right? So I think I definitely get this concept of not just spewing out any old thing without giving the proper context to understand it. And that's where I'm the type of person where I'll leave room to have those conversations, but sometimes I do want to almost not rescind, but like give people a chance to say too that we do need to stop and think and really understand what we're saying too, because especially this space, and I think Mumu, you can agree with me on this one. There's been so much pseudoscience that people use in these spaces to just say anything, right? To back any point. So I think, right, especially being intellectuals, I think a lot of us are. It's important to qualify what you're saying. so that people can understand exactly where you're not exactly where you come from, but they can at least give the correct perspective. So I definitely agree with that in terms of just being a little bit clearer in phonics. It made
I,
sense. It made sense to me after reading. So
I think in terms of spirituality too, I think specifically women should really study what women believe spiritually, because I think we study too much on what men believe, and I think that um, women, from what I've seen from y'all, a lot of times y'all do have this strong sense of like intuition, woman's intuition, so to speak. Like, I think that's a real thing, but I think that's been convoluted by like a lot of men who have nefarious reasons for being spiritual, even if it's not like, a lot of times I don't even know if they have like bad intentions, or if like they just too caught up in not understanding that what they're teaching is not good. So I think that women should listen to women a lot more when it comes to spirituality, and stop listening to men so much, because a lot of men have a vested interest in wanting you to believe a certain thing.
sure. I don't disagree with that. Let me get Venus in here. She just popped in. Venus, hello, good evening. Welcome.
Hi, hi
Hey.
y'all. No, I was just listening because I literally just came in, so I'm not sure where you guys are in the conversation.
Okay, so we've been having a conversation about intuition and kind of trying to define it, right? We're in a world where a lot of us, due to our freedom of speech and all other types of freedoms we're granted,
Hmm.
we all have different beliefs about spirituality, about religion, etc. And just before you got in, Prod posed the question about people who come from a different conventional lifestyle, right? Like the people in the rainforest, or whatever, people on islands that are remote and detached from the rest
Hmm.
of the world, right? But what I proposed in this case was that maybe those people are spiritual, but it presents differently. And I think where we kind of started rubbing elbows a little bit was where we started using some terms that, although true, right, were seemed a little out of context. So I mean, I know Terrence, a little while ago you were getting ready to kind of talk about the holographic theory. I don't know if that's still on your mind, or if we can move on, but
But real quick, can I get a quick synopsis of what you guys were saying about energy vampires?
so I didn't get to that because
Oh,
they were
perfect. Okay.
questioning my theory of intuition.
No, that's
Taz
perfect. Then
started it.
I'm in time. So okay,
Yes,
cool.
you're right on time. So we
I
haven't
think that
gotten
was a
there
good
yet.
segue because we were just talking about how people can corrupt knowledge and corrupt religions and kind of manipulate it and manipulate people with false information. So I think
Hmm.
that can go towards the energy vampire conversation most definitely. People do distort sacred knowledge and information to take advantage of people. And that's definitely
I
vampire energy.
Yeah, and more so when I talk about energetic demons, right? Because my original thought for this conversation, but way before I even like decided to make it a conversation, it came from somebody harvesting or feasting, whatever you want to name it, feasting off of me and my imagery in this space, right? And how, you know, a lot of the times you are just a puzzle piece in somebody's justification for how they feel about certain things. And when I first was thinking of the conversation, I thought about how some people will run with what one person does, right? And we're black, so we'll go to that, right? Some people will run with what one black person does and try to ascribe that to every black woman or black man or whatever the case may be, right? So personally, I personally think that energetic demons are people who they're unable to contribute something authentic themselves, right? They don't necessarily have something to offer in the ways they want. So what they'll do is they'll take people, whether they're good or bad, whether they have a positive image or a negative image, and they will feed off of whatever energy they're giving off, and they'll create false narratives, they'll put out false information, right? And a lot of it had to do, I'm not gonna lie, right? But I came on YouTube when I wasn't even paying attention to nothing, and Fighter has pictures of me from 2016 that he's sharing with his audience. and he's telling them I'm a fat cow and I'm this or that. How am I allowed to say bandit? How am I allowed to this, that, and the third? And I really was thinking about that, right? Because I haven't even interacted with him that much in this space besides calling him a toothless bandit, right? And I was thinking of why would he be so hyper focused on me and my imagery if I barely talk to him? And I personally think that when somebody doesn't like you, that they are able to harvest your energy by putting false beliefs and certain things on you, right? They'll say all kinds of things about you. And I mean, I want you guys can share your personal experience with energetic demons, but it seems like
Oh, I can
they're
relate to what you
feeding
just
off of
said.
you.
I can
It's
relate to what you just said.
feeding.
I'm going through that right now. It's so funny.
Yeah,
I
go
was
ahead, share your experience.
I was just in another chat, right? And I noticed there's this guy named David Moto who I think is a troll page. This is now the fifth page in like 2 days. I
Oh,
don't know
we think that's Fatty because he was here earlier too.
I don't know who that is, but this man is following me around just saying all types of crazy shit, right? Waited 2 hours for me to start my show yesterday just to come talk some shit. And again, I don't know who this is, but he's not the only one. It's funny, I was just thinking about this because I was like, yo, there's a bunch of strangers who are really like in their feelings about me, like real bad, like will follow me around. It's getting ridiculous. I've just clicked into live streams and seen whole chat conversations about me. And I have no idea who these people are. So to your point, I think sometimes things we say, we're convicting people without even knowing it. And so you might just be speaking to the topic sometimes or generally, but it's something in that person's soul. It just burns them because it's true about them. And so now
So now because
because it came from you, you become the center of their hatred, right? When they really hate what you just exposed about them.
I agree. That's a
Hey,
very
can I
a
ask y'all
very
a question real
classic
quick?
way of putting it.
What is an energy demon? And I was thinking, I thought you said for some reason energy vampire, but I'm thinking
Yeah,
that's
the
two
show
different.
said vampire.
Okay,
Vampire
so
demon
can y'all describe what that
interchangeable.
is?
They
Somebody who
siphon.
want to kind of like take
Somebody got a bad
the light
echo.
from you. Is it me?
Is it me?
Is it me?
No, I think because we was all kind of talking at one time, that was the echo. But
Yeah.
No,
I
it was the
tried to
last
mute you,
person.
but it was
Please
that.
talk again. Who's the other person with the pink?
Yeah, that's matter. I think
Oh.
it's people who want to take the light from you, your goodness from you, your peace from you, and they just want to bring you down to their level.
Can I give
I
my
don't.
answer?
Yeah,
For
go
me,
ahead.
an energy vampire is someone who, whenever you interact with them, you feel drained, right? Or you might feel negative. You might notice a shift in your energy, and they'll have a boost in theirs. They're literally like parasites in a spiritual way who kind of walk around consuming other people's energy, right? They like to get next to people for different things. They might like your ideas. They like your company. They like your optimism. They like whatever you have going on, right? It's something about them is attracted to it. And they're here to like kind of take that energy from you. And so when she mentioned like in the space, but when I saw the question, I immediately thought about men, only because I was relating it back to relationships and how like you could meet a person, be at your best, doing your thing, everything's fine, and by the time they're done with you, you're not even yourself
Yes,
anymore. You
girl.
don't even
Yes,
have the same like uh I don't know, you don't have the same energy, the same vibe because they stole it from you.
yes. They literally siphon your energy, and a lot of times they seek out the weak. They prey on the weak. You can literally take the concept of any old folk tale of a vampire, any vampire movie, and just translate that over into a spiritual definition and an energy
Right.
definition. They don't necessarily have to have the teeth and the fangs and the bat wings, but they're definitely clawing into you, clawing into your energy, stealing your positive energy and taking because they don't have it. They need to feast and fester on somebody who is positive in order for them to move around in this world. They cannot do it alone. They cannot be positive alone. They cannot create their own
Yeah.
positive energy in any way. So they need to feed onto people who they know are innocent, naive, or just somebody that may even just have a burst of energy, or just somebody who just seems positive all the way around. They need that. They feed on that. Or they
Yeah.
just feed on the fact that they just feed on the idea of you giving them their energy, no matter if it's negative or positive. They need to
So
feed on other people's energy because they are literally void.
so I
Soulless.
think
And then
I'm
you hang
hearing
around, you can I wanted to add the tail end on exactly what Venus was saying, where you can literally be around an energy vampire long enough and it will start to show up physically on your body. You will start looking decrepit, you will start looking soulless, drained. It starts to transform over into your looks. I dated someone who I started looking old and body aches and getting sick. I never got sick. I never got body
That's
aches.
why I
But
said
just
it.
hanging
Same.
around,
Yeah, it's true.
yeah, hanging around certain people, I want
You
to
don't
say
look
women
like
and men.
yourself. You don't take care of yourself as much. You don't have the energy to.
Yeah, because they drained you they
Yep.
literally depleted you of your energy. And I think
Yeah.
that's literally where they got the concept of vampires from in these movies. I think it started out as a spiritual definition and they transformed it into this, this fictitious
Yeah.
look of a vampire with the fangs and he's clawing his teeth into you and drawing blood. I think that's just some type of fairy tale concept they created, but I think it originated from the energy, the spiritual
Yeah.
realm.
And honestly, with those vampires too, if you ever look at, and not to get too into the mystical stuff, right? But if you ever look at when, or if you pay attention to when those vampires per se, right, in those shows, or movies, or whatever, they're usually feasting when they're trying to harvest some type of energy, right? They're trying to get something. They're gonna be feasting off of this person. And I think that's the problem with and this is the only reason why I make a distinction between energy vampires and energetic demons, right? Because the energy vampire, that usually has to be somebody who's close to you and they make their way close to you for the purposes of sucking off you, right? Feeding off you, whatever you want to call it. Right? Whereas an energetic demon doesn't necessarily have to have any connection to you. They can be anybody. But they're using your imagery and your likeness to create a message about somebody, right? So the first I heard Leonard Roy's little dusty self say this weekend about the person who was about to burn down MLK's house was that, oh, look at what black women, look at where we are, look at the state of black women, right? And he's not the first. He's not unique in that he blamed all black women for what one person does. But I generally think that's what an energetic demon does, right? They will like hyper fixate on that one person and just siphon whatever they can and just, ascribe to it whatever they can. And that's what a lot of these people do. They don't know me. They don't have conversations with me personally or anyone in this space who's being eaten off of. Because just like you, Venus, I will pop into a chat and there's a whole conversation being had about me, completely fabricated, but nonetheless, it's still happening, right? So I think that's. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I like what I say Tanisha said. She said sometimes they go after the strong to knock them down. I definitely feel like the strongest because these motherfuckers be coming for me.
It makes you wonder, right? Like, what is it?
What's so special about me? Because these are strangers. These are not like people I cursed out on a panel or like people
That
who have
makes
a legit
sense.
reason, right? Like if it was somebody who I done got into it on a panel, you have a legit issue with me. These be people I've never spoken to a day in my life. They don't ever come out of the chat.
Yeah,
That
and
makes
don't
sense when it comes
also
to
don't mistake the power of somebody else's influence on somebody's. A lot of the time, like those people that you're like, why would they? They're being influenced by somebody else.
Oh, of
And
course.
maybe that person isn't necessarily telling them, "Hey, hate Venus," but by the way they carry themselves and the way
No,
they.
the people in these spaces are very good at planting seeds, right? They'll just say
Yes.
things like
Yep.
this. They've done it to me. They'll just say things like this in front of 400 people. Fatty's done this. Venus is a man hater. Venus is the next Cynthia G. Like they do stuff like that on purpose to make an image about
Yeah.
you and shift other people's opinions about you. And these people, I don't know if they're like teenage boys, I don't know what, but they're highly impressionable. They don't think for themselves. And you're right. It is people influencing them.
Yeah. So a lot of the times it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with what you did. A lot of the times it can be with what you represent to that other person that's influencing them. Right.
Mhm.
So
You have
that's
something they need. I thought I
yeah.
was on mute. My bad.
No, no, I'm
No,
hearing
I'm
you.
hearing you.
And you're right,
Oh,
right?
Flora, sorry. Let me tell you this last part. Some of them troll pages be people we know, and they're not. They're just pretending to be somebody else. But
Seahorse, Seahorse,
sometimes,
just so y'all
sometimes,
know, that's Thanos theory. He used to be in my chat all the time as Seahorse. As soon as I called that shit out, never seen Seahorse again. Just
yeah, I
gonna
was gonna say some of them be content creators. Some of them be people we know. Some of them are people that you think are cool with you, but secretly hate you. This is some shit I found out recently. A lot of them have fake pages.
Mhm.
It could be somebody on a
They
panel
on a
with you
panel with
doing that
you.
shit.
and
Right.
that's part
So
So
of
I think,
basically, they can't say it out their own mouth, so they create a page so they can get out their
yep,
grievances against you.
yep.
yeah,
And
I
that's
think
why
I,
oh I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mumu. You've been trying to talk for a little while.
oh yeah, yeah. No, I wanted to, because y'all can get back to what y'all was saying too. But when y'all do get a chance, I guess what I'm hearing is, to me, the energy demons and vampires sound like misery loves company type people, messy people, haters, and like, yeah, those three things. So I would love to hear y'all separated, like, from the people who are intentionally and like occultic as far as that goes, versus like, because I think that's where sometimes a lot of men like myself, where we kind of like, I guess, frown upon like the definitions and words that we hear used in the spiritual stuff, because when you say like spiritual vampires and then you describe them, it's like I said, just sound like messy, hating ass, misery love company type of people.
Yeah,
And
but to
like,
an
to
extent,
Now
Mumu.
but
it's
I get what
deeper
Hold
you're
than
on,
saying.
that
it
hold,
is
though.
hold
deeper
on,
than
really
that because
quick,
you can be a hater
really,
and not be a demon.
really quick, guys. I want to make sure that I make this point because what the only thing that's missing from that, Mumu, is the fact that sometimes, even if it's short term, those people benefit from what they're doing to you, from the isolation or whatever it is they're creating. Sometimes they will benefit from creating these images around you. So that's where the sucking of your energy comes out of, right? And especially the more you interact with them is what I'm starting to understand. If you respond to a lot of these bandits, if you give them the energy of saying, hey, this person is even speaking about me, or this person is this or that, sometimes they're able to, and again, I'm gonna stress that it's very temporary, because anytime that you're putting this type of bad energy out there where you're sucking off of somebody else and you're not contributing anything to
Anything
them,
to them.
you are also in
So
a
in a
sense
sense,
taking from them something. So sometimes they do get to quote unquote benefit for a short period, even if that exists.
Right. No, it makes sense.
Where
What I'm saying though is like, that's like basically an opportunist and a person, like that's kind of done in business and personal relationships all the time. So what I'm saying is like, I would just like to hear like, I guess, a separation or something be made about like, are there actually people that are like into the occult who intentionally know that there are energy vampires that are
Let me
doing
answer
this,
that.
versus the
yeah,
people
and then
who,
me
like I
next.
said, are opportunists and
Well, yeah,
messy and hateful.
I think an energy vampire or energy demon, they transform, they switch uniforms, and they can be expressed in different ways. An energy vampire can go to your job and be the evil boss at your job. Energy vampire can shapeshift into a boyfriend or a spouse. An energy vampire can be anywhere in any space. That's literally what a demon does. They shapeshift. So you can break it down and say, oh well, how do they look? They don't have a look. They transform into
Right.
whatever they need to get a hold of your energy.
Okay,
So
maybe
there
I.
is no I just feel like there is no, there's no look. You get what I'm saying? Like they don't have a specific look to them. And you can't say an energy vampire only has one definition. They can be a hater. They can be anywhere. They can be at your job. Like I said, they can be at your church. They can be your pastor. They can be your teacher. They can be anyone. So
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 okay, so Momo, let me try approach another way. So first, I want to make a distinction. I don't think like just because someone's a hater, is that I wouldn't necessarily qualify them as an energy vampire, right? But let me ask you something. When you're feeling down, right? Is there a person that comes to mind that you can go to that might be able to like get you together and put you in a better spirit, better place? You have a person
yeah,
like that
yeah,
in your
yeah,
life?
it's a few people. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to. I'm not. That relationship between you and them is not what I'm discussing, but I wanted to get you to understand, I guess, how I'm viewing it, like that energy shift, how you see, how you know exactly who to go to already to get what you need to get to spiritually feel better. It's not negative that you're doing that, but I'm just because you, I think you said, like, do they even understand? And my answer is yes, they do. But you're going to people who you love and they love you for upliftment, right? But it's the same thing. They're going to people who they don't care about, right? Because they energetically need something from them. The difference is when you leave your people that you love, they don't feel drained and they don't feel left with negativity. But with those people who seek out people, the same way you would seek out your loved ones, they don't have loved ones to even get that from because they're trash, right? They seek out people around them to go to those people and do an exchange. So it's like, I'm here to dump this negativity off on you, and I'm here to consume that positive energy from you and leave you with that. That's kind of how I view energy vampires. I don't know if that makes sense, but that I view
I
them
feel that.
as intentional. They know what they're doing. And they, in the same way you immediately thought of whoever you thought of, they think of whoever they think of and they go right to them and get what they need and do what they do.
Yep. I
Right,
think
right.
they
That
shape.
answered
They
my
know what
question.
they're
That's what I
doing,
was
and
trying to
they
get to.
shape
Like,
shift.
are they actually, because like I said, I think from what I was hearing at first, it just sounded like kind of like people's personalities. And it made me ask, like, well, are people like born energy vampires? Like, are they just naturally that or whatever, however it come to be? But that's what I was asking. Like, when is it intentional? Like, do people know that they are energy vampires and they practice it intentionally?
I
Oh,
believe
okay.
some do and some don't. Like, I believe maybe they don't even start out knowing, they just start becoming that person. And then I believe they kind of develop and start to understand what they can do. And then they really start to do it to people. Again, that's just my belief. But yeah, I don't think everyone who does that to you necessarily is aware, but I think some of them are highly aware.
So, how do you spiritually, how do you combat that? Like, if on a spiritual level they are energy demons or vampires, like what's the defense against that spiritually?
You definitely have to have discernment, know how to pick up on people that are energy vampires. But even beyond that, I just feel like you have to know how to transmute that energy. That's where shadow work comes in for me. Praying demons off of you, praying that you don't attract certain energy vampires, and praying that if you do come across one, you just know how to transform it and restore your energy. That's why people do need to focus on meditating or having downtime to themselves to kind of just replenish whatever has been drained of them in the outside world. Because we can come across energy demons and vampires in any type of setting, unbeknownst to us. You get what I'm saying? So I can't say there's a right or wrong way, but I know for me personally, I have to have my downtime. I have to have my hibernation where I recoup and get me back together and restore myself. Because you fight energy vampires all day, every day. If you ask me, even through the internet, it's gotten even worse. But even in your day to
Hmm.
day, so just transmuting it, like I said, by doing prayers or whatever you do spiritually, whatever religion you subscribe to. I think that's the basis of a lot of religions, is praying just in different ways. I pray even though I'm not a Christian or I'm not a religious person. I like to just have that spiritual time to myself to recuperate and rejuvenate myself. So that's what I do to transmute and transform myself back into positive energy, or restore myself if I've been drained of an energy vampire or energy demon.
And for
But
me,
at the
it's
end of the
like,
day, it's all about discernment. I think having discernment really has a big play in it. But like I say, sometimes you never know. They can have a mask on, so you can have all the discernment you want, actually, and that will not do you no good, because these demons literally can come in any shape or form. So
I
yeah.
wanted to piggyback off you. I love that you said discernment because I was going to say that. But also, I was going to say, Mumu, sometimes there's nothing because you said to protect yourself, right? Sometimes you have your guard down, and it's just going to happen to you, right? And so that's where what uh, Pink comes in, with what you can kind of do after. But to prevent, I believe, like, if you stay close to God, stay in the word, stay in your right mind, you will start to become so sensitive to the wrong type of energy, you'll be able to pick up quickly. Does that make sense? Like if you're around positive people all day, when a negative person enters the room, it don't take y'all long to know, right? But if you dwell in negativity all day, all of that shit starts to feel normal to you, and now you can't identify as quickly when something's not right. But if you're keeping yourself in a like mentally in the right state, you'll be able to pick up like immediately and be able to like separate yourself, or even if it's somebody you have to work around or be around, constantly taking a mental note, like I'm not taking on this person's energy. Don't even allow yourself to entertain certain thoughts past hearing them. Check yourself. I've had to do that. I'll hear it something. I'm like, okay, I'm not even gonna think about that. Because I know if I do, it's going to take me down a negative path, right? So, in my opinion, those are some things you can do, like keeping yourself aligned the right way. It'll feel foreign when the wrong energy is around, like almost immediately. And even energy can come through anyone. I believe it travels through people, jumps through people. We all go through that. Somebody in your house, your kid, your spouse, whoever, could just have one of them days. And if it gets on you, yeah, pray, identify, like this is not me, this is not my feeling. I need to separate myself from this. I've gotten so sensitive now, most of the time I can identify exactly where the bad feeling came from and who it came from. And
I
once I
think
can understand, like, oh my God, I didn't feel like this until I spoke to such and such, then I know, okay, this is not mine. I'm leaving this here. Like that's not even my thought. Those are not even my feelings. I'm not entertaining that.
I think a lot of people showed up here because they are spiritual vampires and they needed a place to feed off of. And like they was in their real life before they started, either curating channels or going on YouTube, they was probably going around like creating this negative energy with the people around them, and always like took it as well, they don't understand why people are behave, what I'm saying, reacting or responding to them the way they are. And so like they seek out a community here on YouTube, to kind of get their shit off with not like coming with the attitude of like, okay, if I am misunderstood, let me try better understanding myself so I can get my shit together. But like just specifically to say like, man, somebody out there got to feel me. Fuck what everybody around me think about me.
I've heard that. It's good to know that. Oh my God, Mumu, you know how I know you're right? Sometimes on the panels, people try to like pressure. Okay, it's like how we'll say sometimes some of the men, like they try to force women to speak bad about other women, right? And I always wonder, like, why? And then I think it's kind of what you're saying. It's like, I want someone somewhere to validate my feelings. Because whether
Yeah.
you're right or wrong, if that's your view of women, that's your view. But it's like now transcended to no, I need one of y'all to say it to each other. But it's like if you feel like what's in your heart is really true, why do you need that? I agree with you. It's because and life has been showing you that that's not true, but you're not accepting it. So you're running around trying to find somebody somewhere who can validate your delusion.
And that's like really that's the source of so much bullshit on here, is that like you dealing with people who have never even tried to understand the people that they're dealing with. They never tried to understand their mama. They never tried to understand no motherfucking body.
But they want to be understood. First and foremost, understand yourself. Like I think the better you
Exactly.
can do that, the better you can understand others. And I'm not saying that's necessarily the easiest thing to do, right? It takes like constant work. Like I heard somebody say he studied himself um like a book. Like he just started writing things down about himself so he could just start understanding his own ways. Okay, what makes me react like this? Okay, why do I do this? Okay, why do I have this habit? Like he really like said he spent like months and months and months. Like truly, I never heard anyone, I almost want to do it. I was like, I never heard anyone say they've gotten to know themselves on that level, right? Where he like studied himself daily, like had notes, went back and studied them, started monitoring his own behaviors. Like I don't know many people who are willing to do that, right? But the more you understand you, then you can better understand others. I feel. I don't know if that's all the way true, but maybe. Because I don't know if you're like me or I'm like you. But like I guess that core thing.
Oh yeah, no, I feel you. And I think on the flip side too, when I was in high school, I was dating this chick, and she used to always like talk real slick, like talk with an attitude, like real rough. And me, I'm usually like, I don't like to argue like that back and forth. Like I'll just like be quiet and just like sit back. Like I'm gonna wait for you to get over that shit. And she used to always say, you be fucking up my energy. And I'm like, well, I could never get her to understand the reason why my so-called energy is off is because you talking to me real crazy. And I don't know, I can't respond to that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, only thing I can do is just what I'm doing is just like look at you crazy and let you talk to yourself. And I think like you have a lot of those type of people here.
You know why you was messing up her energy?
Why?
Because you were forcing her to be with her. By you not engaging in that and not even responding, and now she just has to sit in it. It's so uncomfortable for her. No, you're fucking up your energy and mine.
Yeah, and I feel like she's the type of person, she's the person that's in these spaces. A lot of people that's in these spaces.
I agree 100%. Because if you don't argue with them, they don't take the note like, all right, nobody wants to fight. They'll just like literally sit down and strategize and find new ways to try to pull something out of you.
But I think that works though, because even on a certain level, like the people who aren't like that, a lot of us are entertained by it, and I think that's an issue too. And it's, I
Come
guess
on
it's
with the
arguable.
shade. I knew you was going. I knew where you was going with this. Go
I mean,
ahead.
I'm here too, but it's like I know. Put it like this: for me, I won't speak on certain things. Like even if I'm entertained by it or I listen to it, it's just certain things I won't speak on or I won't say. Like I found it real feminine and real fucked up how men was on here talking about Flora and whatever situation. Like I still find that like all the dudes that was doing
It's
that
trash.
to me, they some bitch made niggas.
They are.
It was weird. Yeah, very weird.
Yeah, that's why sometimes I be feeling like I don't know if I belong here. This shit
Sorry,
is
y'all.
really
I'm over
demonic.
here reading about candle magic and shit.
We need to do a panel on that because that's a whole nother can of worms right there.
Man, candle is going off the chain, so I had to
Like a
Google it.
manifesting candle panel.
I don't know.
Especially
This
for the new
candle
year.
is bumping. There is not an ounce. There's not even a centimeter of wind in here. My candle is bumping, so I was reading about it. But you guys go ahead.
Not my candles bumping. Where'd Momo go?
He said it got very girly in here. No,
No, he was
Hell no,
liking
that
this
bitch burning
conversation.
candles. Let me go.
Yeah, that's how I felt too when she said candle man. I said, oh hell no. Absolutely not, Flora.
no, I'm just over here like because my candle, like this one candle is burning really fast, so I'm reading about it. But sorry.
Flora. Candle. So what's this candle for that's burning right now?
No comments.
Okay.
Well, I'll answer. I have a few candles. I have a just for fun. I guess I'm not gonna say for fun, but I guess it's just to help me focus on my affirmations. I do have a green candle for abundance and attracting money and wealth, and always having money come to me and flow towards me easily.
Yes.
I have a joy and happiness candle, which is like a yellow candle and an orange candle. And I think the candles just help me focus on what I want. You know,
Yeah.
kind of like a guide. I
A
don't think the
reminder.
candles. Yeah, I don't think they necessarily have any energy in them. I think you can put energy into anything you speak to. But I think it just helps me.
What y'all
So
feel about crystals and stuff? Do y'all like have crystals?
Oh yeah, I have a few crystals. I don't really
Mm,
do
let me
much with
read
them. I have a green Aventurin bracelet that I wear, crystal bracelet, just to attract abundance and good things. And I have a black tourmaline bracelet, and then I have a black I forgot the name
What
of
you
it, but I
know?
have two black crystal bracelets.
Is that white?
Can
Yeah,
y'all see the flame?
I want a
Can
white
y'all see?
candle. Yeah.
Wait, why is it calming down? Another? Okay, now.
No, it's moving.
Nah, this shit was bussing like this whole time. You know what I mean? There's no one here, so I'm like, what the fuck's going on with this candle?
What does
But
it mean though? Can you at least tell us what that means when the
that's
flame is
just a
going crazy?
protection candle. It's just a protection candle, and I know, the demons after me are gonna create their counter spell candles now that I've revealed myself, right?
Yeah.
But the shit was blicking. I had to Google it because I'm like, why is it
Not
fucking
blinking.
dancing like that? But it has to do with chaotic energy or something like that. So I understand we're in the nature sphere. That's what we're gonna get. But
Okay, Hansel. I haven't burned candles in a long time because, you know,
I do it every
religious
now and then.
purposes. People were like, oh,
yeah,
I just
Keisha,
want
it's doing more than moving. That's why I'm like, and it's crazy because it's gotten more like it's calming down now. But like it was
Was it when we were
literally
speaking about energy vampires and all that
yes,
crap?
it got
Yeah.
fucking crazy. So I'm like, oh my god, what's going on here?
I knew it was then. I knew it was then. We was up here preaching. The candle was like, yes, they're right.
That's why I was so quiet because I'm like, why is my candle twerking now? Like it was okay,
It was
it was doing this
dancing.
little thing, but then it started twerking, and I'm like, this is a
Not
lot. There was
twerking.
the wind,
What's the
nothing else
name
was
of that
moving.
What's the name of that
Huh.
witch movie? What's it called? The Craft?
Yes, the craft.
Yeah.
We was up here speaking the gospel. The candle started going crazy, right? Mumu left us.
Well,
We
he
need
did
another
say,
me.
I don't think he believes in that stuff. He was like, that shit is stupid.
Mumu said it got witchy in here. He had to go. No, it was like blicking like crazy when you guys were talking. Like, I'm not even trying to be dramatic. It was like crazy, like almost like there was wind in my room. So I'm like, all right, let me look around. Let me look at the draft. No curtains moving. Nothing else is moving, and this candle is going crazy while y'all are talking. So I just had to like
Can
Google
you
it.
just tell me what did the book say or whatever you read about, like, what does it mean when a candle does that?
It's a sign of chaotic energy. It's also a sign of like your whatever you're trying to manifest is working really hard and it's difficult. But it was
Oh.
just weird because as soon as we started talking about energy demons, this candle starts twerking, like literally throw that ass in a
It's
circle.
crazy you said twerking
It
because
is.
it's a such thing as like the fire dancing on a candle. You could search that up and see what it means, but I'm pretty sure they call it dancing. If the when the fire is dancing. But I don't remember what it means.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily, believe anything in particular, but I'm like looking at this candle with a side eye for a second. Like, what's going on? But anyways, I just started candle work, so don't pay attention to me. But oh gosh, Placido, are you a non-believer? Is that why you're throwing up that face in the chat?
No, that might be a believer because they don't condone such things. Okay, not a Christian. No,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Oh
No,
boy.
trust me. I used to be into a lot more, and then people in my family started like judging me because we're Christian, and so they made me feel like every damn thing was wrong. So I stopped doing it. But yeah.
I mean, a lot of it makes sense though, especially. I mean, I really used to be heavy into tarot cards. Like, I went through a binge of just watching tarot videos, and then I
Yeah, I
just,
got tarot
a lot of
cards.
religions, they don't condone tarot videos or
Mhm.
tarot cards or anything trying to predict you of your future. And now I kind of see why. I literally just cut myself off from watching tarot videos because it can be addicting, right? I was watching
And
tarot
that shit
videos
is
a few years
bullshit. I
ago.
was hooked on this girl, and her predictions were not right at all.
Right. I don't like the idea
Man.
of somebody trying to tell me how my life is gonna go. You know, I think only one person can determine that, and it's me and God. So that's why I personally stopped engaging in tarot cards, tarot videos, and a little bit of the whole manifesting thing. That's really no, I take that back. I really do still like to manifest, but I don't do it as heavily. I just live my life, and whatever happens, happens. I think when you hyper focus on things, that can also just get in the way of what God is already trying to have in the works for you. Like, so
So true.
I try not to do too much because you could be doing too much.
I was listening to a audio. I've been on my like self improvement stuff lately. I've been slowly filtering out consuming so much of this YouTube BS on this side and filtering in like more productive, right? And so I've been listening to audiobooks. And today I was listening to the 10X Rule by Grant Cardone. Y'all know who that is? Grant Cardone.
Mm.
That sounds familiar.
He's like some super rich dude. And his idea kind of the opposite of what you just said, Pink, which is like basically if you want I'm paraphrasing, but like if you want extraordinary results, then you got to do extraordinary things, right? And so the 10X rule is like anything you do, you need to put in 10 times the effort.
Mm.
As opposed to how we're talking about, like, well, no, just let God. He's like, well, no, just work hard. You know, it's kind of like the opposite.
I personally think life requires a little bit
Right.
of the balance of the two. I feel like when you
Yeah, I
overdo it and you
agree.
try to do too much intervention with what God is planning for you, I feel like I mess myself up doing that.
No, I
When
agree.
I'm trying to feel like I'm taking all the power away from what God is already trying to plan. I think a
Well,
healthy balance
you
is okay
can't
for
really
me
take the
personally.
power, but you can't take power away from God, right?
You can do too much though. You can literally get in your own way and get in
But
God's
you
way. You're
can do
trying to
that,
make
but you
moves.
can't take
Yeah.
power
I
away
Well,
from
feel
yeah,
God.
like
yeah,
I
yeah.
feel like that's something that was taught during slavery, right? That you're getting your mindset from slavery, but like God being a condemnation or
Mm,
having a condemnation mindset, right? I think that definitely comes from what they were trying to teach when they offered
mm,
Christianity to Black people, especially in this country. So I'm always gonna be like questioning when people, try to impress that on us. But I will
mm,
say I do think we get in our own way a lot. Like so a lot of the times things that we complicate could have been simple, and it has to do with how we're looking at it. Um, but I do think part of that comes into like how religion was used to quote unquote, I wouldn't say colonize, but to like keep us in check.
Hello.
Yep.
Yeah, when I first got on my spiritual journey, like I went so deep into spirituality, like I want to know everything. Like everything that I was tapped into was from like the outside world, the shit that you can't physically see. So after years of doing that, and it just put me on like right now today, like Pink said, like I'm just like more focused on like what I can do, what I have power over. Like, and I feel like the universal laws, I feel like that's a good thing to know. Like
mm,
what you call it, hermetic principles is good. Like I love to think about the principle of mentalism. Like everything is mind. So whatever you put your mind
mm.
to, you can manifest. So once you know that, and then that cause and effect. So whatever you put out there, it come back to you, and things like that. And I just try to live my life more so on the track of righteousness, and that's how I make my decisions. And then fucking just knowing like what you do, you gotta be okay with what comes back after that shit. So other than that, I know that I could create any life I want. I could do whatever I want,
Yes.
whatever I put my mind to. I could be rich today if I want to, but I'm just over my kiddos. I'm not putting myself out there like that. But even with kids, you can still do that. So, and you think of it, you put it on paper, bring your inner
Hmm.
world to the outer world, and you execute those plans. And I feel like you learn everything through repetition. So you do it, and you could fail, but at the end of the day, I feel like through darkness you can evolve through darkness. Like you learn through the darkness so you can become better. So you just keep going, and whatever meant to be will be. So with the spirituality and like religion, like I'm not really into that. But my mind is always changing. So I don't know, maybe 10 years from now I might be in a different place. But I definitely agree, Pink.
Yeah, I just feel like me personally, I just have to stay centered and focus and just have a relationship with God. I think when I try to do a lot of the outsourcing on things like such as tarot cards or
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
that's when you get to doing that's where I'm speaking on when I say I'll get to doing too much, watching tarot videos,
Yeah.
and
Girl,
you
I
kind of get
went on
distracted
the
from just
fucking
having that
deep
personal relationship with
end.
God and praying and
Yeah.
focusing on your vision and what you want out of life. I think that's all I need, the simple route, but everybody's different. So I know me personally, I can't do too much because it'll take the journey off its course that it was naturally going on with
No, you're
God. Just
correct.
And
You're
what if
yeah.
you
absolutely
open
right.
up yourself? What if you open up yourself so much to things that you don't even want into your life? So you might open up somewhere demons, if people believe in demons, or that energy can come and do something to you in your world. So I mean, it's really not nothing to play with.
That's true. You never know what you're inviting
Spirituality,
in.
like
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
And I think people, I'm Christian, right? So I'm just gonna speak from that perspective. So but take it however. I think people think demons are only like obvious things, right? Like, but
Yeah.
what about the things that aren't obvious? Like those to me are the worst demons, right? Like little subtle
Mhm.
things. Like let's say you're on your path to, let's just say, working out, right? Like, I want to lose weight, I want to work out. And you got this friend, that's your best friend. And like she calls you because she want to go out to eat, or she calls you when she want
Mm.
when you want to go to the gym, and she calls you like, and she's not purposefully doing anything, but
yeah,
like the devil can use people in such subtle ways, and it doesn't come off negative because they don't seem to be doing anything bad, but the overall goal was to stop you from the plan.
yeah.
And so somehow every other day he's figuring out ways to use your favorite human, right? Your favorite person. So you don't have any guards up. You're not, you know what I'm saying? You're like, oh, okay, yeah, girl, I'll go with you to the mall. It's no problem. Like you start losing sight of what your focus was because you want to
Yeah.
go low key for pleasure because that's your friend. You want to be around her, a little bit of obligation, whatever, instead of prioritizing whatever your mission was. And I think those are the like clever tricks that the devil plays that people really don't watch out for because they don't necessarily feel bad.
But I believe in kind of like going with the flow and just following your energy. Cause sometimes when you don't feel like doing something, just don't do it. Just follow that shit. Like, and if you give something to somebody, being your energy, being you going out with them, do it without expecting anything in return. That way you
Mhm.
not, you know what I'm saying? So just do it at the, and if you feel to it, do it. Like I'm not finna just, and I feel like we allow people to do a lot of shit too. We give it to them. So I feel like that is the lesson that we have to learn, where who are you giving yourself to? What are the spaces that you putting yourself in? And I'm like super big on accountability and creating your own world. So, but I
Yeah.
don't know everything. So I'm still kind of like practicing this shit. And I found myself being alone a lot because I feel like a lot of shit people do irritate me, and I find peace by my fucking self. So I'd rather be by myself.
Yes,
But
same here.
You sound
Same
like my
here,
that's
girl.
cousin's
another,
girlfriend.
but then that's another lesson that I need to
Mm.
learn, where we on the planet with all these fucking people and we're not meant to be alone. I can go out and go hang out with friends or family or whatever. So, I just need to learn how to deal with people. And then I think I kind of like second guess myself, like maybe
Mhm.
I don't think I'm strong enough to deal with that negativity that they might put on me. I might break. So I kind of like being but that's not, I mean, we not perfect. So I feel like we all got shit that we need to work on. So that's
Yes.
my
I'm
thing.
glad you mentioned that because I was gonna add to that, or I was gonna bring up something similar where I feel like we all have our own demons. Even like Venus said, my personal demon, or I feel like even a lot of people's demons, is just the world trying to tell you what you should want out of life. I think
Mm.
that's what's going on with me right now. Like what Pink wants out of life should be my only focus. And you will get those outside distractions on what
Yeah.
people are trying to indoctrinate you with on what you should want in a life. Like everybody should be a millionaire or everybody should, I'm really a simple person at the end of the day. And I really want to just hone in and stay focused on what I want in life that makes me happy and brings me peace instead of the world trying to push upon, just trying to encroach upon my beliefs and just invade my personal wants. Like, I don't want to be, everybody wants to be a star or be famous or have $1 billion or be on private jets. And those are the finer things in life for that person that makes them happy. But the simple things make me happy, honestly. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I'm gonna be cool with a little cute house, my cute little car, and just living a peaceful life day to day. Just, that's really it. I mean, and
You know how
people
many
shouldn't make other
people?
people feel bad for just wanting like the simple things out of life. I think peace and happiness is really just all I really care about. And just being able to travel, that's it. Like all this material stuff that's just,
Yeah, for real.
I think that's
It's
what,
the
especially in this
masses.
country, really got it bad with the material stuff. Just
And
pushing it on us.
and Pink, I just want to say, it's
Mm-mm.
nothing wrong with that. Just so you know,
Right.
like, it's your life. You have to go to bed with you. You have to wake up with you. Acquiring things, especially like the more you make, the bigger your ambitions. Yeah,
Mhm.
there's also more responsibility, more stress, more risk. And those are the things people don't tell you when they're trying to push stuff on you. When
Mhm.
realistically, that lifestyle is not for everyone. Everyone doesn't want that. Everybody don't need that.
Exactly.
And realistically, everybody can't be rich. Just ain't enough money, right? So some people just accept the fact that, hey, I'm not even necessarily. Some people they know like that's not really my walk, and that's fine. I don't think people should be projecting what they want
Yeah.
onto you or think because they have a certain view of who Pink is or what a woman should be or by your age you should do this.
Yeah.
Like all of that stuff,
How you
like I
should
was saying
look,
like I said
all that.
earlier, I've been learning. I really want to try to pick this up, like how to, um, like I'm so connected with myself at this point. I can identify when a thought didn't come from me. When
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh, hold on, I don't think like that. Where'd that come from? I swear. Or like have a
Right.
feeling like, wait, hold on, where
Like,
did that
that's not
energy
me.
come from? Right.
Yeah.
Because if we're not
Yeah.
careful, we'll let any and everyone with a damn opinion be able to shift our perspective. Now, granted, I do think in the same regard, it's kind of contradictory because one could say every single idea any of us have, somebody taught it to us, right? So there's that. But I think you come to like a consensus about who you are, what you want, what you desire, what you dislike. And when you start shifting kind of based off of what people around you are saying, I think that's an issue. Not that you can't take constructive criticism or evolve or grow, but just being careful to know that this is something you want and you desire and not something that you're just feel like you need to change into because somebody
Right.
said you should.
Right.
And it's so crazy because I feel like we go to school and we learn about all this shit, but in the beginning of my journey, because it's shit that I learned that I'm like, oh, yeah, it was kind of crazy, and oh yeah, that definitely helped me towards my life. Self love, and it's so because I'm from Chicago, and like the way I grew up rough, and I grew up tough love. So my mama, she didn't really teach me about self love, just like knowing thyself, like know who you are. And once you fully like know who you are, can't nobody tell you nothing about yourself. And even my
Mhm.
flaws, I know that okay, yeah, I know this is my flaw. But if somebody tell me something about my flaw, I know that I'm choosing to show this side of me, and I'm in full control. And bitch, I'm not ready to change that shit yet. I'd rather be a fucking bandit right now. Let me do this. But I'm
Yeah.
aware of that. So just not allowing people to like, because once you like fully know yourself, yeah, I feel like that the outside world can't do nothing. But
Yeah.
I do feel like it's still a balance with that because what if I feel like I know myself and I'm comfortable with myself and I want to go outside butt naked with a banana on my head and people telling me, oh, you look crazy, that's wild, that's wild, that's wild. So it's still a balance right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Growth is still important at the end of the day. I think we all just need to focus on our own level of growth. So
Yeah.
And I wanted
I
to
think
say
you can't.
something. Oh, I'm sorry, Pink. Go ahead, boo.
No, go ahead.
No, when you pause, sometimes I keep thinking you're. Go ahead. It's not. I can wait.
Well, I wasn't really just. I was just saying we just should focus on our own levels of growth and whatever that means for us, and not try to let somebody's definition of growth for them be the definition of growth for you.
Right.
You know.
Exactly. Exactly.
So we can't.
Yeah. And another, I'm sorry.
Go
No, go
ahead, boo.
ahead.
No, I was actually gonna ask
Okay.
your name because I
Yeah.
can't see the names because she has this comment up. What's your name?
Mine,
Yes.
it's Meta Girl on here.
Oh, okay. I just wanted
But
to know who you're
this
talking to.
space so toxic. I'm like, I don't even know if I want to put
No, no,
myself
no. That's
out there
fine. I
like
just
that.
no. That's leave it like that. I just didn't know who was talking.
Girl.
I wanted to know.
Yeah.
So, do you be in the chat?
Yeah, I be in the chat all the
But I've
time.
never seen you in the chat as Meta Girl. Are you somebody else?
Yeah, I'm somebody else,
Mm.
girl. I'm somebody
Oh, oh
else. Can
shit!
you
Hold on.
guess?
Let me.
Can you
Bitch,
guess?
is this Sugar Bum?
No, I'm
Oh,
I'm obnoxious like that though. I'm like, yeah, I'm crazy.
well, hey.
Which hats you be
I'm
in?
always cracking jokes. I
This is Sugar Bum.
never
Venus,
no,
this is Sugar
I never talk
Bum.
about the girls. I'm always on these niggas. I'm always
This
on these
is Sugar Bum.
niggas.
I don't care what you say. This is Sugar Bum on this fucking panel.
No, that's not Sugar Bum.
If this is
Is it
Sugar Bum, I'm
Robin
gonna be.
M?
If this is Sugar Bum, I'm gonna be heated. If it's either one of them, because I said I was gonna be the first one to get them, and so I swear to God, if they playing games with me like this,
Is it Robin M? Are you Robin M?
no.
And this is my first time ever on a platform. Like my heart still beating fast. Like I'm nervous. Like I feel like my mind is kind of like cloudy and shit. I can't get out my words clearly. I'm trying. Though. I'm trying. I'm trying.
I'm the same way. I'm
I
nervous
feel like I
on
got a lot to
panels.
say too.
It's okay.
Yeah. I'm
You
Pink, you
didn't say
do
this wasn't
nervous.
Robin M.
you
Huh?
do you do
No,
really
this not
well.
Robin.
This not them, because they love me. They would have said something.
It's
I
one
know.
of y'all heifers. I'm gonna figure it out. Who is it? Is there Robin Sugar Bum, DB?
Oh, is
Who
it
else?
DB? I don't know.
Are you DB?
Mm-mm.
I know it's not Sugar Bum because Sugar Bum was just in a panel. I mean, in a chat that I was in right before I came here, so it's not Sugar Bum.
Okay. I just
Yeah.
wanted to be Sugar Bum so bad. I'm sorry. My bad.
I'm gonna be the
I ain't
only
tell
one to get
y'all
Sugar
either.
Bum, okay? But no, I wanted to say something to you. Meta Girl, is it? Meta
Yeah.
Girl? Okay. When you spoke about like growing up in a rough upbringing, right, and not being taught about self love, girl, TikTok will have you in a frenzy. So I be all in
Yeah.
the like black girl self love, black girl luxury sector. That's just my vibe. And I'm really feeling like it seems like a lot of black women are waking up and understanding that that is something we need. And
We
like we need
need
to nurture self. I love what Pink was saying. Like she understands herself enough to know I have to spend time alone. I have things put in place that I do to center myself, right? I don't
yes.
think enough of us understand how important that is, how that we need rituals, right? We need like literal, like they have morning routines, right? Nighttime routines. We need spiritual routines, right? We need nurturing routines, right? And yeah, I think a lot of us, and nothing against our parents, because certain things they just,
They did the best they
yeah.
could.
But I think we're kind of evolving in a way where we understand like we need a lot of that energy harvested back into self, because that's really
Yeah.
when you become your best self, when you feeling yourself, when you like actually
And
doing
I
your
feel
little.
like the first step is being okay with being alone. And I feel like I'm still there. Like I'm so much in my comfort zone, being alone, no family, no friends, no nothing. I just eliminated everybody. And then I bring them in when I feel like I can deal with them. But I feel like it's levels and degrees and everything. So even that can become toxic. So now like I feel like I'm looking at life through new eyes. And now I'm just like, okay, so And I'm not even sure if I wouldn't even say I'm whole, but I won't be being alone and just reaching out feeling like you need somebody. It puts you in situations that you don't need to be in, and just putting up with people that you don't have to deal with. And it don't matter who that is. Relationships is just people who you in relation with. So
Yep,
that could be family,
exactly.
friends, so yeah, and I don't know. And I feel like my standards so fucking high where I can find anything in a person like, oh, nah, I ain't got no time for that. Cause I just that fear of being back in that negative place. But at the end of the day, we do need the bad so we can learn from the bad, and we keep evolving off of that. So yeah, like I said, I'm still trying to figure it out, but definitely being okay with being alone, or just being okay, like just knowing yourself, so can't nobody fuck up your space.
And I don't think it means I don't think it means being alone forever. I just think the idea is that a lot of people are so uncomfortable being alone. Sometimes you'll go from like relationship to relationship or situation to
Yes.
situation because you're like running from something when sometimes you need to
Yeah.
sit with your own shit, figure you out. So maybe the next relationship could actually be one of substance instead of just like convenience because you just don't want to face or deal with whatever you got going on. So we like kind of use other people to distract ourselves sometimes. And I think
Right.
it helps you to
Yeah.
just because we need people. I don't think we're meant to just be alone, but I think we should
Agree.
all be capable at times because if you're just not, then I think you become like a super codependent person. So you end up with a lot of fake friends and fake relationships because you just always have to be around somebody. And you end up accepting things that you know you shouldn't accept. But because your
Yeah.
primary like goal is you just need someone around you at all times, you're just putting yourself through hell just to say you have a man, just to say you have a friend. When it's like, nah,
Okay.
I kind of like Venus. I could chill with Venus all day and be straight. I don't treat Venus bad,
Yeah.
okay? So I think
Yeah,
it's about
look,
getting to that
I'm
place.
over these niggas. These niggas, like I think my standards would. I think I need to keep my standards high with these niggas, and I feel like my standards don't even be high. Be basic shit, like be
Mm-hmm.
a good person, have a decent job. You know what I'm saying? Like just be cool. I never ask for nothing outside of myself, but it seems like that's a lot to ask for. So
So
I
you
just
got to
feel
get
like I'm
around some new
walking.
circles, though.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what I
I
true
have
mean?
too.
checked out. I
That's
have
true
checked out
too.
of dating. I'm not even.
Girl, and that's why
I
I'm
don't
like,
even.
life is so
Girl.
much bigger than dating. Like, it's so much to do out here. Like, people is people. So relationships, you can have a relationship with anybody. Like, I'm the type, my personality so bubbly and loud, and I'm always laughing and being goofy. So anytime I go out, I'm always making friends everywhere I go. So it's fun. Like, life is really good. Life is truly what you make it. And then I go on
Yeah.
my king size bed, bitch. And when I say I stretch out, like, I love my bed. I love
Spread
my
eagle. Okay.
bed. I just be
Yes.
laying there. I feel so
It's
good.
funny because that's literally me right now.
Yo, let me
Spread
tell
eagle
y'all.
laying down.
Okay.
Bed.
No, let me tell you, I
But
took it up a notch. I got a platform bed like electric. So I had came from work around like 6 o'clock and I wasn't feeling good today. I came straight in, got in the bed and like pressed the button to like kind of sit me up like a hospital bed, put on a
Girl.
movie. I had some hot
Okay.
chocolate. I was chilling, okay? And then I got on
yes.
Chilling. Get you some wine. Put on Housewives. Okay.
No,
Girl, having a
I
good
just
old
watched Black
time.
Adam. I just finished watching that. I was like, I'm about to go Netflix and chill right now by myself. And I got my life together for like 3 hours and then I came on here. But yeah, I just was like, I need some alone time right now, okay?
Yeah. My
Like just
company just left. I had family
yeah.
over, and no, it was my sister. My sister and her friend came over to just hang out because my sister's sick and stuff. So I just cooked for her, and I just been cleaning up, chilling. There was a tornado out here, so I really haven't been trying to leave the house. But
Oh my God.
back to what Metaverse was saying. What is it? Meta Queen,
Meta
Meta
girl.
Girl, Meta
Met a
Girl.
girl.
Dating. I just feel like for me, it's location with me. Like I live in Nashville. It's literally not a dating scene out here. So And I hate being approached. Like, don't look at me, don't talk to me, don't breathe in my direction. Like, I just don't like attention. So that does not help. And
Yeah,
I don't leave the house. If I do, I'm at the grocery store or at the gym or doing some
it's
type of
so
errand.
rap.
I hate the club. Like, I like to cook, and I'm a very big homebody. So yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna buy
so crazy
dogs.
when guys try to
Same.
talk to me, girl. Why? When guys try to talk to me, girl, why I act like a tomboy? They be like, "Hey, how you know?" I be like, "Yeah, what up, though?" I'm like, what down?" And I be trying to just talk in a way where it's like I don't want her, cause just leave me alone. I was thinking about buying a ring to put on my finger so I can just be like I'm married.
I'm
Girl, that
married.
ain't gonna help you. That ain't gonna help you.
Yeah, and I feel like it's so much stuff I want to do, and like we got the work, and then family, friends, kids, and stuff like that. And I feel like you got to make space for all of that stuff. So I already feel like with the stuff that I got going on, my shit is already full. I don't have time for no guy. I don't have time for no man, and I'm so happy and I'm so proud of myself because this the first time I ever fucking like been like that. I always been the type of girl who was in a relationship. Like I never was not in a relationship, and it's the first time like I just been like single and just like focused on me. So it's an amazing feeling.
Okay, I have a question, y'all.
Mhm.
Because when you said you turn into the tomboy, right, it made me think of something. All right, how do y'all feel about this whole like black women aren't feminine narrative? What do y'all think about that?
The
Black
black
women
who?
aren't what?
Like they aren't feminine, like they're aggressive and masculine or like have bad attitudes. How do y'all feel about that?
I feel like black women are a reflection of the men, and we know damn well these niggas, they tough as fuck. They'll try you, they'll pick on you, they'll do all the things. So we was brought up to, and then I feel like a lot. I don't know, cause I got 7 brothers, but I'm the oldest of 5, so I always take that big sister role. So I would never call one of my brothers to defend me. And that might be fucked up for me. I rather defend myself, you know? So I have to put up that hard exterior to kind of like keep guys. I can let them know, like, don't fuck with me. Just leave me the fuck alone. But I just feel like we just picked on. I just feel like black women just want to be left the fuck alone. Like when I just go, I'm going to the store. Leave me alone. Let me mind my business. Like, how am I supposed to get every nigga who try to get my number? It's 10 niggas in a day trying to get my fucking number. I'm supposed to give my number to all them niggas, or niggas just being ignorant and shit. Just leave me alone. I just want to just mind my business. And then once you get to talking to me, you see I'm cool, like I'm nice. So I'm at the place where I'm not finna change myself for nobody. If you think I got an attitude problem, you think I'm a fuck, like, hey, it is what it is. So
What you think, Pink?
I don't know. I'm on the fence with it. I feel like all races of women have their hangups on their personality traits. I think we can be abrasive. We have like I can admit that we have attitudes. However, that's not exclusive to just black women. And I also don't think we're masculine. I don't know. I just don't. I don't like putting
All
us. I
right.
don't like us being put in a box. Like I don't like when black men do that.
and
Can
you
we
know
be
what
manly? Can we be
yeah.
manly? I think most women can be manly. Like I just don't.
Okay,
I
so I
don't.
You
think
know what I noticed? Can I say one last thing, Venus? I'm
of
sorry.
course, no, say whatever you want.
And one thing I noticed, I one day, like you know how black guys they be like, oh, why you don't never smile? Why you don't smile? I
Yeah,
noticed
I
I was
heard
looking
that so
at
many
different.
times in my life. Oh my god.
Yes, like won't you smell, sweetheart? Won't you smell? I was out and I noticed so many white girls, Latina, all of the things. I'm looking at these women, they not smiling. They
Right.
got the resting bitch face. And so I was like, I was in the moment of being socially aware. And I seen the same fucking thing with these women. So I'm just like, well, why don't they look to the other girls? But
For
yeah,
No,
me,
I
I
don't.
have the resting bitch face in public because I always get cat calls. Somebody else always topping me for my number. So it's the look of frustration for me. Like I already know what to expect. I'm gonna get approached. I always get approached everywhere I go. That can be too much sometimes. So that's why I have a resting big bitch face. It's a defense mechanism. It's literally me
And it
anticipating
don't
some
work.
dusty walking up to me
And it
trying
don't
to get
work.
Right, and you
yeah.
hoping that they
It
look at
don't
you and
work.
see you don't want to be bothered, and they
And they
still
don't
fuck with
care.
you.
And they
Yeah.
don't care.
It's
Like,
just
you don't
like
see my face. This the face that don't fuck with me. Just leave me alone, and they
They do
still
not
yes.
not fucking
care.
with you.
That just makes it worse when they walk up to you, smile, baby. Smile.
Ugh.
I would
Can I
smile
pump
when I
your
see your back.
gas?
When I see your
What
back
just
moving away, walking away, I'll smile back. Get away from me.
Okay.
No, no, but I was asking because okay, take men out of the equation, right? I wanna put men in it. Do you think it's women should nurture their feminine energy? I guess that should be a better question.
yes, I think I get what you're saying. Are you basically saying should black women soften up just a little bit? Can we ease up on the
For our
I
own
want
selves.
to be
yeah.
soft. I want to be soft.
Yeah,
I
so like
think
wait, hold on.
yeah.
So
It's a
exclude
hard
men.
world.
Cause Meta girl, I noticed you went straight to men, right? But I didn't ask about men. I ain't asking about men.
Hmm.
I'm asking like for
Hmm.
yourself. Do you feel like
Yeah.
that's something you would I don't know, like pay attention to, think it's important, or something you want to nurture just for self? Because I guess
Yeah,
that
of
could be viewed.
course.
Because I guess the way I'm starting to like pay attention to what like the feminine is, and
Mhm.
Yeah.
feminine energy is supposed to be like attracting, and masculine is like a chasing. And again, not speaking about men, right? Could just be about attracting things to you, letting things flow to you, right? Instead of pursuing, right? That's why they call like sometimes if a woman is a boss, right, they'll say she has more masculine traits. I believe that's partly because it's a lot of pursuing and chasing. She just naturally has to do as the boss, right? As
Mhm.
opposed to like the super feminine woman who's like way more laid back. She's not in so much motion, not so like active, actively chasing
Mhm.
something. So I be wondering like, is that something we
I
probably
just go off of my mood, because a lot of times I be chilling. Like, I be cool. I be happy. I'm always, hey, how you doing? And sometimes I just don't feel like smiling. Sometimes I just leave me alone. I'm in my mind, but I always know it's temporary. Moods are like the fucking weather. You feel one way this minute, and the next minute you feel good, so it'll go away. So I just go off the mood, but I'm just like over outside, uh trying to please people
influences.
outside of myself.
No, that's why I
Yeah,
took
that's
it off men and I
yeah,
asked you directly, how do you feel about it?
yeah,
Yeah. Well, smiling boosts endorphins and all that. So it can be something therapeutic to just walk around and smile and just be upbeat and in good spirits. I think that's good for therapy. I mean, it can help your mood. It can make your day go by a lot smoother and better, I guess. So
She
with
said, I
softening
guess.
up health, yeah, with softening up as a black woman help, I think so 100%. I just don't feel like we are in the environment or in the right circumstances to make us just want to be happy 24/7. But I know
yeah,
me
No,
and
no
personally,
one's
I'm a
happy.
naturally
mhm.
happy person.
No one's happy
Huh?
24
Yeah,
7.
the
Right. Well,
environment for me, it'll
right.
change based off of the environment that I'm in as
Well,
well.
not
So
24/7, but just in a happier mood, just overall. I don't know if black women are in the right circumstance to do that. But I get what you're saying, Venus, internally, just with nobody else, without including men in the conversation. Just for you as an individual, you as a woman,
Like,
with
how do you want
softening
to
up help.
feel? How do you want to be? How
Yeah.
do you want to exist? How do you want to
Yes.
show up? You know what I'm saying? Even to other
Hmm.
women, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
I told y'all, I'm an esthetician, right? I work with women all day. You know what I noticed?
right,
Even women, yo, my brother told me this.
sure,
He's like, you should really like nurture your feminine because men fall weak to femininity, right?
Yes.
And you know what I learned about women? They do too.
right, yeah,
Like our feminine energy is so powerful. Let me tell you, when I talk to clients almost like they're babies, like, hi, sweetheart, okay, we're gonna be over here. You feeling all right? They eat that shit up. Like they love you.
Hmm.
They leave bigger tips. Like, and I
Yeah.
started realizing like we almost got like a superpower if we really tap in low key.
Yeah.
Right.
Because if you
Yeah,
notice
Yeah.
too,
it's
when
true.
you
You can
start
get whatever
talking,
you want.
and it's not
And
like in a useful or manipulative way, because I think men
Mm-hmm.
have their own power, right? But I think
Right.
the more we could get in touch with that, I low key feel like we kind of do possess a certain power, like
I
just having
remember,
the
Mm-hmm.
ability to like shift the energy in the room, right? Or kind of like lead a situation, like okay, this is the client, this could go however, like even if I'm dealing with someone who might have a little attitude and then I'm just so kind and so patient to her.
oh yeah, you
She
can
starts she
lift that
starts
up
to
out of her.
right, she
Yeah.
starts to switch her
Mm.
energy now, right?
It's the
Yep.
energy
Yeah.
transfer. I learned that through.
Yeah.
I learned that at the beginning of my journey. I wish I could remember the books and stuff that I was reading or the audio books, but they were just telling you how to master like positivity and how positive energy can change. A good example is say you having a good day and then you go into McDonald's, you talking with the person at the register, hey, how you doing? That person got a nasty
Mm-hmm.
attitude. And then they could transfer that energy onto you, and then you got a bad attitude, and then y'all start going back and forth. It's the whole argument. You leave that situation, you go home, you say, "Babe, guess what this motherfucker done did at this store?" And then
Yeah.
you transferring that energy. So it's harder to be positive in a negative situation.
Yeah.
So once you like over kind of like you rise above that and just know that people have their own shit going on, and we all got shit, and everybody right in their own
Yeah.
right in their own mind. So it's just like
You
I
definitely want to be
think with
approachable.
driving, yeah,
Yeah. I think being approachable is important and being just open and inviting, having that welcoming, soft personality that Venus was talking about. I do believe that is necessary,
yeah, it do
especially as a
right
woman.
positivity.
Like she said,
You're
even if
right
you're not
about
trying to get your way, even you just want to have that good impression upon people. That can be lasting, especially in business. But even just day-to-day interactions with people, you definitely want to leave a good impression. Even in my building, I live in a big building with a lot of other neighbors, and we come across each other every day. Even at my job, you just want to be
right.
smiling is healthy, like I said.
Those
But
perspectives
I
like
know me
that, yeah,
personally,
for sure.
when I'm at certain places, I intentionally don't smile because I just
Yep.
know.
You don't want to
But
invite too much to you.
yeah,
Yeah,
Good.
I know.
but on a regular day,
So
like of
true.
course, I love smiling and greeting people and having a good, good conversation, good small talk. Like I
Yeah,
think
cause
that's good
it
too.
really
Hold
it
on.
really do make you feel better. It make you
Yeah.
feel good once you having like good energy with other people and saying hello and then y'all spark up kind like it makes you feel
Yes.
good. So
Speaking
And
of
not being
energy
rude.
shift, speaking of energy shift, Rod, welcome to the panel.
I hate Flora, yeah.
What up, Flo?
Look,
Sorry.
he was attracted to all
Hold
this feminine energy. Don't come up here
on.
and disrupt the flow, okay?
I mean, I love black women.
but I remember growing up or just when I was dating in my teens or early 20s, I see guys and guys will be like, where your friends at? And then I ain't got no friends. I don't trust bitches. I don't fuck with bitches. Now I'm at the point where I'm trying to like learn how to have female friends, like being nice and understanding with women. Because I always been like, I don't know, if I had a nigga and then I had a friend, you would choose your nigga over your friend type shit, but the friend will still be there, but that nigga will be gone. So I'm trying to work on that as well. And I feel like that can help you with your femininity as well. Being around other females and just like embracing femininity. How y'all feel about that?
I'm sorry. Say it one
I
more
think
time.
a oh,
Oh, go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
I think a big component of femininity is self-love.
Yes.
Walking around the house naked. Do what you gotta do, baby. Get in the mirror and just love yourself. Damn, you fine. Damn, you beautiful. Damn, you so smart. Just do it, do the self-care. The self-care on the inside is gonna definitely translate on the outside when you step out that door and face the world.
Yeah.
I think the confidence is one of the main components of femininity, like I said. At least for me personally. Because nobody can tell you anything that you don't know yourself. I think that can also help with self-esteem and just not letting people get into your head and kind of just dim your light because you've already have that self-actualization, you know. So
Yeah,
do
that's
what you
a
got to do in
process.
private, you know. Do
Wait,
those,
I
do
didn't get
that.
what her thing was though. She was asking about self love.
Yeah, I was just speaking on femininity and a component of femininity just being
Mm.
that self-care and self-love. When you are alone at home or when you are to yourself, you admiring your beauty, admiring your flaws, and just taking yourself in and being able to step out the house and have that confidence because you've done that inner work and done that self-love work. I think that also helps with femininity because a lot of people try to associate femininity with looks, and that's just another component and aspect of it. But it has a lot to do with confidence. A woman
It
can
has nothing to do
not
with looks, actually, though.
right.
It doesn't.
Well, yeah.
That's not what feminine energy is.
Well, some people can. I'm saying some people can misinterpret
Right,
femininity and
right.
associate it with looks and beauty,
Mhm.
when that may be their personal definition of it, or but that's not the entirety of it. You get what I'm saying? I think it has a lot to do with self confidence. A woman can look like anything, but when she has that confidence, that definitely helps in her femininity. Um, at least for me personally, like I like to do my own thing. Like I love looking in the mirror, admiring myself. I love self care. That really helps me with when I step outside, being able to show
Mhm.
up, you know, and put a smile on my face and interact with people. So yeah, but
I think I read somewhere
sorry.
that something a part of the feminine is creating. Do y'all agree with that? I could be wrong. I think I read something like that. Like being creative,
Yeah,
creating things.
Mm.
yeah.
I don't know. And then it was showing women like creating like art or just random stuff. I think I read something that was saying like I think it was like ways to nurture your feminine, and dancing, moving the body was one.
Right.
Um, they were saying like you could go to sleep even if you're by yourself, like going to sleep in like sexy lingerie, like do it for
Yes.
yourself first, right? So it's
Hmm.
kind of like I don't do these things because of a man. It's just like you start to do things so that it just becomes a part of your just way of life, right? So like
Hmm.
whether a man's there or not, this is how I show up. Even to bed for myself, I show up a certain way, kind of thing. Um,
Hmm.
And like
Jan,
if we
Jan,
would learned this at a younger age, how we would be today, because it's like brand new to us. So just shifting the way that we was taught to be. But even for the girls and the boys, like self love is really important. And with my kiddos, I make sure I got two, a girl and a boy. I make sure to instill self love with the knowing of them they self love is mental health. Yeah, I try my best to instill the knowledge that I have in myself and my kids, because I can only imagine how far they could go in the future, knowing what I know today. And I'm still trying. This shit hard. It's a process. So yeah, I just
well, I
wish
was
we
gonna
we
say,
would have been taught this at younger ages.
I
We
think
would know
another thing
better.
too is like just prioritizing yourself, whatever that looks like, right? Because sometimes I think some of us are so conditioned, especially moms, all right, to be like so serving of others, and that's just the energy they're in all the time. They're always doing something for their kids or their man or their husband or like that. Because again, working with all women, I service a lot of mothers, and they always talk to me about how like they barely have time for their own self care. They don't feel like themselves anymore. They don't get to do things for themselves anymore because they're always serving others. And so when I hear self care, I just think too, like some of us live the kind of life, especially if you're a parent, whatever, where you might have to literally schedule it out, but you need to make time to care for self. I think some people view those things as, let's just say, coming to get a wax or getting your nails done, getting your hair done, your lashes, whatever you into, as shallow and not important. But like I'm an esthetician, the beauty industry is $1 trillion industry for a reason. I think people don't realize like those small subtle things do a lot for your mental health. Like those small things help women feel like Pink. I've seen you. I know how you are. If your hair and your nails are not done, are you gonna feel good?
Girl, hell no. I did my toes today. I do
Exactly,
my own
right?
stuff too. It's better, like therapeutics or
But
like.
the point is, you feel off if
Hmm.
your shit is not on, right?
Oh
So when you
yeah.
see the women who just like don't even have time to do those little subtle things that just make us feel at ease,
Yeah.
Hmm.
you know what I mean? I think like that for me is a part of self love. It might seem shallow, but it's like, nah. If
Nah.
these are the basic things you need, I need my eyebrows done at all times. I need my nails done. I need my lashes done. I'm just like that. I need my feet done. I don't care if it's winter or not, right?
And look,
That just makes me feel good.
when you look good, you feel good. But you know what's real fucked up is like when I go out, like if I go out and I wear my little fitted cap and a big shirt and some shorts or whatever, I get a different treatment when
Girl.
I go out looking like a boy
Yeah.
and when I'm going out looking like a girly girl. It's a different treat. Like the guys, they close
Hmm.
the door on my face. They don't hold the door open for me. They don't do none of
Damn.
that. So it's different. So I feel like that can kind
Yeah.
of affect your mood too. So when you look good, you feel good. I feel like. So I think that I do think it's important.
Do y'all attract different types of guys depending on what you wear? I've noticed that when I wear, like, if I go outside with a bonnet on, I attract a certain type. If I go
Oh
out with a
hell no,
blonde
Pink! Don't be
wig
going
on,
outside with
I
no
attract a
bonnet on.
certain type. I went to the car wash in a bonnet one time.
Girl, don't be going outside with no damn bonnet.
Every Pookie and Ray Ray you could think of
Girl,
was trying to get my number. I'm like, what? But
girl,
when I'm dressed up, when I'm done up, another type of crowd I attract.
Mhm.
Or if I have even if I have a different hairstyle, like box braids attract a different type of a crowd. It's just crazy to me. I think that's crazy. But I want to know if y'all ever experienced that. I think it's so weird.
I don't know. I don't like going outside without my hair done. I just
Uh,
I got a bunch of hats, so I
oh
can't.
yeah, I will wear a bonnet to the car wash.
No, absolutely not. No. Stop
It was
that
like
shit.
a scarf. It was something like a scarf and a bonnet. It was the do not approach me attire.
I got you. I got you. Do not approach attire.
Yes. But I get you. I get what you're saying about self care though. It is
Nah,
really
cause I
important.
didn't know. It took like working with all these women over these years for me to really get like a scope of like how women really be losing themselves and they man and they children and everything and just don't care, like not on purpose, but don't have time to care for themselves. And so I just wanted to mention that too. Like self care is of course internal, but we ain't gonna act like some of that shit is external too. Okay, like
Yeah.
I'm gonna need my hair done. I need my nails done.
For
Just
me, it's
just
a
feel
nap. I need my power nap. I need like a 3-day reset.
right.
I have to have I have to be like Easter. I need to just rest for 3 days and I need to just rise as a brand new woman with new hair, new nails, a whole new me. I need that downtime to just like rejuvenate myself. Like if I don't get that, I'm literally thrown off in life. Like I have to have like a mini me vacation. Cause it will really turn me into a bitch if I don't get that downtime that I really
No,
need.
you're not lying. Because when I'm working a lot, like my temper, like my attitude, like my patience, I don't. Yeah, no, you're right. Like rest, sleep, and just like
Hmm.
time to self
oh my
is
god.
imperative. Or I'm just
Yeah.
like I could tell my damn self when I like today at work. I just rushed home and got in my bed because I was just over life. Like, but it's because I have not been sleeping like the last few days, so I
Yeah.
felt the difference today. But no, you're right. We don't get rest, like real rest and time away from people, because I can only deal with people in doses anyway. So I be needing some time to not hear nobody's voice, nobody's thoughts, nobody's influence or opinions in my mind. And
Girl,
so I
I
could
be
just
feeling
kind of,
like I'm an empath because, like, I don't know. I feel like I look at body language too much, tones, all of the thing, and maybe I'm looking at stuff that's probably not there. But look, I'm I'm notorious for just separating myself. Like, okay, I go over here. You look like you don't want to be bothered. I can't be around people too much.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
ladies, I appreciate you guys all being here for this conversation. I do have to unfortunately shut it down because I'm going to be stepping out of my house and I just don't know how to manage it from outside of my house. So I appreciate you guys coming here having the conversation. Venus
Thank
and Pete,
you.
thank you guys for coming. Prod and Meta Girl, thank you for being a part of this conversation and contributing everything that you guys have for the entire conversation. Um,
you welcome.
are you guys gonna go? Are any of you guys gonna go live? Pink? Venus? Pink?
I'm kind of chilling. I'm just probably gonna watch a movie or go to sleep or something.
See, that's
Same.
how I'm feeling tonight too. But I gotta go run. If I wasn't gonna run this errand, I would have let you. Like, I would have just left this up. But I don't know what's gonna happen once I leave my house.
Yeah,
So I
this
don't
was
want.
a dope conversation though. I needed. I feel like because
Thank
the
you.
panel's been pissing me off lately, but this was really cool.
I
The stuff-
appreciate it. Everyone who's been here, who showed up to share their opinion, you guys are much appreciated. Obviously, you guys are some of the few that have been here, and you guys always contribute. So I appreciate you guys. I wish I had more time for this one. I do have to step out of my house
Well, let
though.
me ask Pink. Pink, what you doing? Because I'll go live if you come.
Girl, I'm chilling. I ain't doing nothing. If you're going live, I can come up.
Yes, I'll be in the chat too.
Because Ken Folk is like, Venus, go live. All right, I'm gonna strike up a live in 5 minutes then.
Okay.
All right, guys. So you heard that. Here. Make it over to Venus's channel. Thank you, everyone, for showing up here for the conversation, for being part of it. I loved every aspect of the conversation, regardless of what people may think. Right, Pride? You thought I was triggered, but I loved every part of the conversation. I wish I had more time to sit and continue to have it because it starts off as one thing and then it veers off into like a million. So I always love the whole aspect of that. But everybody, make your way over to Venus's channel. I'll be in the chat until I'm back home. But I appreciate everyone being here, guys. I really do. So
Okay,
have
yeah, they saying go live, so we going live, y'all. Okay.
yes, go live. Seriously, I think you should.
No, in
So
5 minutes. I just have to grab my laptop and set up a stream. I'll be up.
all right, perfect,
You
guys.
ready?
Everyone, make it over to
Bye.
Venus's. But thank you to everybody who's been here. Not a girl prod. You guys are very beneficial to these conversations. To all the gentlemen who were here earlier having the conversation, pushing back whether they agree or disagree. I appreciate all of you guys. So I'm gonna end the show because I'm literally trying to step out of my house in 3 minutes. But thank you guys so much for being here and for all the cash apps. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me send y'all with a cheers to you. Hold on. Why are you going off into the bushes to cry? Don't go to the bush. Go over to Venus channel. Let's have a conversation. But this has been a really good one. This was one of my faves for the last couple of weeks. So I appreciate you guys all being here. Have a good night.